normally extremely punctual. But the air conditioning challenge really inconvenienced us this morning. But thank you to everyone for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission. It is an inquiry into local government service delivery in the Northern Cape. And before I proceed with the opening remarks, allow me just to introduce the panel to you all. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. On my right-hand side is Commissioner Nomatlubi Kwinana, also a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. And on my left-hand side is Mr. Uzair Adams, the provincial manager in the Northern Cape office. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I have requested that for purposes of the opening address that everyone should be in attendance. After the opening address, I'm going to excuse everyone with the exception of Richtersveld. Richtersveld will be the first municipality to appear before the Commission this morning. We're going to request you to make yourselves comfortable there in the courtyard. I see there's a bar there as well. The expenditure will not be on the Human Rights Commission. It's for your own pocket. But immediately after the opening address, I'm just going to request everyone to excuse themselves, with the exception of Richtersveld, and then we will call you in individually. These proceedings are live streamed, so the fact that we want a personal session with a specific municipality, it is obviously also live streamed, so it is not that personal and confidential. Just take note of that. All right, as I've already indicated, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first day of the second leg of the inquiry into local government service delivery in the Northern Cape. As all of you probably know, the first leg was held from the 7th to the 9th of October in Kimberley, and it was widely reported on in the media. I also received a lot of telephone calls the weekend after from very, very senior public office bearers in the Northern Cape congratulating the Human Rights Commission on its initiative. Now, the second leg will run from today until Thursday, the 23rd of October. And during these 3 days, we will be receiving submissions from municipalities and complaints to enable the Commission at the end of the process to make findings and recommendations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are aware of the importance of local government in the actualization of several human rights, such as water, sanitation, refuse removal, electricity. And the local government is a vital cog in the developmental agenda and transformative vision of our country. Now, we've also listened to testimony from the Auditor General during the first leg of this inquiry, and the Auditor General painted a gloomy picture about financial management in Northern Cape municipalities. You are familiar with that. Only 2 of the 31 municipalities in the Northern Cape attained a clean audit, and those 2 municipalities were district municipalities. Now, further, this province has 9 municipalities classified as distressed. 9 municipalities of the 31 municipalities are classified as distressed. And out of the 26 water services authorities in the Northern Cape, a total of 25 are distressed. Of the 26 water services authorities in the province, 25 are classified as distressed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, currently the Commission has 35 active complaints against local municipalities in the Northern Cape, and we have invited some of the complainants to also present their complaints to the Commission. The intention, obviously, as I've already indicated, of this inquiry is, one, to make findings and recommendations after having listened to the testimonies of everyone, but secondly, to also address these 35 complaints that we have received. It's, there are many complainants out there who seek redress, and they would like the Commission to provide them with feedback on how these complaints have been addressed. So that is the second purpose of today's session, is also to deal with those 35 complaints. Now, the inquiry broadly will assess the state of service delivery within local municipalities in the Northern Cape at a systemic level, investigate the drivers or causes of the deteriorating state of service delivery, investigate the contribution of various municipal and provincial actors to the current state of service delivery, investigate the role of provincial government to intervene in the affairs of local municipalities, and if there were interventions in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, to determine if it proved to be effective. Explore what can be done to arrest the deterioration or the deteriorating state of service delivery within local municipalities, to explore the role of oversight institutions, and to make findings and recommendations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just for your purposes, the inquiry process is inquisitorial as opposed to being accusatorial. So we will not from the word go accuse you of, we will make a short presentation to all of you and request you for your response. So we will not accuse you as from the word go. It's inquisitorial. We need to understand what the challenges in the Northern Cape are. Why is the state of local government in this state? Why is local government affairs in this terrible state? We need to understand the reasons for that. We need to understand that, and we are requesting each and every one of you to be honest. Each and every one of you to be honest. A report will be issued. It will be released in all likelihood towards the end of February, early March. I've already spoken to people in the Northern Cape Legislature. It is our intention to table the report in the Northern Cape Legislature. We also got a commitment from the HOD for Kokta in the province that he would assist in ensuring that the MEC tables a report formally in the Northern Cape Legislature. Now, I also appeared before a portfolio committee in the Free State Legislature last week, where I also told them, and it's very important for MMs and municipalities to take note of this. The Free State Service Delivery Inquiry Report is not gathering dust. It's not gathering dust. It was tabled in the Free State Legislature. After that, I presented it to a specific portfolio committee in the legislature. After that, the select committee for cooperative governance in the NCOP visited the Free State Province, and I was also requested when they met with mayors and municipal managers, I was requested to go and present to the NCOP in the presence of those municipalities. After that, the portfolio committee for cooperative governance in the National Assembly visited the province. About a month ago, the Deputy President had to respond to questions in the full House of the National Council of Provinces, and he made certain commitments on the implementation of the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission in the Free State Province. The Northern Cape, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to be any different. We're going to follow the same process. In fact, I already have the commitment from various legislatures for us to present this inquiry report. So the intention is, ladies and gentlemen, it's not accusatorial. We don't want to sit here, look smart, and tell you how bad you are. But honestly, we cannot continue like this. 25 of 26 water services authorities are classified as distressed. And who's suffering? Who's suffering? Not me. Obviously not you. But the communities are suffering. And we are here to fight for those communities, to address their challenges. Unfortunately, the Northern Cape is a province that is always considered last when there's financial allocations or senior political role players visit provinces. But this is an attempt to showcase the Northern Cape, to prioritize the Northern Cape, to ensure that the challenges we see in the Northern Cape are addressed. And I can assure you once again that this report is not going to gather dust. We must be very, very clear about that. On the systemic challenges, how we're going to approach today is, remember we had the session in Kimberley 2 weeks ago. We've already identified systemic challenges, and I don't want to necessarily duplicate that process, because I think the challenges will be the same in all municipalities. So we're going to Mr. Uzair Adams is going to read the systemic challenges that we've identified to each and every municipality when they appear before us, and we're going to ask you to just to indicate yes or no, are those challenges also pertinent in your municipality? If no, why not? If yes, please elaborate. And we're not going to deal with specific municipalities for a long period of time. We have 21 municipalities this week. So we will do our level best to ensure that this is a proper empirical process, inviting inputs from various role players. But we're not going to sit here dealing with individual municipalities for hours and hours. Hopefully we can conclude with a specific municipality within half an hour to 45 minutes or so. All right. So thank you very much. I'm going to then excuse everyone who's not from Richtersveld and request Mr. Kloete just to join us there. And all of you can go downstairs. We will, Mr. Weingaard's team will just call the next municipality once we have finalized the session with the municipality. Is there a complainant for Richtersveld?
Yes.
Sorry, Pismo? Yes. Oh, there is. Oh, sorry, Mr. Kloete. Let us start with the complainant first. You can just take a seat here. Where? Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, of course, yes. No, what they- Right, good. Okay, can we just get some order there at the back? Right. Good morning, sir. Welcome to this inquiry. I'm told that you are a complainant. Is that correct? All right. I'm going to request Commissioner Quinana just to deal with the formalities. Is u gemaklik om die eet in Engels te doen?
Thank you. May I have you please stand? Please state your full names for the record. Your full names for the record. Please use the mic.
Ek is Philippus Theodorus van der Steen,
Your age?
61.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
No, the oath is fine.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No?
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Witness sworn in.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Right. Sir, thank you. You've been sworn in. Let me start by asking you, have you lodged complaints with the Human Rights Commission about the state of service delivery in Richtersveld?
Voorsitter, ja,
Or is this a new complaint?
ek het nie by die Menseregte Kommissie self 'n complaint gelog daaroor nie. Die Belastingbetalersvereniging Port Nolloth het egter hierdie klagtes wat ek vandag hier het hulle aanhangig gemaak. Ek is lid van die Belastingbetalersvereniging en ek verteenwoordig vir hulle vandag hierso.
All right. So just for the record, Commissioner Quinana, it's Mr. van der Steen.
Ja.
Mr. van der Steen will present a complaint from the Taxpayers Association that was formally lodged with the Commission previously. U kan voortgaan, meneer van der Steen.
Voorsitter, baie dankie. Ek is spesifiek, die klagte hier spesifiek is oor dienslewering en veral waterverlewering.
Ekskuus, ek weet nie. Al nie maar iets 5 minute, hoor. Dankie.
Baie dankie. Voorsiening van water, spesifiek in die woonbuurt McDougall's Bay. In artikel 3 van die grondwet word bepaal dat die staat nie mag regstreeks of onregstreeks onbillik teen iemand diskrimineer op een of ander meer van die gronde nie. En dan artikel 24 sê, elkeen het die reg op 'n omgewing wat nie skadelik vir gesondheid of welsyn is nie. En elkeen het in artikel 27 die reg tot toegang tot voldoende voedsel en water. Wet 108 van 97 Water Services Act say the main objectives of this act are to provide for the right of access to basic water supply. So voorsitter, ek wil die wetgewing daar los. Ek het nog 'n paar dinge wat die wetgewing baie pertinent die munisipaliteit verantwoordelik hou om water te voorsien. Nou in McDougall's Bay betaal almal waterbeskikbaarheidsfooi elke maand. En baie keer vir meer as die helfte van die maand is daar glad nie water beskikbaar nie. Die inwoners moet hulle eie planne maak. Daar word partykeer met 'n lorry water aangery, maar die meeste van die tyd het die ouens nie water daar nie. Hierdie probleem kom baie ver aan, maar dit het baie erger geword sedert 2023. Gedurende die vakansieseisoen is daar geen water beskikbaar nie. Daar is wel 'n waterlorry wat die munisipaliteit beskikbaar gestel het om water aan te ry. Hierdie lorry kan maksimum 3 vragte per dag aanry. van 30.000 liter. As jy vat, daar is 'n paar duisend mense in McDougall's bly, gedurende vakansieseisoen, is dit absoluut ontoereikend. Privaat maatskappye het ingespring en jy kon by hulle water koop. Het kost jou R650 vir 2000 liter water. Maar jy moet dit doen want jy moet water hê. Voorzitter, die munisipaliteit het 'n nuwe PVC-lyn aangelê vanaf Port Nolloth tot by McDougall's Bay. Daardie pyp is alreeds vir 2 jaar buite werking, as gevolg van swak vakmanskap en toesig en ontwerp. Daar is geen of te min ontligkleppe op daardie lyn ingebou nie, en dit veroorsaak airlocks, wat maak dat water nie vloei nie. Die enigste manier om water daar te kry is jy hom gaan pomp. In 2024 het die Truiermaras net aangegaan. Gedurende die jaar is daar kort wateronderbrekings gewees, waar die inwoners noodgedwonge weer eens van hulle tanks en pompe moes gebruik maak om vir hulle self 'n bietjie water te organiseer. Gedurende die vakansieseisoen van 24 was daar weer eens nie water vir die inwoners nie. Die munisipaliteit het 'n waterlorry voorsien wat heeltemal ontoereikend was, presies oor die rede wat ek nou net genoem het. En nou lê Desember 2025 voor. Die munisipaliteit het nie geld om waterlorries in te huur nie. Verlede jaar het hulle hulp van die staat gekry omdat dit nood was. Sedert verlede jaar is daar nog niks aan hierdie probleem gedoen nie, aan hierdie watersituasie nie. En die munisipaliteit kan nie hierdie jaar van die staat af geld kry nie, want dit is nie meer nood nie. Hulle moes die gedurende jaar 'n plan gemaak het, wat nie gebeur het nie. Voorzitter, om met die munisipale bestuurder te praat, is nodeloos. Ek het in Maart maand, het ek hom geskakel. Sy sekretaresse het vir my gesê, hy is besig, en hy sal my terugskakel, sodra hy 'n kans het. Nou, voorzitter, ons staan nou op middel Oktober, en hy het my nou nog nie geskakel. Die man is besig om dood te werk. Ek het vir die MM gevra, wat is die tekort aan waterse probleem in McDougall's? En hy het vir my gesê, dis net die suidelike woonbuurt wat waterprobleme het. Nou die suidelike woonbuurt is McDougall's Bay. Dit was 2 jaar gelede sy antwoord aan my. En sedertdien is daar niks gedoen om hierdie woonbuurt se probleem te verbeter nie. Die gemeenskap van McDougall's Bay dra grootliks by tot die munisipaliteit se inkomste deur belastings en die heffings en dinge wat daar gedoen word. Maar daar word geen aandag geskenk aan die smekinge en pleidooie vir hulp deur hierdie gemeenskappe nie. Die opgaardam by McDougall's Bay daar op die duin kry nie water nie as gevolg van die dooie PVC-pyplyn. Die pompe in die pompkamer is gesteel. Dit was vervang deur kleiner pompies wat nie die werk kon doen nie. Die pompe by 8 myl, waar die boorgate staan waar die munisipaliteit van water vandaan pomp, die pompe daar is ook te klein om die werk te doen. By dit alles is hierdie water kan 'n groot deel van die pad graviteer, maar daar word pompies ingesit wat dan net doodeenvoudig as 'n obstruksie in die lyn is. En daar waar die water moet gepomp word, is daar nie plek om te pomp nie. So daar kom 'n dun straaltjie water eintlik maar op die ander kant uit. Daar is dus weer eens nie behoorlike beplanning en ontwerp gedoen nie. Dan is daar ook van die woonbuurte wat water mors. Daar is ouens wat onwettig diamantgrys was. Omdat hulle almal laer geleë is as McDougall's Bay, kry hulle almal eerste water. En die water word dus dan daar uitgemors en die inwoners in McDougall's Bay kry nie water nie. Sedert hierdie waterfiasko begin het, lê die hele Port Nolloth daaronder. Gastehuise is nie meer vol bespreek nie. Vakansiegangers bly weg en gaan na plekke waar hulle kan water kry. Winkels en besighede kry nie die broodnodige jaarlikse finansiële inspuiting nie, en dit lei tot werksverliese in 'n dorp waar werkloosheid alreeds hoogtyd vier. Inwoners in gastehuise installeer ten groot koste tanks en pompe, vir die kere as daar 'n bietjie water is om dit op te vang. Die tanks is nie genoeg nie, omdat daar soms vir tot 2 weke geen water in die pype is nie. In 2018 is daar 'n raadsbesluit geneem om die pyplyn van Alexander Bay te vervang. Die ou pyplyn sou behou word vir bystand. Waterwese en sanitasie sou pa staan vir die koste daarvan. Die departement het self 'n waterplan opgestel, wat in 2023 en eers in vroeg 24 goedgekeur is. Van hierdie hele projek het daar dadels van gekom. Voorzitter, dan in die stelselswet vind ons by die skedule 2, die Code of Conduct for Municipal Staff Members, dat a municipal staff member must at all times act in the best interest of the municipality and in such a way that the credibility and integrity of the municipality are not compromised and act impartially. A staff member of the municipality is a public servant in systems and must accordingly foster a culture of commitment to serving the public and a collective of sense and responsibility for performance in terms of standards and targets. Hierdie gedragskode en wette word beslis nie deur hierdie munisipale bestuurder uitgeleef nie. Vir die afgelope 2 jaar het hierdie munisipaliteit niks gedoen om hierdie suidelike woonbuurt wat terloops die hen is met die goue eiers se watersituasie te verbeter nie. Daarom kom die Belastingbetalersvereniging nou na die Menseregte Kommissie toe vir hulp. Al die ander opsies is uitgeput. Ons kom lê ons noodkreet voor u. Ons is dors. Dankie.
Baie dankie meneer van der Steen. Ons het gehoor en ons gaan vrae stel aan die munisipale bestuurder. Die klagte sal ook sy pad vind in die verslag. Ons sal definitief verwys na die klagte. En die feit dat u dit onder eed gedoen het en in die rekord ingelees het, is baie noodsaaklik vir die proses om vorentoe te gaan. So iets verskoon. Baie dankie meneer van der Steen.
Wil u hierdie skriftelike
Yes,
verslag hê?
ek net vir meneer Weingart gee. Baie dankie. All right, MM, you are next. Okay, MM, are you in attendance, Mr. Kluter?
Yes, Chair.
All right. And who's accompanying you?
The CFO
Right.
and then the PMU manager,
PMU stands for?
Project Management Unit,
Right.
and then our technical manager.
Technical manager. All right, I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Quinana for the formalities.
Good morning, MM.
Good morning, Commissioner.
May I please have your full names on record?
Full name is Joseph Gerardus Kluter,
Your age?
61.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Let's do the oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If that is so, please raise your right hand and the right
Right
one,
hand.
the other right, as they say.
It's the right hand.
Yes, and please say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may hand over the mic, maybe to the CFO. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Your full names, please.
Dineo Gloria Mushoba,
Your age.
43.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath, ma'am.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You
Thank you.
can give over to the PMU.
PMU, Project Manager. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. Your full names, please.
My name is Heinrich Theophilo Kluter,
Your age.
46.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath?
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Your age, please.
46.
Your full names.
Ivan Desmond Kluter.
Thank you. You share the same name? Not related.
Not related.
Disclaimer has to be put there. It's very important, Chair. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath?
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
You swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Chair Olsonin. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Queenana. You know, after having listened to the testimony of Mr. van der Steen, and I was really not planning to do this, but I have no other option but to deviate from the process that I suggested earlier this morning. Before I request Mr. Adams to come in and to present the systemic challenges to yourselves, are there human rights violations taking place in your municipality, in your view?
Yes, Commissioner, I must admit, over peak seasons, we struggle to supply sufficient water to our communities. We had a contract with SAHRC. It's a mining company in our area. The contract stated SAHRC must provide the municipality with 42,000 kiloliters per month. But we only receive 20 odd kiloliters per month of water. We're using, made use of two sources. One is the boreholes, and then the other one is the one coming from SAHRC. I know there is. I'm not sure where it comes from. It's not on a monthly basis that this happen. It's only during Easter and during December when we had our influx and residents coming back to their homes. Then we are sitting with this challenge that there isn't enough water in our area.
Okay. Now let me just stop you there. So you have now admitted, Mr. Kloete, that human rights violations are taking place in Richtersveld. And you know how serious that is. It's not just something to be proud of. Yeah, it's happening and it's happening everywhere, and so what? It's a serious, human rights violations are very, very serious. Very serious. I'm not so sure that you are familiar with the provisions contained in the Bill of Rights, and specifically the right to access to sufficient water, a constitutional right. Are you familiar with that provision in the Constitution?
I am, Commissioner.
And what are you doing about it, Mr. Kloete? What are you doing about it? You are telling us that there are challenges, there was a service provider, but you don't have the decency to reply to a complainant. You don't return his telephone calls. Are you really taking the needs of your residents seriously? They don't have access to water. It has been presented under oath to the Commission. Why are you not serious about your job? Why are you not serious about providing access to water to your residents?
Commissioner Chairperson, I am serious, and we tried our level best to provide water to all community members in Port Nolloth. What we did when there's challenges providing water to a certain area, then we hire in a water tanker so that people can get water. There isn't days that they are without water.
No, elaborate on that. You say there are not days. What does that mean?
When there's a water, let's call it a crisis or a issue. What we did in the past, when we experienced challenging with load shedding, then water wasn't pumped to our area, and then we set with the challenge that we can provide water
Okay.
to.
But speak to the days part. I know the process, the days part. How many days on, especially during those peak times, Easter weekend and December's, how many days do people don't have access to water?
Say 2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days.
Yes. But what we did,
And then what do you do?
then when we hire in a tanker to
And
provide
and
to
who do
provide
you
water
provide water to?
to the community.
All of them.
Yes, Commissioner, what happened? It's actually just certain parts in town that experience the challenge with water. Then we provide water to that parts of the town.
Uh-huh. Which town now? Port Nolloth
It's
or
McDougall's Bay.
McDougall's Bay.
Mhm.
So McDougall's Bay is the only town in your municipality that is experiencing water challenges. Is that what you are saying under oath?
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Mm.
Please elaborate.
Yeah, when it's peak season, then for during the years every month, there isn't that much of people staying in McDougall's Bay.
And how much do you pay for the water tanker when you outsource?
Was it 32? What the last time? Yeah, 32,000, and it was for 2 weeks or so, 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, we use them.
And they bring their own water.
Now there's certain points that we can abstract water from in our area.
Mm.
So there is water in town.
And you don't have your own water tanker.
We don't have our own water tankers. Yeah.
Why are you not returning Mr. van der Steen's calls? Why are you not replying to his correspondence?
I had a long chat with Mr. van der Steen on several, but he is accusing me from stuff that happened before I started at that municipality.
Tell us about that stuff, Mr. Kluter.
He said there was
What did you do?
when there was a count. He always when he approached me, he said there was a process where council received money to build a new pipeline to sort out the water problem. But the municipality started with the process in 2020 to do a feasibility study to sort out the water problem. After completing the feasibility study, Department Water Affairs appointed a consultant to do a readiness project readiness study. This study is now 95% completed, and the department also.
Sorry, a feasibility study that has taken 5 years. Is that what you are saying under
No,
oath?
I say that the feasibility study was done in 2020.
Right?
2020.
And what is the other study then?
Other study was a implementation readiness study.
Wow.
After we did.
Unbelievable. 5 years just busy with studies. 5 years just busy with studies and people don't have access to water. Is that correct? 5 years. One study after the other study. And is that Mr. van der Steen's quarrel with you?
Yes.
The fact that you are only conducting studies and you're not providing water. Is
So
that the
yes.
quarrel?
Yes.
Isn't he correct, Mr. Kluter?
On the
Isn't he correct, Mr. Kluter? You are just conducting studies.
you see, chairperson, when council there was a study done in 2020, and the consultants look at several options to see what will the best and suitable way to sort out the water issues. And in 20, is it really not?
Where do you live, Mr. Kluter? In Port Nolloth.
In Port Nolloth, yes.
So you are not you're not experiencing the challenges that the people of McDougall's Bay experience.
We also experience if there's a breakdown in electricity or there's a breakdown in water, we also experience it.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
And that's why we want to sort out this problem for once and all.
Oh my
You see
goodness!
what-
5 years, and now you tell me that you want to sort it out for once and for all.
Unfortunately, you can't just get 300 million rand without doing proper studies to to establish what will be the suitable option at the end of the day. We also completed an environmental impact assessment now. We're just waiting for. Yeah, it takes for environmental impact assessment. It takes 2 years, 18 months, and more.
Have you had discussions with the Department of Water and Sanitation?
Yes,
to
on
assess-
many occasions, and.
And what is the challenge there?
The challenge now is they want to be, the next meeting will be where we present the studies and they will, Arbic, yeah, at Arbic, and then they will make funds available so that we can build that line. That line was now provisional approved.
Who was responsible for the line that was constructed, that Mr. van der Steen referred to, the one with that doesn't have air holes? I think that is the word he used.
Okay, can I just?
Yeah, of course.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, in terms of the PVC pipeline, I am in disagreement what Mr. van der Steen is saying. Currently, that same water pipeline is supplying water to the reservoir in McDougall's Bay, and recently, at the end of June 2025, we've installed pressure pumps at the pump station.
To do what? To pressure pumps to do what? Because you don't provide water.
The pressure pumps, what we did, Chairperson, from the reservoir, the pressure pumps, it pumps water to the community of McDougall's Bay. So what we did the testing on the pumps itself. We went to certain households which are at very higher levels and to households even at the lower levels. So where there were complaints previously, we went there. When the pumps were on, we went there, we took some videos, we took some photos
Did you actually, attend to complaints? Because you obviously did not attend to Mr. van der Steen's complaint. Did you actually attend to these complaints that you are referring to? People send you complaints and then you act on those complaints. That is what you are saying now. You've acted on these complaints. Why have you not acted on Mr. van der Steen's complaint?
Chairperson, Commissioner, we have a complaints register. And with the complaints register, as the complaints comes in, the technical manager attends to those. So all of those complaints are attended to accordingly.
Right.
So the complaints, if there's a water complaint, like for instance in McDougall's Bay, it was attended to. The other one in terms of the municipal manager.
So for Mr. van der Steen's complaint to be attended to, Mr. van der Steen, you need to register your complaint in a complaints book. To call the MM, or to write a letter to him, that is not sufficient. No, answer.
What will happen?
You wanted to answer.
What will happen, Commissioner? What will happen with that letter, that complaint letter? As it goes to the municipal manager, it will go directly to the technical manager, which will in turn.
And then you
give
just
to the
ignore it.
complaints register.
And then you just ignore it. So
No,
that
we don't ignore it,
that is the process.
No, it's not ignored, Chairperson.
So you receive it, send it around, and then you ignore it.
What we attend to those complaints as it goes to the complaint.
And we've just heard under oath that you are not attending to complaints.
Chairperson, but however, we do have the complaints register. And
Yes,
the
but under
complaints
oath
register-
you've just heard Mr. van der Steen's testimony under oath that you are not attending to his complaint. You are not even acknowledging receipt, MM. You are not even returning his calls.
Chairperson, it's the first time that I saw Mr. van der Steen. Mr. Steen are not a permanent resident of Port Nolloth. The complaints that we receive is from the Ratepayer
But you've
Association.
just
and
testified. No, Mr. Klute, you've just testified that he was criticizing you about historic matters, historical issues.
that was
Now, how can you now say that you don't know him?
that was telephonical. We had discussions over the telephone here.
You must be very careful when you testify here, Mr. Klute. Remember what you said earlier. Cannot say you don't know him. If you just told us that he had historical issues with you, and vice versa.
Sorry, Chair. It was we didn't meet physically. We just had a discussion over the phone. Sorry.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm not comfortable with this testimony. I'm going to request the provincial manager just to read those systemic challenges indicate to us, whether you are in agreement. If you are not, tell us why. If you want to elaborate on other challenges, unique challenges that your municipality is facing, please also address us on that. PM, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include adequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms, such as water tankering, has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 rand to 3 million rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Right, those are the systemic challenges that we've identified so far in the Northern Cape. With regards to your municipality, are you in agreement with those challenges? Are there other challenges that you would like to bring to our attention? If you disagree, indicate to us, which specific challenge is perhaps not that prevalent in your municipality.
And I will thank you, Chairperson. And I will start with refuse removal. I think on refuse removal, Richtersveld municipality is doing good, and we receive a lot of compliments on refuse removal. On sewage, it's the same. We don't have a challenge in emptying tanks, because we're sitting with in Port Nolloth with 2 sewage tanks. So there is an prevalent issue regarding those services. Water is one of it, and I agree with that one. And on the roads issues, 2 months ago, this municipality started or partnered with roads in public works at the district level. And we now are in the second month of actively repairs potholes. I know it's a once-off project, but it's part of our broader road maintenance program, and it will be ongoing. So on the roads, we also tried our level best to sort out the potholes. Yes, we are sitting with the challenge or with the issue on the Eskom towns. We only provided electricity in Port Nolloth, but all the other towns are receiving electricity from Eskom. And it's a challenge to do debt collection in that areas. So on that one, I fully agree. Then on political instability, I don't think there's a political instability in our municipality. We had a good relationship with our council. Our council had regularly community meetings, ward committee meetings, communication forum meetings. And there's a lot of public participation processes taking place. On the other issue is on illegal dumping, and that is unfortunately still a big problem for us. Every few months we have to hire machinery to clean up, and it is quite expensive, especially since we don't have our own yellow fleet. To address this now, we put out a request for quotation to clean up our landfill site. On the, what was this? Salga in, I know there's a outstanding amount of for Salga, and we had a payment agreement with the district municipality. I'm not sure if I covered everything. What was the others? And yes, sorry, Chairperson. Yeah, on the unemployment rate, I think our unemployment rate is standing on 24%. It's quite high for us. Yeah.
So the challenges that stand out in your view, just assist me for the record, would be obviously water, and I want us to come back to that one. The landfill sites appear to be a major challenge. Other sewage and your sewer network, there are no challenges.
No, they are working great.
Right. So the only service delivery challenges that your municipality faces are water and the landfill sites.
And landfill sites currently.
All right.
And then we are sitting with financial constraints due to the fact that we cannot collect in all our towns.
Okay. All right, noted. Okay, I'm going to request the panelists to also put questions to you, starting with the provincial manager, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Mr. Klute, you testified earlier that you've got a contract with Alexco. Can you please tell us a little more about the contract as well as Alexco's commitments to deliver in terms of this contract?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we had a contract with Alexco. There's a condition in the contract that Alexco must deliver the residents of Port Nolloth with 42,000 kiloliters per month, but we only received 20,000. So we had challenges. We had a lot of discussions with Alexco. We actually in a process with the assistance of the district municipality. Alexco is a mining town, and that town must be handed over to the municipality, but on the condition that Alexco or the mine first upgrade the current services. Alexco reasoning is why they cannot provide us with the 42,000 kiloliters per month is that the pipeline is old.
Thank you. So who's responsible for servicing the pipeline?
The Alexco is doing the maintenance on that pipeline currently.
And has there been any accountability with Alexco for failing to maintain the pipeline?
Yeah, there isn't really a sort of accountability. I think there was an issue, I think it was last week, when we had electricity breakdown coming from Eskom to have to repair transformer. And when there's an electricity breakdown, then we can't pump water. And just when we sort out the electricity problems, they switch off the water to repair a pipeline, so a piece of the pipeline for portion.
But address the accountability part of the question. Are you holding them accountable if they don't deliver, if they don't provide adequate?
It is difficult to hold Alexco accountable. So no. But what happened when we had a discussion with your local people, the employees at Alexco self, then they say we must address the issue with the Alexco board. We had an oversight committee a few weeks ago in Alexander Bay, and that was exactly the issue that they addressed on that platform.
Can you please tell us what the reasons are for why it is difficult?
Normally when somebody have to, also let's say stand pa, then you have to talk to the CEO. Now, there isn't there isn't a CEO. If you want to hold them accountable, then you have to talk to junior staff members, and not really the guys that can make a difference.
And for how long has Alex Gore been only providing 20,000 kiloliters?
The technical manager said for the last 10 years or so.
So for the last 10 years, there hasn't been any accountability for not having fulfilled terms and conditions of a contract.
Thank you. What they did as part of accountability in December 2022, they paid for the water trucks when they couldn't deliver even the 20,000 liters of
So
water.
was that the first time they've ever paid for something when they couldn't
When they
deliver?
couldn't deliver, yes.
Now this is interesting because you also testified, Mr. Kluter, that you hire water tankers, right? Tell us how much you spend on hiring water tankers and why it is that you are hiring water tankers when you've got a contract in place and the other party is not fulfilling their obligations in terms of that contract and there's no accountability.
Right. Say each time when we have to hire water trucks, then it will cost us around 32,000 per week. When there was when there's not a specific breakdown in the line, then they don't take responsibility for that, for supplying water.
But they're also not taking responsibility for providing with the other 22,000 kiloliters that they contracted to provide you. So please make it make sense for the panel.
Speak in the mic.
Okay.
It's not a laughing matter.
No, I'm not laughing at it. That's
You know, people don't have access to water. It's not a laughing matter. And I just get the impression you don't know how to respond to these questions, both Kluters.
Right.
You are completely lost, sir. You're the technical manager.
I'm the technical manager.
You don't know how to respond to these questions.
We provide on average 120 liters per person per day. That's far above the 25 liters per person that is required.
Sorry, sir, but you're not answering the question.
On how are we holding LXCO responsible for providing the water?
Yes, we had many meetings with LSCOR, and now maybe and LSCOR is also a partner of the municipality. Maybe we must go beyond that partnership in taking them to court or something.
No, you know, now, maybe we should do that, and maybe we should do that. When the question was put to you, you said you are not holding them accountable because you don't know how to reach the CEO. If there's a CEO, you only speak to the junior staff members. That's what you testified. Now you're coming here with your maybes and maybes. You are the municipal manager of this municipality. You've been appointed by council. You are the accounting officer of this municipality. The buck stops with you. And you don't have you have no idea how to deal with this challenge. It's just maybes. Why have you, as the municipal manager, not attempted to meet with the CEO or whoever is in charge of this company?
There was a CEO, and we met on regular basis, but I think he vacated his position more than a year ago. Now they're still struggling to appoint a new CEO for LSCOR.
That wasn't your initial testimony. That wasn't your initial testimony. You told us that you don't know who it was, you only hold the junior staff members accountable. Now you are saying that there was a CEO and you had regular meetings. Why didn't you say that when we put this question to you the first time? There's nothing wrong with our memories, Mr. Klute. We remember what you testify. We remember what you testify. And it's,
No, thank you. That's the one that just slipped my mind. Yeah, but we had the meetings with the CEO too when he was still the CEO at LSCOR.
Can you please tell us what the outcomes and resolutions of those meetings were?
What we did, one of the challenges that we had is on LSCOR not providing water when there's a load shedding or there's electricity breakdown. We work on putting generators, and LSCOR also assisting with the pipeline that was issues with the pipeline, and on that stage they sort out that portion of the pipeline, but the whole line is coming on for more than 30 years, and we have to replace the whole line from LSCOR.
So who's responsible for replacing the whole pipeline?
For now, LSCOR is responsible when there's a breakage or there's a leakage. LSCOR doing the maintenance on that pipeline. Most of the line is going through the LSCOR mining area, and we're not allowed to step into that to that part of it.
Okay. Can you tell us what amount is being paid over between the municipality and LSCOR, and can you please share a copy of the service level agreement with LSCOR with the Commission?
Thank you, Chair. Our account range between 60 and 70,000 rand per month, and I'm not sure if there is a written agreement. According to me, I've never get hold of it. It was
are you the CFO?
yes, sir.
And are you not relying on supporting documentation when you make payments?
I do, but remember the agreement is coming from a long time. So when I come in, LSCO is invoicing me and I'm paying them. And I know how much is their rate per kiloliter. But as for the agreement, I cannot commit that I have an agreement and I can submit because I really have never seen it.
CFO and Mr. Klute, would you then say that there are governance oversight challenges in your municipality?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for confirming. Can you tell us why you then don't purchase your own water tanker when you're spending 32,000 rand a week on a water tanker when you need it?
Commissioner, yes, buying our own tanker, we're only sitting with these issues during Easter in December, so we will only utilize it for that period. But what we did, we had the DBSA partner with our district currently. I think it's one of the districts that the DBSA is partnering with, and we also want to tap into Yellow Fleet and see how they can assist us. We also at the meeting with COCTA on the municipal infrastructure support program, and MISA are currently assisting us in compiling a business plan for Yellow Fleet.
Mr. Klute, you testified earlier that you can't receive 300 million rand without conducting studies. So, what are you doing with the 300 million rand outside of conducting those studies?
Yeah, Chairperson, the 300 million that the municipal manager was referring to, he was referring to a new pipeline from the Orange River to Port Nolloth. So those studies that were previously done, it is your the feasibility study, your EIA, and now the implementation readiness study. It was done by the Department of Water and Sanitation. They funded it itself. So as the municipal manager said, we don't have a 300 million for the construction of a new pipeline, 80-kilometer pipeline from the Orange River. We currently, it was approved, the project was preliminary approved. We have the letter from Department of Water and Sanitation. It is approved for 180 million, whereby the municipality needs to contribute a 10% counter funding. So it was preliminarily approved by DWS, and we are sitting as they are having quarterly meetings with the regional bulk infrastructure, whereby it is approved. At the next meeting, we'll be presenting that project. What the communication telephonically, what they indicated is that most probably there will be a portion of that will be allocated in the 26-27 financial year to Richtersveld municipality to commence with the project, to commence with the pipeline. They also see it as an urgency, the supply of sustainable potable water to the community of Port Nolloth as a whole.
Just repeat, when is the implementation date, more or less?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner?
The implementation date?
The implementation date.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner, at this moment I can't tell you exactly when the implementation date is. We need to go to the next RBPEC meeting whereby it will be approved. When it's approved, it will be DORA. It will be published in the DORA for the 26-27 financial year. So, as usual, we start the implementation. We say the implementation is from the 1st of July. For that financial year.
Mr. Klute, you also testified that you've got an outstanding amount with SAHRC and a payment agreement with the district municipality. What is that outstanding amount and what is the payment agreement with the district municipality?
Our annual contribution to SAHRC is 500 per annum. And we have
500 rand, 500,000, 500 million. Thank you.
500,000, sir. And we also have shared services with the district. And our current invoice was 640,000 rand, and our outstanding, the one for the previous financial year, was 870,000 rand.
Right, thank you, Mr. Adams. I'm going to request Commissioner Quinana to put her questions.
I just want to go back to the issue around the SLA. Your responsibilities as CFO, are they not that you also are the custodian of any documents that pertains to especially payments that requires you? Is that not the case?
It is the case, ma'am, and I'm under oath, I'm well aware. That's why I can tell under oath that in my presence as in Richtersveld municipality, I've tried to get hold of the document, but unfortunately, even Alex Core themselves, they cannot commit to give me any SLA now, and I think the reason behind that is because of the process that is in progress now for handing over of the town to us. So I don't think they want to commit themselves again on a SLA, whereas they know very well that the town should be handed over to us. I'm being honest.
Okay, you're just going too long, and I'm not sure what question you're answering anymore. The question was this: you are the custodian of any documents that pertains to payment. We agree on that,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Now, with the same tone, what you're saying is, despite that, knowing your responsibilities as the CFO, you have not taken it upon yourself to ensure that you have those documents, but you make payment.
Yes.
Now, what informs this payment? Nothing. Is that how a CFO is supposed to be behaving? I'm thinking you probably are hailing from a school of thought of auditors, where you're supposed to ensure that whatever that you do is informed by a document. This way you are covering yourself. But over and above that, we are talking about monies that belongs to government, to the communities. It's not your money. Is that not the case?
It is the case, ma'am.
So as you're sitting there, in fact, you are acknowledging to be committing an offense when one has regard to audit rules and regulations. So you have just admitted to be committing an offense. And you cannot get away from it. You cannot say why, except that you found it happening, and then you perpetuate the offense. You continuously commit an offense. Is that what you're saying?
I tried to get hold of the document, ma'am, but I
When were you
couldn't.
appointed?
Yeah. Or
When were you appointed as CFO?
September 2020.
So from 2020 to date, you have been committing an offense knowingly, with a clear conscience that you are committing an offense. You've just continued. So this contract, according to you, when was it put in place?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
I started at the municipality 2 years ago, but I also was part of the municipality before. And that contract was entered into between SAHRC and Richtersveld in 1990.
It doesn't make sense. I think one of you just said, and I'm not sure whether it was yourself, ma'am, that this contract is a 10-year contract. So if it was entered into in 1990, and you know what, as a lawyer, I know my maths is very bad, but definitely 10 years has long expired. If we're gonna take it from then. But even worse is that you have no documentation. So you can't say whether it's 1990, because this is information that you were given, when you ascended. But you cannot confer that.
I can confirm that I was part of the municipality on that stage in 1990. But what we said about the
That
10
makes it even worse,
But-
You were part of the municipality now. If it was a contract for a period of 10 years, and it's 2025, since 1990,
Commissioner, Chairperson, sorry, Commissioner, it wasn't a contract for 10 years. What Ivan said, it is for the last 10 years that we struggled to get 42,000 kiloliters from LS.
so it's an
from LS.
indefinite contract.
It's indefinite contract, yeah.
Can municipalities enter into such a contract?
Many years ago, municipalities enter into such a contract. It's now with the MFMA, you can't.
And what regulates you now? Is it long ago? Is it the PFMA?
The MFMA.
There? It is?
Now is the MFMA, but
So it is the MFA.
MFMA now, yeah, regulates
MFA.
MFMA.
MMFA.
Yeah.
All right. Now it is the MMFA. It's not long ago That's what I'm trying to get at. Do you realize what you've just said? So you can't operate in a vacuum. You have the rules and the regulations that guides you. So why are you continuing to do a wrong thing knowingly? So you, MMM, you are not different from your CFO, who's the custodian of any payments that ought to be made, who has no regard of what the rules are saying. And I can imagine that the body that she subscribes under would have a fit to realize that they've got an auditor who sits in such a very high position, but is not taking, he's not ensuring that she conducts herself in the manner in which any auditor in the position that she is conducting herself. Now, similarly, yourself, MMM, whilst you are in this position, you have absolutely not taken any interest in ensuring that you protect the interest of the communities in Richtersveld. What informs this? Is it what you said to Mr. Adams, that there's just no governance in this municipality? Why should you still be sitting in those positions then, if there isn't governance? Please answer me.
We receive, I know there was a contract on that stage. On that stage, the MFMA wasn't in place, and it was an indefinite type of contract. And what we working on currently as a CFO say, we need a water from LXCore, and LXCore provide us with invoice, and we paid on that invoice. But as you said,
do you have a lawyer? Is it what do you call them? A municipality lawyer in the legal department?
we don't have.
You don't have. It's a vacant position. So who then studies your contracts? Do you go to SAHRC, or do you take it upon yourself? You know, from where I'm sitting is when you are not a legal person, you don't act as though you know. What? You remain a layman in the field, and you give it to those that understand the work. 100%. You don't take it upon yourself to try and be that which you have not been schooled in.
What we did with new contracts, we provided new contracts to the state law advisor. They are assisting us with new contracts, but that thing is coming on for so long. So, but with the new contracts, we made use of the state law advisor in Kimberley.
And what have you done with regard to the fact that now you know you don't have an SLA and you continue to pay? What have you done? Have you consulted?
We did not consult on the SLA of LXCore, but what we must do, we must go back and look for that contract. I'm not sure. Maybe it's in archives, but I'm definitely sure there was a contract on that stage.
The CFO is nodding. The CFO is nodding. So CFO, basically what you're saying is you're not saying that I looked for it and I couldn't find it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, because it is.
And when was this?
It is our audit process. Even now, the auditors are
When
on
was
site.
this?
Even as we speak, the auditors are on site, and when we submit our contract management, they also need.
Which
that
therefore means that you are definitely going to get a qualified audit. Or is it a disclaimer? Which one is it?
It's a qualified.
And for the last year, has it been a qualified as well?
Yes, ma'am.
The previous year?
It has been stagnant.
It will continue indefinitely for as long as you've got an indefinite contract, but over and above that, you are not applying the MFFA, which guides you.
Like I said,
Why do you
Commissioner,
think they put them in place? Maybe let me ask that.
Come again?
Why do you think there are rules and regulations that guides you insofar as your work?
For financial management. They are put in place for financial management.
For accountability,
Yes.
for transparency, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, in order for you to say, by the way, it was as a result of section so and so that I acted in this fashion. But when you do not do it in that fashion, and you do it as though you are running your own household, whichever way you deem it fit, now clearly that is wrong. You appreciate that you cannot take it upon yourself to do things as though you are in a place where there are no rules and regulations. Do you appreciate that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, I just want to go also to the issue around the fact that the amount provided is not the actual amount, which I'm not even sure where you're getting it, but I suppose the MM will say, I was there as at the time when the contract was concluded, and it is on those bases that I know how much is supposed to be provided. Is that what you'll say? But you see, I've got a challenge with that, and I'm thinking to myself, probably as the years goes by, with the communities that are growing from one year to another, I would imagine that a better contract to really have would be one that talks to those numbers. It can't be a contract that's going to remain stagnant. Is that not so?
100% correct.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So, and for the past so-called 10 years, or I don't even know whether it's 10, is it 20, 1990 to date. So what, 25?
35.
What? Wow. Wow, well, my maths is really bad. So for that past period, has the kilometers, or is it the kiloliters being, have they been increasing?
Decreasing.
According to the initial contract as per MM, the initial contract was provide us with 42,000 kiloliters. And I'm not sure if it at that rate, but the rate has been 275, and the rate is still 275.
So, but this would be from 2020 when you joined.
No, it's coming all the way with the contract, wherever it is.
So you do have, at least this time around, you do have that information that is properly archived.
Yes, Commissioner, what I found out when I was looking for the contract is the municipality had a contract that I cannot get hold of, but the content of the contract is Alexco owned the pipeline that provide us with water. They will provide us with water at a 275 per kiloliter, and it's been like that. So if they give us 20 instead of 42, then it will be 20 times 275.
Right.
Yes.
I'm coming to this point, is that you pay for a certain number.
I pay for the kiloliters that was used. If it is 20 that they provided up to us, 20,000, then it will be 20,000 for 275.
So there hasn't been an instance where you have paid as per purported contract that exists out there.
Remember,
So
we
that
paid-
is not the case.
No, we only paid for what we have used at a rate of 275.
And how are you able to confer that?
There is a meter that they read, and then for me also when I do the water at head on the reservoirs, I also go to the all 12 invoices and I check they must range most. If the first invoice was 10,000, then the second one must read from 10,000 to 15 maybe, like that. So that's how I monitor the kiloliters used as per the bulk meter.
Okay. So this would be something you do from your office.
This is something that I'm doing from my office, but with the help of the technical manager, because they are the ones who now will go out with portion of our asset people to check the readings of the reservoirs.
But you still have a complaint, like the complainant has just testified, that there
We
is
are
a
not getting
challenge.
enough as per contract, yes.
Does it then make sense vis-a-vis what you have just stated? Especially because I think one of you even said that you actually provide more than the number that you're supposed to provide. per household?
For me, it makes sense because if their bulk meter shows that we've used 22,000 kiloliters, we were supposed to get 42. So on our side, then we must now
So in
step
other
up.
words, you're saying the complainant is lying to this commission.
No, ma'am, I'm not saying that. If
So
we,
what do you think is the challenge?
if I can confirm that Alexco is not providing us with 42,000, so it means we need to get more. But it's not a case throughout the year. It will
Do
be
you
it-
think you would, under normal circumstances and in a perfect world, if what you are saying was correct, do you think you would have a complainant to come and testify that there is a challenge?
for during peak time, yes, because during peak time is whereby now they have most holiday houses. Then it's where then now a lot
So
of people
peak
are
time
coming in.
has not just come in 2024 or 2023. You know, peak time is always there.
Yes, ma'am.
So why have you not made provision for peak time,
we
knowing that during holidays there is a challenge?
We have made provisions with that asbestos pipeline that the PMU referred to. That pipeline is specifically for McDougall's Bay residents to get enough water.
Did you hear him? He also says that they are paying. You know how unfair it is that you get to pay for a service that you don't receive.
Who, ma'am?
The complainant.
Oh, for the availability. Yes, I did hear.
Yes. But do you think it is fair to pay for something that you don't receive? And whilst you, as the CFO, you're probably in a better space because you have provided for your home and he has to struggle whilst you have failed to do your work in ensuring that there's water in his household, or many others that could not come there and testify.
No, ma'am.
So once you provide for water tankeries, do you also take into account persons with disabilities? Do you take into account our older persons? Do you take into account children?
I think that is run from Mr. You can assist me, please.
The tinkering services is not providing to each household or to tanks at specific points. We bring it to a certain point from where it is pumped through the network, through every household's meter. So you get the water inside your house. It's not that people have to go and fetch water.
Okay. All right. I think that settles that. As I've got just half a minute or so, I wanted to ask you about the IDP, your unemployment rate. You said, hey, you said, hey, it's very bad. You said 24, yes. What are you doing regarding that? Yeah, PMU is definitely relevant.
In terms of from the project side, what we are trying to do there is with projects that we're currently having. From the projects, there's also the LED side, and maybe the technical manager can elaborate on that. But from my side, what we do is that we do labor-intensive construction strategies to see within the projects how we can accommodate unemployed persons and get them an exit strategy. So we have exceeded our EPWP target that was set. We've exceeded that. So through all the projects that we are having, I'm looking to ensure that the unemployed are accommodated. Currently we can't employ all of them, but we're looking for some of them and to get them accredited training to get the exit strategy for the market outside.
So is there a program that you have that has been designed to address that challenge?
Sorry, Commissioner, I see the unemployment.
Yes.
I think from the LED side, they can give more on that. The program that comes from Department of Public Works, EPWP, we have programs where you have the set targets. There's your infrastructure, there's the social, environmental, and the other sector, whereby
From the municipality side?
from the municipality side, we adhere to those programs.
Section 100 and 153 is very clear on what you need to do with regard to IDPs. That's where I'm coming from. So you are talking about another department, but you are the one that are sitting there. So I want to know from yourselves, is there an IDP that has been developed by this municipality to address that challenge?
Yes, Commissioner, there is a LED addressing all the issues, but LED we must align it with our budget, and normally we can't implement all the projects in the.
Sorry, the question is IDP, not LED.
That's what I said. Did I say LED?
You said LED, yes.
No, IDP. There's a 5-year IDP plan in the municipality.
Chair, if I can just request that same be submitted to showcase that indeed that exists, but over and above that, just those interventions. Maybe as a passing shot, Chair, the other one to address issues around older persons. Do you have a program for them? Do they belong to a forum? Is the forum represented in your municipality? Do you have committees where they are also involved? All the marginalized, of course. Is it there or it doesn't exist?
There is currently a forum established for disabled people in the whole of Richtersveld. There is also a forum for older people, but that forum is run by members of the community. But we support them with venues when they need it.
Okay, if that can also just be submitted so that we can see if indeed it does exist, because there's a responsibility, it's not a favor. It is a responsibility that you support them with transportation, with their oldies games and so forth and so forth. I hope you're doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinana. Just a few things for the record quickly. CFO, just for clarity, how long have you been the CFO of the municipality?
September 2020, Commissioner.
2020?
Yes.
All right. And so you've been there for a long time, and
5 years.
Yes, and I assume that the Auditor General has obviously questioned your contract management, and they've also questioned and qualified you on contract management, but also payments that have been made by the municipality without the necessary supporting documents.
Only on contract management,
Right.
because what I do for payment, specifically for Alex,
Right.
I'm using the invoice.
Okay.
And with the invoice, we can prove that there was water, and their bulk meters prove the reading, so I use
okay.
that for payment.
That's
Yes.
fine. If we could be provided then with that audited, the most recent Auditor General's report as well. With regards, were there times, because you've been the CFO there now for a long time, were there times that, is it Alexcor, overcharged the municipality before you started with this process of verifying the amount of water that is provided to the municipality? Was there a time that it was not verified and that they just on a monthly basis provided you with the exact same amount for payment?
No, sir.
Never.
Never.
Even before you were appointed.
I can confirm that one, sir. But what I've realized is with their invoices, it has readings mostly.
Yeah.
So when I receive this month's statement, I will go back to the previous invoice, and the previous invoice must be the opening balance of the current
Okay.
and then the closing. So this is how we monitor it. And sometimes we do get errors. And if there's errors, we communicate with them and then they give us another invoice.
I see. So you don't have information on the fact that you may have been overcharged in the past by Alex Core? Nothing. You don't have evidence to
No.
provide us, because if your answer was yes, I would have insisted that you recoup the overpayment then from them. Two last parting remarks before I get to the documents that you must provide to us before the 31st of October. Mr. Kloete, when are you going to meet with Mr. van der Steen? I want you to make a commitment
Okay,
today.
we'll do that before we move out of this office.
No,
We
no,
will
no,
make-
it's not going to be a meeting in the parking area. No, a formal meeting.
Okay. I'm not sure when he will be in Port Nolloth. Then we can.
No, why don't you drive to McDougall's Bay?
No, he's not in Madugas Bay. He's staying in Uppington. He's not in.
Oh,
Yeah. So he must said when he will be in Port Nolloth. Then we can arrange a meeting with him.
okay. Can I request you then after the meeting to finalize that meeting, to agree on a date,
That's what I said.
and then also to provide us with a letter signed by you, Mr. Kloete, on the outcome of that engagement.
We'll
All
do
right?
that.
All right. Then, with regards to the water provision, the challenges in McDougall's Bay, what are you going to do in the interim? I've heard about the possible implementation of a project starting on the 1st of July next year. What are you going to do in the interim as your last parting shot?
In the past, as the PMU manager also alluded to, in the past we didn't fill up the Madougals Bay reservoir, but since last year we tried to fill up that reservoir so that they can, so that we can use it as a surplus, as extra water for that community. And currently we are trying to fill up that reservoir so that there will be enough water for the coming festive season. And for emergency cases, normally what we did, we just appointed an service provider for the tanker because it's an emergency. But what we did this time around, we set out an RFQ, a request for quotation, and the request for quotation is for then only for 2 weeks during that festive period.
Okay. Remember, when tourists visit your municipality and they want to have a nice time during the Easter weekend or December's, they also contribute to economic development in your municipality. And if you treat your tourists the way you are, Mr. Kloete, then you are also jeopardizing the lives and the quality of lives of your ordinary residents, because there's no income coming into your municipality. So prioritize the water issue in your municipality as a matter of urgency. And as I've said, Mr. Kloete, we're not going to leave this matter. We're not going to leave it. There's Mr. Adams, there's Mr. Weingart. They will monitor the implementation of our recommendations in this report. Please ensure that the people now get access to water in your municipality. All right. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kloete, as I've indicated, I'm requesting that you submit to the Commission before the 31st of October the following information: a detailed report on the Alex Core arrangement and measures to address governance challenges. Did the AG make audit findings with regards to that? I need information in writing from you, MM. How much are they setting tariffs if there's no contract in place? How is the tariff making process done? How is it dealt with if there's no contract in place? Is it thumb sucking? Do you base it on something? How do you determine the tariffs? Then the water use license for Alex Core, if it's there. We require the water use license. Information on the feasibility studies on the 80-kilometer pipeline, and all the documents and time frames on this project, everything. Because if you need my assistance, we have a cordial relationship with the Department of Water and Sanitation, the Minister, the Deputy, the DG, Dr. Phillips. So I need all that information, all right? If you don't require my assistance, then I will not provide it to you. Info on the payment agreement with the district and Salga. It's 500,000 rand for an indigent municipality, membership fees. 500,000 Salga. Wow. I repeat what we said in Kimberley. This is just exorbitant. Information on how Mr. van der Steen's complaint will be addressed. You will provide me with that letter indicating that you had a meeting and how you resolved at that meeting. Information on how persons with disabilities are covered in the IDP processes. And I assume, Commissioner Quinana, you would also like older persons to also be addressed when you respond on how it's handled in your IDP. Okay? Then a report on the handover process for the town from Alex Court to the municipality. The handover process. You must please include the plans and time frames in this report. If you are not sure about these documents that you have to provide to us, I will just request Mr. Weingart, the gentleman sitting there, to provide you with the information. He can just send you a WhatsApp or formal letter or whatever the case may be. But that we require not later than the 31st of October, which is next week Friday. You have 2 weeks to work on it. We are quite lenient. Quite lenient.
Thank you.
All right. All right, but you please, Mr. Kluter, address access to water. You have admitted under oath that there are human rights violations in your municipality. Landfill sites are a serious challenge, but water in particular. Address those issues. Otherwise, we will do what we have to do. If we have to litigate against an indigent municipality, we will do that. We will do that. Address those challenges. All right. Thank you very much. You are released. Thank you. Next municipality or next complainant, please, Mr. Weingart. The only person representing your municipality today.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you'll respond to CFO questions and technical issues, everything.
I'll try to
All right.
the best of my ability.
Perfect.
Commissioner, firstly, I just want to
No, we'll get
apologize.
to you. We'll get to that later. We're going to request Mr. Weingart. There's no complainant. Just some order, please. Some silence. Right, there's no specific complainant that will be presenting a complaint, but Mr. Weingart, our senior legal officer, will be providing the panel with a summary of the challenges that are being experienced in your municipality. Mr. Weingart?
and smaller settlements. So the initial complaint that we received from the municipality was actually from the municipality itself. The municipality was embroiled in a dispute with at that time, the Sedibeng Water Board. And then that was then taken over by Vaal Central Water Board. So the municipality owed the water board in excess of 500 million rand at some stage, and they disputed the amounts that was levied against the municipality. Something they argued that they didn't have control over, but it was annually when the minister sets the rates, then they just had to follow. The Human Rights Commission then assisted or facilitated talks between Vaal Central and the municipality, where they then agreed to enter into a new service level agreement. But key to that was the municipality raised electricity charges, and then Vaal Central refused to pay those, and they refused to set off those charges. Now, implication for on how it affected the consumers was that the municipality then, their charges became enormous and unaffordable for consumers. So municipality incurred losses on their water. They couldn't charge what the water board charges them for the water. And they also sit with a 120 kilometer pipeline that is not providing sufficient water to communities, and that led to protest against the municipality, and they had to incur cost when there's power outages, floods, and so forth. So the issue of water then became a scarce commodity and expensive for consumers. The other problem that was highlighted, but this was through other complaints, is the issue of access to housing. Namakwa, unlike the other municipalities within the Northern Cape, doesn't have a problem of informal settlements, but there's an issue around access to housing. So inadequate land for housing, inadequate budget for town planning, and so forth. Yeah, that is what we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weingart. Commissioner Quinana, I'm going to request you to handle the formalities.
Thank you. May I please have you stand, Mr. Malan? May I have your full names for the record? Your age? Thank you. And is it the oath or the affirmation? Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you so much. Sonia, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Mr. Malan, you wanted to apologize. Let's listen to your apology.
Thank you, Commissioner, for listening to my apology. I must bring apologies for my team to be here today. They have other engagements today, but I will answer the questions to the best of my ability. And I've seen in the previous hearing that you allow us to submit documents to you, so I would gladly make use of the advance to submit documents if I can't answer the question. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Malan. For us, the most important person to appear before us is the municipal manager. If you were not here, we would have been upset, but the fact that you are here makes up for the staff members not being here. Right. Mr. Malan, you've listened to Mr. Weingart. Our business as the Commission is human rights, and we've heard about water challenges and other service delivery challenges in your municipality, when he summarized the overview of the state of your municipality. Are there any human rights violations, according to you, in your municipality? You're obviously familiar with the Bill of Rights. I mean, as an accounting officer, as a municipal manager, surely you must have heard of the Bill of Rights, and then obviously also the rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Are there human rights violations occurring in your municipality?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. To my knowledge, as we are in the business of service delivery to our communities, I suppose there will be violations because we always have challenges in providing basic services to our communities. So electricity, housing, I've heard about the housing challenge, yes. We are struggling with housing, the supply of water, the supply of electricity. So I suppose there will be violations.
Suppose? Why using that word? Tell us straight, Mr. Malan, what are the challenges? Don't come with maybes and suppose and I think so. What are the challenges?
Okay,
Are there human rights violations in your municipality, yes or no?
Yes, Commissioner.
With regards to what?
Water
Yes,
delivery.
people don't have access to water.
Not all of them. And then the provision of electricity as well, because we have a lot of informal settlements. So we are currently working through our processes to provide water and like in basic services to our informal settlements.
So it's mainly, with regards to human rights violations, mainly access to water and electricity, you say?
Yes, Commissioner.
There are no sewage spillages in your municipality?
Not at the moment. There are some short, small spillage, but we work on that 24 hours. We have a nice response system through which the community can let us know about that.
All right.
I know in the past the Namaqua district municipality also made us aware of drainage spillage.
What was your audit outcome previous financial year?
It was unqualified.
Unqualified.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. That's good to hear.
And we progressed from 2 qualified audit findings in the previous 2 years, and we are currently at unqualified. And our team.
You are currently at unqualified.
Yeah.
Okay.
And our team, the AG is currently with us, so we are doing our utmost best to provide them with all the information to maintain that unqualified.
All right. No, that's a good commitment. All right. I'm going to request the provincial manager, Mr. Adams, just to present the systemic challenges to you that we've identified in the province. If you agree, just say yes. If you disagree, tell us why you disagree. And if there's anything else that you would like to elaborate on or provide us with some explanation, you are more than welcome to do that as well. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Mr. Malan, municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, the reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 Rand to 3 million Rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SALGA and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Malan, how much money do you on an annual basis generate through by providing services through rates and taxes and selling water to the community and or any other service? What is your annual income that you generate from your own sources?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's just sorry that the CFO isn't
No,
here today.
more or less.
More or less, we are working with a budget of around 600 million per annum. And I would say we are grant dependent, so I think maybe 200 to 300 of those will be generated from services rendered.
Okay.
And going with that, we are struggling with debt collection, especially in the towns where Eskom is providing the electricity. And if you've seen in our presentation, we have a large area in our municipality that Eskom is providing electricity. So that's our challenging areas, but I would say around 200 to 300 million.
That you actually get people from people who actually pay for their services.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's the actual amount you receive from your ratepayers.
That's correct, Commissioner. We have an intervention starting this year where we have a service partner that help us with installing smart meters, with fixing the infrastructure of the meters to our community's homes. So we have a better way of determining the metering towards our housing. And then we also have a nice system and a nice platform informing our communities on what they should pay. We've applied for the electricity tariff at NERSA this year, and I think we are the second lowest. We have the second lowest rate in South Africa, and we've also switched over to 3 different categories where we can help our communities to provide electricity that's affordable to the different types of our community members.
Thank you, Mr. Malan. With regards to Mr. Adams's presentation, do you agree with those systemic challenges? Are those challenges also prevalent in your municipality? If yes, say yes. If no, I disagree. Let us not have a long discussion. We already know what the challenges in the province are. Just if you disagree and if you would like to make an input on a challenge that is unique to your municipality.
Thank you, Commissioner. I fully agree with Mr. Adams's submission. All of those challenges, they are also part of Namakwa municipality. We are struggling with all of them. I'm just going to highlight some of them that I managed to write down. Mr. Adams went a bit fast through the list.
Yeah, just keep it short because we have a lot of municipalities to deal with today.
Okay, obviously the financial challenges. As I've said, we are now only starting to do debt collection a bit better, but the financial challenges are there. We don't have enough money to invest in our communities. I wouldn't say we are grant dependent, but our projects is large. So not all of the projects we can fund out of our own budget. Then the thing of corruption, that is always a big challenge.
Why?
Because we have to work in our administration to do like in fraud prevention and that sort of stuff. So we've started this year with getting our MPAC functioning. We got our disciplinary board functioning. So there's a lot of interventions that we've started to get the administration healthy, because there's always room for corruption. Then the
Sorry, just on your finances, you indicated that you don't have enough funds to service the community properly. How much do you pay? What is your membership fees for SAHRC per annum, and are you up to date?
Commissioner, I wanted to get to that one. We are not up to date,
Oh,
and it is a bit too much for us to bear as we are.
what is the amount?
I think it's more than 500,000 or so. We had this discussion like in 2 or 3 months ago, where we decided we wanted to get like in our political leadership to ask SAHRC if they can't write off some of our debt, or if they can't give us a discounted price. But I'm not sure of the figures right now. But I know that's also an issue with us. We also have the issue with the debt collection in our ESCOM towns, because we are providing them with basic services except for electricity. But our communities are poor, so they can't afford to pay for the basic services. But there's always ways that they can make a little contribution to our municipality to maintain the infrastructure in those towns. But we are not getting the support from ESCOM in doing that type of debt collection. We are still investing in those infrastructure. I think we had like in common queries from that communities to fix their street lights and that type of infrastructure. In some cases we've helped them, but the policy from ESCOM is that we can't work on their infrastructure, and as well as the MFMA determines that we can't do expenses on assets that's not our property.
What form of support does both SAHRC and the district municipality provide to your municipality?
Commissioner, the district municipality, we make use of let's say the administration to help us. For instance, we had our records team go to them to get best practices. We sometimes use some of their senior managers or management on our bid committees. We ask them for normal support in our administration. That's the district municipality.
Financial support?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sure.
Then, what was the other
SAHRC?
part? SAHRC, our mayor is lucky to be on the management of the provincial SAHRC. So he has a lot of interaction with them. I know that we've asked SAHRC to help us with our records management, because that's a challenging place for our municipality. And then the other thing
And have they assisted you
they do.
with
They-
record management?
Yeah,
Okay.
they planned an intervention for November this year, where a team of their record management will visit our municipality and help us, for instance, to approve our file plan and see if we have adequate storage for all our records. The other thing we've asked SAHRC to help us on was to help us with our bylaws, because that's an expensive exercise, and we don't have the internal capacity to do that on our own.
And what was the response?
They started to hold like in workshops at first, then virtual workshops. But I know they said that they committed to visit our municipality to help us with the review of our bylaws, because our bylaws is very old and it's at such a stage that we can't implement them properly because of the changes.
And did they provide you with timelines? When will this happen?
Commissioner, I'm not sure right now. I think it's before the end of the year,
All
because they have a series of virtual meetings first
Uh-huh.
to establish at which level our bylaws are. So we will follow up with them, but we want to do that before the end of this financial year.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, from our side, that will also be one of our recommendations, panel members, that, you know, those commitments that they've made to your municipality, both the district and SAHRC, need to be implemented.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Anything else that you would like to raise on the challenges presented by Mr. Adams before I ask the two panelists to put questions to you?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. You did well there. Mr. Adams?
Mr. Malan, I want to refer you to the Green Drop Progress Report from 2022. I note that Namakwa municipality is reflected at a 90% critical risk rating. Can you please tell us a little more about that? And the Green Drop score is at 27%.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adams, to which page are you referring? Is it our
It's
presentation?
not your presentation, it's the Department of Water and Sanitation
Okay.
submission.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Namakwa municipality is classified as a 90% critical risk rating with a 27% green drop score. Can you tell us a little more about that? What may have led to that?
Mr. Adams, sorry, I won't be able to answer that question. I see now clearly the technical manager should have been here.
Okay. Do you know whether or not you've got a corrective action plan in place?
Mr. Adams, I know of some 6B directives that DWS issued to our municipality. We are currently working with MISA to help us to upgrade all our sewerage plants, and as well as to do training for the water process controllers. So I think that will set up going forward for the municipality to better that green drop scoring.
Okay, thank you. We have learned from the Department of Water and Sanitation that they've opened up criminal charges against the municipality. Can you tell us more about that? Because as the MM, you should be aware of that.
Yes, Mr. Adams, I am aware of that. Those are the 6B directives I just alluded to. So what happened there is that our sewerage plants, they do not comply to the regulations. So we had some funding that was sent back to DWS, but then we've had a meeting with the national management. It was at Namakwa. It was like in, I think, a month ago, where they've appointed MISA to help us with the expenditure, and then we've also applied for a rollover of that funds that were supposed to go back, and then they committed to, if we have a council resolution to appoint MISA as the implementing agent, then they will consider the approval of the rollover application. So at this stage, we've submitted all the documentation. We are just waiting on them to confirm that MISA will start working with us. I think it's a bit more than 4 million to help us getting our sewerage plants all to comply with the regulations. So we will have the support of the DWS as well as MISA to guide us through those process. And they've also committed to dropping those charges if we stay within the implementation plan and reaching all the deadlines that we've put out in that plan. But we have the support of DWS, and MISA will be the implementing agent. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. You also testified that you're spending over 500,000 Rand on SAHRC fees. Would you say that that is value for money?
Mr. Adams, that's a hard question. Okay, partly. I would say in some parts they are assisting us, but then in other parts, especially the parts where they need to negotiate for the senior managers' remuneration packages, I'm not sure if they are fighting hard enough for that. While I'm highlighting this is in our rural areas, your senior managers is like in a scarce skill. We have a big challenge attracting technical senior managers because of the mining sector being active in our jurisdictional area. So you see, we can't offer them nice packages to attract all the skills needed. The CFO is also like in a scarce skill that we can't seem to attract to Namakwa. Luckily, we have an in-house CFO that we've groomed for the past 17 years, I think. So that's one of the success stories. Then the last one is the municipal manager that we are struggling with, because the last municipal manager retired in 30 June 2025 this year, and now we've advertised, and we have to re-advertise that position again.
Are you acting? Are you acting?
Commissioner, I'm not acting anymore. My term, I was the acting municipal manager, and then my 3 months came to an end at 30 September. And now the new acting municipal manager, because we couldn't make an appointment, they appointed one of the other senior managers. But the management team felt it good to send me because I was brought up to speed of all the activities in the municipality. So,
But now you've opened a can of worms, my friend.
yeah.
Now you've opened a can of worms. Why didn't the acting municipal manager why didn't he or she send a letter of apology, or just give us this explanation? This person is just absent, is just disrespecting this commission. No apology whatsoever, no explanation, even when you started.
Commissioner, that was what I was trying to convey.
No,
at
I
the
gave
start.
you the opportunity, and you were apologizing for the other three who could not be here because you were saying that the Auditor General is there, etc., etc. Where's the acting M? Who's the acting MM?
It is the Director of Community Services.
What is his or her name?
Her name is Rafilwe Sabela.
And why didn't she submit an apology?
She was supposed to, but I'm not sure why it didn't reach your office.
Why didn't reach my office? Did she actually send an apology letter?
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
She did not.
Yeah, because
She did not send a letter of apology, Mr. Malan. Right or wrong?
okay, Commissioner, because we were just busy preparing the presentation.
But she did not
for-
send a letter of apology. We even requested the provincial head of SAHRC to assist us in ensuring that all municipal managers appear before us. This one has just decided, no, bugger that, I'm not going there. Without an apology. I'm sure the panel will see it in a very serious light. Proceed, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Mr. Malan, according to DWS, Namakwa in your district has the lowest reliability index at 52%. Can you tell the panel a little more about that finding by DWS, please?
Sorry, Mr. Adams, can you just repeat what do we have? The lowest?
The lowest water reliability index at 52%, meaning that 48% of households do not have a reliable water supply.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adams, that's also one for my technical manager. And I think now it seems why they should have been here, because I don't have an answer to that one.
Can you tell the panel what the municipality is doing to mitigate that status?
Mr. Adams, to my knowledge, we have put, for instance, we are working with our water board to upgrade or to fix the infrastructure, because that has been our main challenge. It's old pipelines, so on their side, they are also trying to upgrade their metering as well as their pipelines. And I think when we have a good running water system, then it will better that figure.
Okay. How much is the municipality spending on fees to the district municipality?
No fees, as
No
I'm
fees?
aware.
Okay. On slide 13 of your presentation, there is a 715 million rand surplus. What would have triggered this? Or are you going to need the CFO to answer that question?
Is that the part of the annual financial statements? Oh,
Slide 13, yes. Net surplus for the year.
net surplus,
for the year.
deficit.
715 million rand.
No, sorry, Mr. Adams, unfortunately I won't be able to answer that surplus. But I see it's on the expenditure side.
Apologies. Can you tell us why the funding was sent back to DWS?
It was because we couldn't spend the grant within the time limits as indicated by DWS.
Any reason why you couldn't spend it within the time limit?
Mr. Adams, at our municipality, all the projects we put out on tender. And what happens is, it's a curious thing. I'm not sure if it's with all the municipalities the same. But whenever we put out a tender and we adjudicate it and appoint a service provider, then the appeal starts to come in from the other bidders. In this year, we've tried different interventions to circumvent the occurrence where appeals keep the tender from being appointed and the project from starting. So we've changed our bid committees. The last intervention that we did for this financial year is we've appointed an appeal authority. We've designed a SOP for the handling of appeals, and I think for this financial year, we will definitely see some progress. At this stage of the year, we have prevented MIC from withholding any grants from us because we've submitted, we've submitted our tender process. We could have proved that we've appointed a service provider or contractor, but the only thing keeping us from spending is the appeals. So currently there's a lot of appeals against our tenders, but we are working on ways to let's say systems and controls to streamline the handling of appeals, because we need to spend the money before the time, let's say the deadline of DWS. And the same goes for MIC and all the other grant fundings. So we currently have advertised 8 different tenders, and that's for all those grants. And we are in an advanced, let's say, phase of the adjudication.
That's all for now, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Milan, I just want you also to be truthful when you respond to questions. You know, earlier I did ask you the question around human rights violations, specifically with regards to sewage spillages and so on, and a truthful person would have immediately briefed the Commission on the criminal charges against the municipality, and you just indicated that there's a, can't remember your exact words, but there's just a small area or that is currently experiencing sewage challenges, and that you are busy dealing with it. That was your response. And when Mr. Adams put the question to you about criminal charges, it's only then that you decided to brief the Commission on the challenges. So what are the human rights violations in your municipality? Keep it short. It's water. Is sewage sanitation a challenge in your municipality? Is the municipality committing human rights violations with regards to sanitation and sewage spillages in particular in the municipality? And what are the others?
Thank you, Commissioner. The water, I agreed with that. Electricity, I've agreed with that. The sewage, the 6B directives, it was for our sewage plant not complying with the regulations. So it doesn't mean necessarily that there's large spillages of sewage in our communities. I know one of the shortcomings was that we don't have a full-time water process controller on site, and the different sites of the sewage process. So the directives was for that, for not complying, and not for actual spillage in the streets. As I've said, there's one that I'm aware of that the district municipality told us about in one of our informal settlements, I think, where there was spillage, but we did send out our team with the tanker trucks to do away with the spillage. So that's not why the criminal charges was. The criminal charge was actually just for not complying with the regulations.
All right. And what did they do with the tanker trucks to address sewage spillage? I'm confused now.
Sorry, Commissioner, it's our, let's say, our suction tanks. Sorry, that's the word, suction tanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Malan. Commissioner Queenana, your questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to even want to ask you questions because you've already said some of the things you're not able to answer. But I'm going to try and see how far we can take it. The statistics of your municipality, the warm bodies, what is the number there?
Thank you, Commissioner. The warm bodies at this stage is a staff complement of between 230 and 250 permanent workers.
Are there any positions that needs to be filled?
Yes, Commissioner. Unfortunately, there are more than 100 positions that needs to be filled. Last time when we reported, we had a vacancy rate of 40%, I think, between 40 and 50%.
And what is stopping you from filling the positions?
The finances, because we have to stay within the norm that Treasury dictates between 25 and 42%. We are currently in let's say in 30s, in the high 30s. We are currently there, and then so that's why we are doing we currently did some recruitment processes on filling those positions, but we have to do it without taking. We have to do that with taking into account that norm, so that we don't go over the 42% of that norm of Treasury.
So these positions do exist
They do,
as
Commissioner.
per the organogram.
They do, Commissioner.
Are they provided for in terms of the funds?
Some of them does. We did it at our adjustment budget, and then we've reviewed our staff establishment by the 30th of June, and now come February, we will have a look at it again and see if there's still money again to fill the other vacant positions.
So some are provided for, some are not provided for.
Yes, we've provided for, I think, 50 positions that we are still doing the recruitment now. We've started in July. We've done some of the appointments. And by the end of, let's say, before February 2026, we want all those 50 positions to be filled.
And in terms of your communities, what is your statistics looking like?
Our strategy in our
Your
communities.
statistics, the numbers, the community members.
Community members, let me just look at the population. It's 68,600.
Unemployment?
I can't give you an exact number of the employment rate, but I would suppose the employment rate is very high, because when we advertised these positions, it was for 50 positions, but we received almost I think 1,600 applications. So it looks like there's a high unemployment rate, and that's why when we did our recruitment processes, we tried through employment equity to first look at our own communities, qualified people and capable people.
Right, and then it brings me to the IDP then, the Integrated Development Program. Do you have it or do you not have it?
I don't have it here with me now, but if there is any questions, we have done the review in March. Maybe I can give you an answer on that, because the whole senior management team was part of the development of the IDB that was approved before June with the budget.
Okay, so if you can just have that submitted through you, Chair. So do you perhaps know how is it addressing this unemployment, especially after receiving that number of applicants for just to fill 50 positions?
Yes, Commissioner. For the unemployment, we have some projects where we have job creation in our communities. Now, we receive a grant from Public Works, And to my knowledge, we have we use our own funding as well to also do employment, let's say job creation projects. So what we've done is we've appointed so much, we created so much jobs that we've exceeded the grant that we received from Public Works, and we did it in such a manner that I know that Public Works gave us a rollover of 600,000 for this financial year because of our expenditure in the EPWP projects. So that's why we are budgeting for those type of projects, and it's like in the projects that we are currently running is for it's also service delivery related. So we have teams doing working in the community services department, especially with that large amount of vacancies. So we are using some of those teams to do refuse removal. We have I think 6 to 7 teams that do the filling of potholes, and that's all towards service delivery. And then we also allow, we call them bucket teams in our region, where we appoint a person who have a vehicle and then his own team, and then they remove also do the garden refuse and that sort of stuff for us.
Are they included in the 230 to 250?
Yeah, the vacancy. What
No,
is?
the people that you are saying have now been employed, or are these temporary employees?
That's temporary employed.
Right. And do you know anything about how older persons are cared for and the persons with disabilities?
No, Commissioner, but I can make a note of that because we need to have a look at that category of.
When Mr. Venn had also informed us of the challenges, amongst others, it was to say there aren't really informal settlements and not in. There's definitely inadequate land that has been provided for housing. So do you know if there's a plan with regard to say?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a big problem with the housing, and then the Department of Koksta, we are engaging with them to help us because of our large informal settlements, where we had to do water connections, electricity connections out of our own pockets, and all those connections are in parts that is currently earmarked for Koksta's housing projects. So what we've done is we've engaged with them to meet so that we can work hand in hand with those projects of theirs. We've also allocated some land through our town planning department, which we can earmark for future RDP housing projects. And then we can get Koksta on board because we can only provide the land for the people while Koksta can do the top structure. And then we
Has
can...
there been talks?
Yes, Commissioner.
So there is a plan?
We have not formulated the plan as yet, but we are engaging them. They have projects running that we have inherited, let's say it like that. So what we've done is here and there, we are working with the National Housing Needs Register. So whenever Koksta indicate a beneficiary, then we try to help them to allocate a piece of land for that persons.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Milan, and I must indicate that this was actually a very disappointing session. You know, you started very well, and then we suddenly realized that the acting municipal manager was not you. I thought it was. just tell me for purposes of the record, are you said something about your appointment ended at the end of September, the 30th of September. Are you still an employee of the municipality?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm the Director of Corporate Services.
Corporate services.
Yes.
Yo, I used to be a director of corporate services, and I must tell you, I still know nothing about finances, technical services, planning. They really send the wrong person. They really send the wrong person to this engagement, and I'm going to request the provincial manager to seriously consider that we subpoena the acting municipal manager. She must come and explain why she's not here. I know that you said something about the Auditor General. We respect and we value the Auditor General. They're doing a good job, but it's just the decent thing to do is to submit a formal apology explaining reasons, not just to stay away. So I'm going to request Mr. Adams to consider a process where we also subpoena the municipal manager, acting municipal manager. We've not asked you about political stability. I don't want you to respond. Okay, Mr. Malan, we are running behind time. You need to provide, and I'm going to request Mr. Weingart to provide you with all these information. He can just forward the WhatsApps to you. Don't tell us tomorrow that your cell phone fell into a pool of water or whatever and you can't provide us with the information. We can do it again. Following information you need to provide to us. Tell your boss the missing acting municipal manager. Before the 31st of October, that's next week Friday, you must provide us with the following information. Detailed information on fees paid to SAHRC. Detailed information on support provided by the district municipality and SAHRC in the past 2 financial years. Information on green drop scores and corrective plans to address the poor green drop score. Detailed report on the status quo on 6B directives. Those are the criminal charges for pollution and environment. Details on plans to mitigate poor water supply reliability. Report on debt owed to Vaal Central Water Board and the latest development with regards to the service level agreement. A copy of your recent annual reports. Can you provide that to us? That shouldn't be a problem. Your a detailed organogram and filled positions. Copy of the IDP and the sector plans. Details of what water projects and housing projects, on what water projects and housing projects you have and you're currently busy with, the money allocated, and at what stage the municipality is at. For example, are you only at the planning stage? Is it a study only? Are you at the procurement stage or at the implementation stage? We need to understand all these things. We need details on all the jobs that you have created in your municipality to deal with Commissioner Queen Nana's passion and question. What are you doing to address unemployment in your municipality? Not sure if I've referred to the budget. If you can provide me with the current financial year's budget, also the, let's say, the previous 2 years' budgets. Copy of the directives from Department of Water and Sanitation. And there we need information on the last 3 years. Now, we heard from Mr. Weingart earlier that your municipality approached the Human Rights Commission to help with talks between yourselves and Vaal Central Water Board. Now, details of this was, we need details on, on whether this was resolved and the latest service level agreement. So more information on the talks that you had with Vaal Central, and then also what the outcomes were. I think that is it. Mr. Malan, again, a very disappointing session. The proceedings are live streamed, so just tell your acting municipal manager and your CFO and whoever was supposed to be here that they can watch the proceedings on YouTube, especially your testimony. So there is no excuse for them not to provide us with that information. It's there. It's on the internet. You can get. You have access to it. Provide us with the information not later than the 31st of October, and the panel will leave it in Mr. Adams' hands on whether he wants to subpoena the acting municipal manager, and yeah, for just disrespecting the commission. How can we finalize an informed report that will be tabled everywhere in almost every legislature in this country, and they are not here to testify? It's very concerning. On that note, thank you, Mr. Malan. You are released.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Adams. Sorry, commissioners.
We're going to take a 10-minute, are we allowed, Mr. Mugodi, to take a 10 minutes comfort break?
those places. It is all areas that are part of the monitoring of the Northern Cape office. The complaints that we received from relates to access to water, sanitation, housing, and so forth. We do understand from responses from the municipality that they rely on boreholes for water, and this has been challenging over the years. In Garis, so much so that they received funding for a desalination plant because of the quality of the water. There's issues of sewer spillages, wastewater treatment plants, and that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weingart, our evidence leader. Right. Is the municipal manager in attendance? Are you the municipal manager? Thank you, sir. Commissioner Quinana, I'm going to hand over to you for formalities.
Thank you, Chair. May I please request that you stand? May I please have your full names on record?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm Rufus Kormako Beukes, Municipal Manager at Kamiesberg Municipality.
Your age?
My age is 42.
Thank you. And is it the oath or the affirmation?
Sorry, ma'am?
Do you believe in God?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is the oath
Yes,
that you're
ma'am.
willing to
Yes,
make.
ma'am.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, ma'am.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
If there is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please hand over the mic to your colleague. Your full name, sir?
Frederick Sebastian Strauss,
Your age?
45,
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
oath.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
yes,
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." So help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you so much. Both Sonny and Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Quinana. Just for the record, sir, what is your job designation?
I'm
You
the
may be seated.
CFO.
The CFO, all right. No, that's helpful, thank you. Okay, you've heard Mr. Weingart. He provided us with a brief overview of the challenges that your municipality is facing. There appears to be serious water provision challenges in your municipality. We've also heard that there are sewage spillages in your municipality. In your view, is your municipality committing human rights violations by not giving people access to water, sufficient water as per the provision in the Constitution? And then secondly, also human rights violations with regards to sewage spillages. I mean, government must ensure that there's a clean and safe environment, and if you are not, and that's a human right. And if you allow sewage spillages, then surely there are human rights violations in your municipality. But I want to hear it from you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Like the evidence leader mentioned in his overview, at Kamiesberg Municipality, we are Water Service Authority. We are serving 16 small towns, including Garis, which is our main town, which we are providing water to. During drought seasons, we are struggling to provide sufficient water. That I must be honest with, because we are reliant on bowls to provide water to the community members. We have received in February 2022, we have received a directive from the Department of Water and Sanitation. Since then, we have addressed the issue where sewage was spilling into the veld
or there was leakages into the field. So we have addressed it since 2022. Currently, we don't have any sewage spillages. Only 3 towns in Kamisberg consist of water waste treatment works. It's only Koinas, which is an old mine town, and Kamiskroon and Garis.
So you are disputing what the evidence leader said, that there are sewage spillages in your municipality?
Yes, yes,
No
Commissioner.
sewage spillages
There's
whatsoever?
there's no sewage spillages, Commissioner. What I can say is the sewage spillages that happened in 2022 in Koina specifically, that is the only sewage works where there were spillages. Where the spillages went into the field, there's still a dry area. So as a municipality, we still need to rehabilitate that area. It's not a big area, but yeah, it is still visible, so to speak of.
Okay, you to a certain extent also acknowledge that there are water challenges in the municipality, and that during dry season, the dry season, you are struggling to provide sufficient water, to use your words,
Yes.
to the community. What does that mean?
It only means, Commissioner, that sometimes we have some water where we cut off water, where we give periodic water to the residents of some of the towns, not all the towns. So then we are managing the water. So we are managing the bowls, making sure that there's sufficient water pumped through. Then we are giving 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours at night. We are providing water to those citizens. So we identify with the depth of the water in the bowls, all our bowls, and then we record those depth, and then we are managing it through that process. Also by monitoring our reservoir levels, so that we ensure that we don't pump out all the water at our reservoirs and bowls is running dry, and then we're sitting with community members that might not have water at all. So yeah, so we are managing the process through water management.
All right, but if I listen to you, you are saying that there's not a single day that a community member, any community member, will not have access to water. It will be periodic, but at each and every community member in your municipality during a day will at least have access to water, although it will be periodic. Is that what you are saying, under oath?
Yes, Commissioner, except for Karkams. At Karkams, we're currently busy with a water project through Costa, through the MIG-grant, that is funded by the MIG-grant. We are nearing completion now, end of October, we are nearing completion. The problem that we are sitting with in Karkams specifically, if I can specifically be on Karkams now, is that we have solar panels and solar pumps at Karkams. So during the winter season, when there's no sunshine, then we are struggling to pump water to the reservoirs. But now in summer season, we won't sit with it with the same problem. So, but like I've said, we are nearing the end of our Karkams project.
Okay. But what does that mean?
That means once we are completing now the project.
No. If people don't have access to water in that specific area, for how long would it be? More than a day, 2 days, 3 days? What are we looking at?
Commissioner, when people don't have water, then we're making use of our water tanker. So then we are driving water in from our neighboring towns.
Okay,
like
and you own the water tanker?
Yeah, we own the water tanker. It's a municipal asset. So then we are getting some water from the neighboring towns, and then we are dropping off water while we are busy making sure that the reservoirs get to a level that we can then provide water.
A question to the CFO. What was your audit opinion?
Qualified opinion.
And what would the reasons be, CFO, for a qualified audit opinion, and how long have you had a qualified audit opinion?
In 2017, 2018, if I'm correct, there was a unqualified audit opinion.
Why have you regressed?
The next year, the municipality went to a disclaimer. And then since then, for the last 6 years, 7 years, I think it's on a qualified opinion.
Why would that be?
There is multiple reasons for that. The major one being the assets, which we are really struggling with. And there is some qualifications on revenue. We have, and also an old outdated financial system which was replaced last year. So we've been I'm there for 2.5 years now, nearly 2.5 years. So the main aim is next year for unqualified audit.
The aim doesn't convince me, CFO. The aim is that we all are aiming for something that is unachievable. You've had an unqualified audit opinion for, no, a qualified audit opinion, which was, then there was also a disclaimer in, is it 1718 or 1819? And then there are still revenue challenges. You're still struggling with your financial system. There are challenges with your assets, but you are aiming to get an unqualified audit opinion.
Yes, Chairperson, that's correct. There is a lot of mechanics happening behind the scene. Before I started, the CFO position was vacant for more than 2 years. So the first part of my first 2 years was just addressing lots of legacy issues in terms of assets, revenue qualifications, so forth. It is hard work, but we have the commitment from national and provincial treasury. Unfortunately, we are a distressed financially municipality. If you look at the numbers, we don't rely on consultants. We actually don't use consultants at all. It's done in-house. It takes longer than if we were in a better position to get assistance for ourselves. But it's hard work, and we're working very hard towards what we are doing for the last 2 years.
Okay. Mr. Adams, I'm going to ask you to put the questions to the MM and the CFO, and thereafter Commissioner Quinana. Sorry, just an explanation again. Sorry, apologies, Mr. Adams. We're going to just read to you the systemic challenges that we've already identified in the province. If you agree with those challenges, if those challenges are also prevalent in your municipality, you can just say, yes, we have similar challenges. If you disagree, tell us that, no, this one we are fine, we don't have that challenge in the municipality. And if there's any other challenge, a unique challenge that you would like to bring to our attention that we could include in our report, remember, at the end of the day, we know, that you have, and the CFO is correct, that you are a financially distressed municipality. You don't have access to sufficient funding. For example, you can't generate your own revenue in the municipality because of many issues, and Commissioner Quinana is going to ask you about the unemployment rate in your municipality, and that is obviously the reason why people are not paying for their services. But we also, with this report, we don't just want to name and shame your municipality. We want national and provincial government to intervene, to assist municipalities to address these challenges. We cannot always just blame municipalities and get excuses from provincial government for, why are they not assisting municipalities to provide services. So if there are unique challenges, please tell us what they are so that we can include it in our report. Thank you. Mr. Adams, over to you.
Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 Rand to 3 million Rand per month. corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in ESCOM supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. So, my first question is whether or not you know the true cost of producing water and treating wastewater.
Can we just get an indication from the whether he agrees with those systemic challenges?
We agree, yes, Commissioner.
All of them?
Yes.
So you have political instability in your municipality as well?
Not political instability, but with most of the challenges that was raised on specifically on service delivery,
Yeah.
we agree, yes.
Okay, and which ones don't you agree with? Because he presented political instability to you as well.
No, we are politically stable as a council.
And which other ones don't you agree with?
The rest of them is...
All of them?
Yes.
All right. Proceed, Mr. Adams.
Do you know the true cost of producing water and treating wastewater?
We have started, Mr. Adams, we have started with a process at the municipality where we did a tariff tool from National Treasury. What the tariff tool basically is doing is that you're putting in all your figures, all your expenditure that you incurred, all your income that you have generated through water provision. And then it calculates for you a tariff that you can now most probably use to charge your community members. What we have found, seeing that we are a vast municipal jurisdiction, and it's difficult to provide services to all those 16 different towns, and they are far apart from each other, and they are connected via gravel roads. It is costly for the municipality to provide services in all those towns. If one is just taking now, for instance, your refuse removal. Refuse removal is centralized at the head office in Garis. And now our employees need to go out to these towns and do refuse removal on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, in some instances in our surrounding towns. So for us, what has become costly, and like the evidence leader also mentioned, we have, out of the 16 towns, we have 8 desalination plants. And desalination plants means that you need some chemicals to treat that water, because the water is not conducive for human consumption. That is why we have put up desalination plants in those towns. The water is too salty for human consumption, so you need to put it through a whole reverse osmosis process to ensure that the water is drinkable at the end of the day. So just that chemicals alone is costing the municipality a lot of money. So yeah, like I said, we are providing the service to the community members, but we can't recoup the whole expenditure from our community members, unfortunately.
Will you then say that the municipality does not know what the true cost of producing and treating wastewater is?
We do know the true cost. It is varying. If I just take for an example, your Garis plant that was earlier referred to by the evidence leader, it cost us more than 200,000 rand just for chemicals on a monthly basis, just to get that plant up and running. But during your winter seasons, when it's rainy and the boreholes is now providing enough water and stuff, then we are putting the desalination plant at the back foot and not desalinating water on a daily basis, because the borehole water can be consumed as is, just by treating it with chlorine. But during your summer season, when we know now we might run into water problems, then we are making now use of your desalination plant. So it's varying. Also, what one must take into consideration is your desalination plants also differ in size, and each desalination plant's got a different cost to it. But like I said in the beginning, we have used the tariff tool from National Treasury just to give us an idea on what it will cost more or less to provide services to community members. And that is now cutting across electricity, water, refuse, sewage. And we have found that our residents won't be able to pay for those costs if we are sticking to what the tariff tool is giving to us.
I just want to interrupt. Apologies, Mr. Adams. CFO, would you perhaps have that information? How much are you actually spending on to purify the water, on chemicals and so on, to provide drinkable water to the community?
Yes, Chairperson, that information can be provided.
Do you have it here, just to take the
Unfortunately, we
meeting
only
forward?
have high-level
Okay, so
information.
you don't have the more or less a ballpark figure?
It's around, for all the 16 towns,
Yes.
excluding our technical workers, just the maintenance cost, I'm not including salaries and so forth, we're looking at between 100 and 200,000 a month.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner, Chairperson, I just wanted can I just say something on the tariff tool? What the exercise we did with Provincial Treasury on the tariff tool, if we have to implement correct tariff tools to cover all our costs, it indicated we have to, because of the uniqueness of our municipality, have to increase the service delivery charges by between 4 and 6 times. So it is really, and I hope we can touch a little bit further on the uniqueness and the financial challenges that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned some challenges regarding refuse and landfill management. Can you tell the panel a little more about those challenges?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. What I've mentioned on refuse removal, it is centralized at our head office in Karis. So we are sending on a daily basis, we are sending trucks out. What was one also mentioned here is that we are only sitting with 4 refuse trucks who must service 16 towns. So it is a challenge for us as a municipality. But in our bigger towns, we are removing refuse on a weekly basis, and your smaller towns on a two weekly basis, the refuse removal.
Okay, thank you. On sanitation, slide 8 of your presentation, you indicate that smaller towns rely on septic or pit systems, sometimes suffering emptying delays or contamination risks. Can you provide the panel with more detail with regard to that submission, please?
Yes, on sanitation, in most of the towns, except for the 3 towns that I've mentioned, Karis, Kamiskroon, and Koinas, who's got a sewage system and a reticulation system for sewage. All the other towns don't have a professional or proper sewage system in place. So most households do have septic tanks, which we are emptying on also when the need arises. We do have 2 septic trucks that is also going from Garis out to these different towns and emptying those septic tanks. And then you have the pit latrines, raw pits, like we call it, where it is more of it's not water, it's not using water, but it's also a sanitation system that we have in Kamiesberg municipality. So those are the 3 types of sanitation systems that we do have.
Can you tell us about the emptying delays thereof?
Emptying delays occur mostly when we have problems with our fleet, if we can call it a fleet, but with those 2 trucks. If for one or other reason one of the trucks broken down, then you are sitting, like I said, you've got your 15 towns that you need to service, you only got 2 trucks, and if you only now have 1 truck, then it becomes a problem to get to all the towns, and you need to be economically wise and make sure that the truck is giving maximum output if we send it to a town. We can't just send a truck for 1 septic tank, for instance. So yeah, it is a challenge for us.
And you do understand that with that comes the risk of contamination, the impact on the environment and a human being's health.
Yes, Mr. Edwards, but we are mitigating that problem.
Can you tell the panel how you're mitigating
We're
that?
mitigating the problem by having a register and also sensitizing the community members when we will be in the different towns. So we are doing it on a flexible basis, just to make sure that we are reaching all the different towns. And yeah, so
how regularly?
Excuse me?
How regularly?
It's also on a 2 weekly basis. In each town it will be on a 2 weekly basis, But like I've said, if there's a need, then community members can complain to the technical department, and then we will make a way to send out the sewage truck to extract. If there is a need, a real need now, where there is contamination and stuff like that, then we are sending out our trucks to assist. But we are on a 2-weekly basis. We are in each of our towns. We will reach within 2 weeks.
Thank you, MM. Also on slide 8 of your submission, you mentioned road maintenance, right? And you also just earlier testified around the challenges with gravel roads in your more rural and far-flung areas. What is the municipality doing about that?
What we are doing currently on the roads, we do have a grader. So we do send our grader out to the smaller towns, if you can call it that, to do some scraping of the road. In most of our towns, except for 2 of them, they do have paving roads. Not the whole of the towns will have paving roads, but the main streets within those smaller towns do have paving roads. So that is also assisting us with road maintenance. If it is during the rainy season, especially your summertime when there's thunderstorms and so forth, then we are experiencing some problems in some of our towns where the roads are flushed away. But we don't have a yellow fleet. We only got that grader. Okay. And one tip truck we do have. So we don't have a yellow fleet that you can send in TLBs and so front-end loaders to rectify the situations in the towns.
Thank you, MM. On slide 17, perhaps this question is for the CFO. Your expenditure exceeds your income. Why is this?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. So we are very marginal. What I've listed with the expenditure is what is in the budget. There is depreciation and debt impairment which will come out, and then the cost will be below the expenditure. But the most worrisome figure is just under the revenue, the total, the collection rate, which you can see for the last 3 financial years, barely went over 43%. And that is the main challenge we have. We've got, always say to the MM, we've got all the wrong indicators at Kamisberg. Low collection, high indigent, high unemployment, and this all contributes to a model that is flawed. And I don't know if the Commission wants me to just address what I said now with the flawed.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I've been, part of what I've done the last year is just understand how the model and the payment and expenditure patterns has been at Kamisberg. If we were to say we were pizza, then with half of the people, the slice, the whole pizza would be up. Because we've got all the wrong indicators. I have requested a meeting with Mr. Jan Hatting and also the DDG at Costa, which hopefully will happen in November or early January, which I have already explained the flawed model, the layout of Kamisberg. There is just no money in Kamisberg. There used to be the Beers mines, but they closed in early 2000s. And since then, there's no provider of employment, which economic activity, it is very difficult, but it needs to be addressed because every year that goes past, we just sink deeper into it. And I'm not saying I have the solution. I have a idea what the challenges is, and it has to be, and what the positive I take out of today's session is also the not just service delivery and human rights issues, but is the model working? Is it adequate? I feel that if we look at how the ESCOM bill has stacked up. The Auditor General's bill. Previous years, they used to take the big money, and I'm talking about now 15 years back, to pay ESCOM and so forth. But now that we have agreements, and we can show you that there is just not enough money to pay for everyone and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the vacancy rate in your technical departments?
Currently, our vacancy rate in the overall municipality is standing at 10%. Our total employees is 92. We have 9 vacant positions. Out of the vacant positions, the 2 most critical vacant positions is senior manager, corporate services, and senior manager, technical services. That's why Commissioner sees only the 2 of us here. We don't have, for the past 3 years, we don't have a corporate services manager. Second, for the past 6 months, we don't have a technical manager. We have recently advertised again, and we have done shortlisting last week, Friday. We struggle, and it's a challenge to attract the necessary skills to Kamiesberg municipality, to get senior managers to come, who wants to come and work in Garis. We are struggling with it. Even if they come, they stay there for a year, 2 years, then they go. Then you're sitting now with this high turnover, but there's nothing that you can attract them to Garis. So that is one of our challenges. And we have managed to run that municipality without having those 2 critical posts. Before that, I was the only one there. I didn't even have a CFO. I was the only senior manager at Kamiesberg municipality. You have to run all the different divisions within or departments within the municipality. Like currently, I'm also responsible for technical services as well as corporate services. So yeah, that is the magnitude of some of the issues that we are sitting with. In specifically talking about the technical department, Mr. Adams, that you asked for, we only got 4 vacant positions. And out of that 4, 2 of those vacancies, there is personnel that is acting in that positions, which is higher than what they are currently at. So we are also trying to promote our staff by taking them through the ranks so that they can act and later on can also become the incumbents of higher positions within the municipality. Kamiesberg municipality don't have any engineers. We only got supervisors. That is the most senior level. After that, you just got general workers and operators and so forth. So yeah, we don't have middle management at the municipality at all. Perhaps in finance, you can say your senior accountant might be a middle manager, but in all our other departments, we don't have middle managers. You're failing from senior manager, you're failing down to senior officials only in the municipality, not middle managers or managers for that matter.
Thank you, as far as your budget is concerned, what percentage are you budgeting for operations and maintenance of infrastructure?
Including or excluding of salaries, because most of our employees work in the technical department because of the 16 towns that we have to maintain.
Let's exclude salaries.
Okay. Then the maintenance, it would be between 1 and 2 million rand a year.
The percentage. National Treasury's regulation is 8%.
Oh, okay. So if I have to take 2 million out of 100 million, it's about say between 2 and 3%, somewhere there.
Okay. Slide 24, criminal investigations, pending court cases. There's one with Eureka Limited and Queen's Ratepayers Association. Can you tell us a little more about that, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. The one on Eureka Limited is a white-only settlement. It's just around 30 kilometers outside Garis. We took them to court because they didn't follow any legislation. From your water services authority, license permits, the rezoning of the farm from agricultural to residential area. So they haven't followed any legislation that is prescribed by government for a town establishment process, the Splumer process that needs to be followed. So we took them to court. We currently with them in the High Court in Kimberley. Then the second one is Koinas Ratepayers Association. A few people in Koinas, a very small portion of the residents of Koinas, they went on and they wanted to take over the services of the municipality, the constitutional mandate of the municipality. They wanted to fulfill that. And even they went as far as they had their own bank account, and consumers are now paying into their bank account and not into the municipality's bank account. So we also took them to court. We are going now to the appeal court with Koinas Belastingbetalers or Property Association.
Can you tell us what the current status of those matters are, please?
Both are in the High Court currently.
But where is it at? Has the matter started? What has progressed in the matter? Is it near finalization? Have parties argued their cases?
Yes, Mr. Adams, they have already argued their cases. I know like the Koinas Ratepayers Association, they took us on appeal. We have won the court case, and they have took us on appeal. Eureka is the same. There's another matter also that I didn't mention in the presentation, but it is concluded, so to speak, of just 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers from Eureka is also a place called Groenedorp. The district municipality assists us with Groenedorp with the legal fees, and we also went to High Court with that case, and we got a demolish order against them. So they have demolished now the settlement at Groenedorp.
May I kindly request that you provide the Commission with the court papers of those 3 court cases, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I now want to refer you to DWS's submission, Green Drop, progress report of 2022. It reflects Kamiesberg as a 100% critical risk rating with a 0% green drop score, which is likely due to non-submission. But can you please elaborate on that for the panel?
Yes, Mr. Adams, it is due to non-submission. What we've done in the past year or two, we have also now got employees who's registered with IRIS, where they need to report on a monthly basis the quality of the water and so forth, even on your sewage as well as your blue drop, green drop as well as blue drop. So we are now we are we are now in gear to ensure that we also adhere to the green drop and blue drop status of the municipality. But that 0% that was reported then was basically because there was non-submission, there was no warm body to actually do the work or do the reporting.
And you do have corrective action?
Yeah, we did put in some corrective measures. I know that Department of Water and Sanitation gave some trainings 2 or thrice now at the municipality. They came down to the municipality, showed them on the system what they need to do, how they need to do the reporting. They actually beefed up, because only one person who worked on the system, beefed it up by bringing in more employees so that they are more aware of what information they need, information they need to collect for the reporting on the system, the IRIS system.
Thank you, Can you please submit that corrective action plans to the Commissioner as well? The due date for submission will be next Friday, the 31st of October.
Okay.
Referring then to the blue drop status, I note in 2014 it was at 40.54%, and in 2023 it has regressed to 8.02%. Can you elaborate on those findings for the panel, please?
Okay, Mr. Adams, it's the same as with the green drop. The blue drop, it was also a matter of non-submission, partial submission, limited supervision on the reporting side.
Thank you very much. CFO and MM, you know, just after you, CFO, indicated to the panel that you conducted some form of study with regards to the finance model and also, you know, the income or the revenue that you are not generating because of the challenges. I said to Mr. Adams that that is extremely helpful information that you must please provide to the Commission. And something that this panel needs to consider is, and the more you present to us, MM and CFO, the more I ask myself, is the Northern Cape, especially the far western side of the Northern Cape, is the Northern Cape, Commissioner Quinana, a forgotten province? You know, are provincial, national and provincial governments actually visiting that part of the world, your area? I know that Provincial Koksta might be going to the seat of your municipality now and then, not on a regular basis, perhaps once or twice a year. But National Treasury, for example, and I know they would argue, no, it's not our core business to visit municipalities and towns, little towns in particular. I mean, you have said to us that there are 16 towns in your municipality. You know, and I honestly think, and I want to put this on record, that I think the only institution in this country that actually visits each and every town in this country, especially in the Northern Cape, is the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm sure Mr. Weingart, you and Mr. Majosi have been to each and every town in this province, each and every one. But the question is, provincial government, they go to your, you know, the seat of your municipality and they have meetings with you, and National Treasury will probably expect that you go to their offices when you argue for more funding, etc. But even Salga, you know, I'm doubtful that they actually visit all these small little towns to understand the difference, the distances. It's hundreds of kilometers between towns. You raised the issue of De Beers not being in your municipality anymore. There's just no employment opportunities, and Commissioner Quinana will ask you those questions. There are no employment opportunities in your municipality. And for me, and I will obviously request the inputs from the two panelists, but I'm just extremely concerned about the fact that these small towns have just been forgotten by government. Are they really in touch with the needs of these small towns? Not service delivery wise only. You know, Commissioner Quinana last week in one of our meetings was saying, when you talk about water, it's not only about water, it's also about older people having access to water and people that have to have employment to pay, you know, for that service. And there's no employment opportunities in a municipality. And I really think that it's important for the Commission to also perhaps identify it as a challenge, the fact that, and you would be in a better position. I've not been to your municipality. I'm the first to confess and admit I've never been to your municipality, and I really wish, Provincial Manager, that you would invite me and Commissioner Quinana again so that we go there. I actually want to experience what you are experiencing, because when we had the first leg, it was easy for me and Commissioner Quinana, who've been to Platfontein and all those areas, to say, but we've been there, what you are saying to us is not correct. I've been to Mtanjeni, what you are saying is not correct. I really want to experience what you and your and the residents of your municipality are experiencing. And the fact that provincial government, in my view, national government, in my view, other constitutional bodies, in my view, are not visiting these small towns. Perhaps now and then, every once in a blue moon, once in every 3 or 5 or 10 years, but not really understanding the challenges. Because the only way that you can understand the challenge is to actually go there, visit, experience the poverty. The fact that there's just no hope. There's just no hope for some of these people because they are unemployed and there are no employment opportunities. And I think it's something that the Commission really needs to consider to include in our report. Again, we are not here just to name and shame you, Thank you to the CFO for, indicating his willingness to provide us with that information so that we can include it in the report. It's very, very helpful information. Commissioner Quinana.
Thank you so much. Mitigate the
Thank you, Commissioner. I took a holistic approach in terms of what is required from a municipality to get an audience from National Treasury that justifies we can speak to them. So we have the new financial system. We have improved our governance reporting where we submit our data strings, credible data strings over the past 2 years. We've spent our MIC money. When I started there, MIC was used for operational costs, nearly half of it. For the last 2 financial years, we can be proud to say that we have spent all the money on MIC projects. One of the key things for us to survive is only me and the can pay have access to the bank account for payments. So we both must approve the payment, so we know about it. That is the only way you can control the cash flow, and it's hard work, but we're not giving up. I will definitely also share, for example, the presentation I want to do with National Treasury, and it will take a holistic view, not just complaining as to how miserable our situation is, and it is really miserable, but also what we have done over the past 2.5, 3 years to get ourselves up and show that there's also not giving up from our side.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the challenges that you have realized, so amongst others, is it unemployment?
Yeah.
No, just don't elaborate so much. Is it one of them unemployment?
Yeah, unemployment.
Okay, and what else?
The low collection rates, which is below 40%, and also high indigent rate.
So in this presentation that you have now prepared, does it then address those issues? Is that what you have dealt with in the Treasury presentation that you are supposed to?
As mentioned in the beginning, I don't have all the answers. I know a lot of where the problems is, but it should be a collective effort, and that's why National Treasury and Kochta will be there. And we must come up, not just for Kamisberg, but a model for these small rural municipalities with these challenges. There should be some sort of model or framework that needs to be developed.
What is your population?
15,000 residents.
15,000.
Over 16 towns.
How many are employed?
30%.
30% is employed. So I would think that at the top of your list, it would be issues around addressing unemployment. That should be the key one. Is that the case, insofar as this report that you say you have?
Yes, most definitely. I mean, employment brings people, they have money to pay for services.
How many of them, the 30% that are youth?
I'm not sure. I don't
You
have
cannot
the
say.
answer.
Okay, this is something that you can possibly find out. That's
Yes.
fine. So of the 15,000, how many are older persons?
It's about 30% older persons.
Who are earning a social grant, who are exonerated from paying service delivery. Is that correct?
Yeah, now they is what we refer to as the indigents.
Yes,
So our indigents is close to, it's over 50%.
over 50%. So I think our chairperson is right to say that it looks like you are definitely the forgotten province, because from where I'm sitting, not only should you look at the numbers, but you're supposed to talk about the fact that there's unemployment, there's issues of too many older persons who you cannot expect them to go and fend for themselves, but government is supposed to be providing. So again, your report, does it also speak to that aspect?
The report will have some of this information in, but it's not.
Is there room for improvement, CFO?
Yeah, it's not an economic solution. It's how can we?
And I
what can be
appreciated
done?
the fact that you said you are not even using consultant. I thought, wow, it's a good thing. But again, it looks like you've got a challenge, because whilst you say that you are not really au fait to be able to address these very issues, there are a challenge in your municipality. Do you realize that?
Yes, I do.
Now, having said that, you said the is actually, you are carrying 2 caps on you, 2 more caps over and above your current role. In terms of governance, what does that mean? How much does it then compromise the very governance that, you know, as municipalities would want you to observe? How much does it compromise it?
Commissioner, it's not compromising that much. I've grown into the role of I was first the CFO at Cambridge Municipality.
So you referee and player, it does not matter. It's
No.
okay, hey, you know what, as long as we get the work done. Is that what we are saying?
I do have senior personnel, not senior managers or middle managers who's doing the work, and I'm just reviewing the work for
You-
them.
So you do have people that are still occupying those posts. The only thing is you're overseeing.
I overseeing the whole department, yes.
All right, yeah, let's
And
put
they're
it,
reporting
let's put
directly
it
to me.
proper, because you don't want a situation where it's going to come out as though you are the in and the out of everything in the municipality. It cannot be had to be in that fashion. Now, the other issue that I have is with regard to land. Is there enough land? Is there enough land?
Commissioner, yes.
There
we have-
is.
We have received now,
Okay, no, park it there. Just want you to say, is there enough
Yes,
land?
yes, there's
There
enough
is.
land. There's
So
enough.
in terms of addressing issues such as your housing, there is enough.
yes.
Right. Issues around children, to provide spaces for children. Because remember, municipalities, when we look at the IDP in terms of Section 153, it's not just for issues of programs of older persons, but it's children as well. It's persons with disabilities as well. So all of those marginalized, are they then provided for?
Yes, Commissioner.
So there is a plan. May I request that it also be handed in, Chair, through you?
Sure.
May it also just be made available, so that we can see that. In terms of corruption, you've said now there are cases and so forth and so forth. But there's one case you said, at least this one, it looks like we are doing well.
The Groene Dawn.
Yes,
Yes, Commissioner.
right. So your doing well means exactly what?
It means that we could have stopped the illegal settlement.
Yes.
So it was stopped through a demolish order from the High Court.
So, and then is there then a plan? Because you see, what I've been seeing that is happening with lots of municipalities, and Chair, this I saw in Gauteng, and my worry is this, is that it looks like municipalities don't have a plan. We are quick to demolish, but we are also not proactive in ensuring that once we demolish, we then have a plan in place, because we are creating places that are going to become actually a den for criminal activities and all sorts of things, or even hurt our children, or even hurt our women, because now these would be vacant spaces with a lot of rubble and nobody is caring for them. So is there a plan to then circumvent whatever that would have been created by the so-called illegal occupiers? Is there a plan?
Commissioner, to put it in context for better understanding, the Groenendorp case that we have won, a court case, was the illegal settlement was built on a private farm.
Yes.
And all the people that were staying on that farm was coming from outside. So when the demolition
When you
order-
say outside, you
meaning
mean
not-
non-nationals?
not-
Or
Yeah, no, not
Outside?
outside of Kamisberg, outside
Oh.
of Kamisberg.
Yes.
So after we've got the demolish order, they have moved back to from where they were coming from.
So did the municipality act accordingly? Remember, according to the PI Act, it is the responsibility then of the municipality to ensure that there's alternative accommodation that is provided for these persons that would have been unlawful occupiers.
Yes. Commissioner, we have spoke to them about the PI Act. We know about the PI Act because
Yes.
part of the demolish order that was granted by the High Court, it was stipulated in that demolish order that we need to give them alternative accommodation, and we have met with them and we said to them, we can give you alternative accommodation.
No. You said we can, but the order is it not saying you must?
No, we did meet with them.
You have made of it, you have.
Met with them
Okay,
and-
will you also then provide that plan? So obviously this will be from the court order.
Yes.
The court order that was mandatory to say this is how you should comply.
Yes.
And then you're saying there has been compliance.
Yes.
Because once we evict people, we must still make sure that we comply ourselves as municipalities by providing accommodation.
Now, we have met with them,
Yes.
and we have stipulated to them what accommodation we will provide to them, and they've said, no. We are not willing to take up the accommodation that you want to, temporary accommodation that you want to provide to us. We are rather do our own.
So they have moved to another place.
Yeah, they've moved to,
So the place that was provided is not occupied.
no, they were not willing to make use of the facilities that we wanted to provide to them.
All right. So if you can just provide all that information that you have now spoken to. CFO, the numbers, your 15,000 vis-a-vis the provision by government, is that enough, or your presentation is going to address exactly that? That it's not enough, and regard being had to the fact that it's the number of people, but not only that, it is the place where it is. And you know, the fact that last week what we had, or the other week, what we had is that you are unfortunately likely to secure a number of, material that would require at a higher cost than if you were maybe in Gauteng or so forth. So are those the issues that you have addressed again?
Yes, Commissioner, and it will clearly show that we don't have nearly enough the financial means to even become borderline sustainable.
And were you able to then give the proper projections to say, for us, this would be an acceptable amount? Were you able to do that? Because it doesn't help if you don't tell them. They won't really be able to address it.
Yes, Commissioner, yes, it is, at the end of the day, when you look at the audited numbers, they don't lie, and if we just look at our equitable share and how it's calculated, I know they base it on indigents and population, but do they really take into the account the towns, the layout of the municipality, the all the services that must be provided. So, it's not a straightforward calculation, give us 30 million more. It's not about that, but it's about really what will work and what will keep the municipality sustainable.
But
Thank you.
that's where you come in as an
Yes.
auditor. These are some of the issues that you address to say because of the landscape, because of the numbers. That is within your. Can I say, this is your strength as an auditor. This is what you are able to provide to the Treasury.
Yes, Commissioner,
Yes.
100% correct.
All right. So I suppose that report is available. Chair, I just want to also appreciate that the MM as well as the CFO, really, they came prepared. It's unlike what we have experienced before. And I must just also appreciate the numbers of the areas that he was able to tell us about MM. So really appreciate, and really we must give accolades where they are. But also, as Chair has said, where we think that we can work together to try and see how to ensure that there's improvement. And that is when we probe, so that you can also think a bit further and address the issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana, for those tough questions. And thank you for the responses. We request you, MM, and the CFO to provide us with additional information not later than next week, Friday, the 31st of October. The following information you need to provide to us. If you are not sure about the information, please liaise with the evidence leader, Mr. Weingart. He will provide you with information. But provide us with summary details on the ongoing or concluded court cases.
Okay.
Provide a copy of your water services development plan if you have one. Submit a copy of the corrective action plan to address the green drop and blue drop scores. You have it, CFO? Can I continue? Okay. Detailed report on engagements with provincial and national government to address funding constraints and unemployment, that report that you've referred to, but also additional information on ongoing discussions and previous discussions. Provide a copy of your indigent register. Provide a copy of the IDP and plans to address vulnerable groups. For example, what does PWD stand for? Your focal area. All right, groups, persons with disability and older persons. What did I exclude? Did I miss a report? Annual report. Do we have the annual report? Do we have the budget? Do we have IDP? We did request, but if you could provide us with your budget as well when you submit the financial information, CFO, also your annual report. Water. Yeah, the suggestions for the improved model, that will obviously be included in the presentation that you've already prepared, CFO. But I honestly do think that we, as a panel, need to identify and motivate the fact that, especially your part of the world is just a forgotten part of the world. And PM, you must budget in the next financial year for me and Commissioner Quinana to visit that. I really want to see, I really want to experience what those communities are experiencing. It's very sad what we hear. 30% employment rate. It's very, very sad. No wonder your municipality cannot survive. Thank you so much. Thank you for being honest, MM. Thank you for being honest, CFO, and the good work and coming prepared. We appreciate your attendance. You are excused. Thank you. Where's the next one? I want to run. It is confusing.
No, we want to continue.
Want to proceed?
We want to continue.
Right, Commissioner Quinana, I'm going to request you to do the formalities, please.
Thank you, Chair. MM, may I please request that you stand? May I please have your full names on record?
My name is Komodi Gaile Sarwani.
Your age?
I'm 56 years old.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
What's the difference?
If you believe in God, you do the oath. If you do not, you then do the affirmation.
It's difficult. Okay. The one that you raised your right hand.
I beg your pardon?
The oath.
Oh, the oath.
The oath.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't have.
You can put your hand down for now. Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
They are binding.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
The whole
If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So
Help me.
help me God.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can pass over the mic to the next person. May I please have your full names for the record?
Jan Johannes Liebenberg,
Your age?
62.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Yes.
Oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Oath. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If
Yes.
that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please pass over the mic. Your full names, please.
Amogela Letian,
Your age,
36.
the oath or the affirmation.
The oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No objections.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
Henry Christians.
Your full names, please.
Henry Christians.
Yes. Your age?
63.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. All witnesses sworn in, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinana. Just to assist us, your job designation, starting with you, sir. What is your job designation at the municipality?
Senior Manager Corporate Services.
Corporate Services, yes. Then you, sir?
We have to stand up, Chair.
No.
Oh, Amogela Letian, the acting CFO.
CFO, yes. And you, sir?
Henry Christians, Senior Manager Technical Services.
Technical Services. All right. We don't have, I'm told there's no complainant, Mr. Weingart, so we are going to rely on you just to provide us with a brief overview, the challenges that you have picked up in this specific municipality. What are we facing as far as service delivery is concerned, and especially if you've identified human rights violations, please also touch on those. Thank you, Mr. Weingart.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the municipality of Kaima covers the town of Pofadder and the mining town of Aggeneys, and then also the settlement of Pella and Onseepkans, and also the agricultural activities along the Orange River. So the area, Aggeneys is probably one of the oldest mining towns in South Africa. There's a new mine, Gamsberg. So there's a lot of mining activity, alternative energy. We do not have active complaints from the area, Commissioner.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to request you You listened to me this morning when I explained the process, how we will be conducting the inquiry session. So I'm going to request Mr. Adams sitting next to me just to articulate the systemic challenges that we've identified in the province as a whole, in the municipalities, service delivery challenges. I'm going to request you, after he has listed those challenges, just to indicate to us which of those challenges you agree with and which ones you don't agree with, and give us the reasons for it if you don't agree. And then also, if you have unique challenges in your municipality that you would like to bring to the attention of the Commission, please do not hesitate to also raise those challenges. Over to you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some instances, the reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms, such as water tankering, has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 Rand to 3 million Rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. MM, your response, please. Are you in agreement with those systemic challenges?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, generally that's what is happening across the country. But we also do have our own challenges.
No, in your municipality in particular.
Yes,
We want to make those applicable to you.
Yes, that's
Are those challenges prevalent in your municipality? That's the question.
Yes, some of them, not all of them.
Okay, address us.
Yeah, we have a problem with inadequate refuse removal. That actually is exacerbated by illegal dumping that is taking place, and then also shortage of staff, that is our problem, and then shortage of service delivery vehicles, like waste trucks and so forth. We don't have that. And then also in terms of staff, we have a shortage of staff actually generally. I think the submission that I made actually will allude to that actually, where the shortages are at. And then we also have a poor revenue collection. We are at about, I think it's about 53. Ne? Yeah, we are about at a collection rate of 53, of which we believe that we can still increase. But now the challenge that makes it to be difficult is the Eskom supply area. And then the other one is the land that belongs to the CPA. To navigate between the municipality and the CPA to collect revenue is quite a challenge, but we're working on that. We have established a task team with the CPA, and then we're working together now. We're trying to convince the community to know that they should pay for the services that they are receiving. And then the other one is the high rate of unemployment. That is a big problem, whereby actually it also spill over to poor revenue collection because a lot of people are not paying. I think we have a unemployment rate of 47.4, which actually is bigger than that one of the district, of the province and national. It's higher than those. So actually it creates a problem in terms of how we collect revenue. And then the other thing is shortage of skill. I'll talk about the technical department mostly because it's the one that actually is largely affected with service delivery. In the department, we've got about 3 people in the electrical department. 3. It's an electrician and 2 subordinates. That creates a problem in terms of service delivery with that. However, we're managing to provide whatever that we can at the moment. And then secondly, on the water section, we're combining water and sewer. We don't have a specific, team for sewer, a specific team for water. That creates a challenge. However, we are managing because our system, particularly for sewer, we're using septic tanks. So they are helping us because now we're using the sewer truck rather than maintaining the sewer system. So, but it's a problem that actually we're looking at. And then at some point in time, yes, we did experience. It's occasional. The water problem. The water problem in terms of quantity, because during summer, actually from September until May, the water level in the Orange River, because we call this the lower Orange River, tend to go down. And then now because of summer, the summer here are very hot, so people are using a lot of water. So we tend to experience that low pressure that is going to the communities and so forth. But we are managing that because we have instituted a system of saying that water restriction usage, after a particular time, we restrict the water and then we open the water during that time, so forth, so that we can manage that water. So I think, by and large, I think that is what our challenges are at. Thank you.
Right, thank you, MM. Just 2 quick questions, just a yes or no. Political challenges in your council?
Stable.
Stable.
Yes.
All right. 2, one of the systemic challenges that was identified by Mr. Adams was corruption, maladministration, and so on. What is the state of affairs in your municipality? Not necessarily now, but perhaps historically. Any cases of maladministration that have been investigated by the municipality or any other institution?
Thus far, I don't know of any.
Not aware. All right. Then a question directed to the technical manager, just with regards to the vandalism and theft of municipal infrastructure. Also, you can also include sabotage of municipal infrastructure. What is the state of affairs in the municipality?
Honourable Commissioner, as expected, this is a remote area. So yes, that's unfortunately something that we do experience. But I think by and large, the community tried to participate by trying to sort of ward off some of it, but we're not always that successful. Just recently, we've lost again some of our fencing. Of course, we need to replace that again. So that is an ongoing theme.
Thank you, thank you. Then just with regards to access to water, you did indicate that there are sporadic interruptions and that you try to manage the water provision during peak times. Just give me an indication of, the time specific communities would not have access to water per day, or will they have access to water at any given time during the day?
Yes, Commissioner, we have the community of Pela that actually we are feeding Pella and Pofadder are feeding from the same pipeline that comes from Val Central. The times when it is very hot, like yesterday, actually the water level were very low, but the people were receiving water, but the pressure was very low. So Pella most of the time is the mostly affected area,
Right.
with regard to water pressures and so forth.
Okay, but what does that mean, most affected?
What it means is that when the pressure goes lower, the water levels, when they go lower, it means that the water pressure to the community, to the households, reduces. They will get water, but the pressure will be reduced.
So there's no issue with access to water at any given time, on
No.
any given day?
No, we
No
don't
issues.
have any. Yes.
Then I'm also interested in the input that was made with regards to your sewer network, the challenges, and you said that you are busy working on it. What does that mean?
We don't have the sewer network. It's only part
Yes.
of other, but the remainder of the towns, what we're using is a septic tank situation, where we come and draw the stuff to the wastewater treatment plant. So we don't have any challenges thus far that I can say.
but
With the
what-
system, we don't have a problem.
But what
with
is the
system.
issue? You said that you're busy working on it?
What we're working on is that we once received a directive of our wastewater treatment works that actually were not compliant. So what we did is that thereafter we solicit help from the Department of Water Affairs through grants.
When
And,
was this?
I think it was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yes,
Right.
where we
You
appoint-
submitted a proper business plan, proper
Yes.
application
Yes.
to DWS 3 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Was that submitted 3 years ago?
No.
You started with the process
We
3
started
years
with
ago.
the process 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yes, where because we have to redesign the maturation ponds into new ones because they are old system, and then the consultants actually they drafted the business plan, the designs, and so forth. So we're still waiting for funding from the department.
Okay. And that is to address the wastewater treatment works in Pofadder?
No, in all our towns.
How many towns do you have?
5.
5.
Yes.
Okay. In all 5 towns?
In all 5 towns.
Okay. And how the fact that you don't have proper wastewater treatment works, how does it affect your sanitation in those 5 towns?
They are working, it's just that they don't meet the standard of the department. They are not at that level that actually everybody can be satisfied with them.
What
But
does
they
that
are-
mean?
What it means is that a wastewater treatment plant should have a license or a license from the department.
Right.
Yeah. Now, what we have is that these are the old ones that were built long time ago. So they don't meet the current requirements. So that is why we have to redesign and build the new ones because the design that is there does not fit the modern and the current situation where actually now there should be a sewage line that is running into this. There are just ponds that's just open and then there's no system of, you have to
And-
have sedimentation and so forth.
And
so
are
forth.
you
So
experiencing sewage spillages because of these challenges?
Not as thus far.
No way, not in one of the towns.
Not in one of the towns.
All right, thank you, MM. I'm going to request Mr. Adams to put questions and thereafter Commissioner Quinana.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. You testified that you had been issued a directive. I just want to understand, is that the exact same as the criminal charges by DWS?
No, Commissioner, it's not the criminal charges. It is like what? It is a notice. Just like the notice for us to appear here is a notice like that, just to say that fix this. If you don't fix this, we'll take legal action against you.
Okay, according to DWS's submission to the Commission, they've indicated that it is criminal charges.
I'm not aware whether they are criminal charges because there are no charges. What I know is that a directive is to say that fix this by this date. That's how we know them. So I'm not aware whether they are.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let it go for now, Commissioner. Um, I'm now going to refer to your submission to the Commission. You've indicated also just testified that you have uh, general seasonal challenges with water source from Val Central during the hot summer months. Can you tell us what mitigation strategies are in place to deal with that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Like I said before, what we do is that the only way to 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 solve the problem is that we introduce water restrictions. For example, you open the water from 4 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock when people are away, and then you reduce the pressure during the day, because most of the time people, what they do, they use the water for gardening and all those kind of things. And then you also open the water after 6 o'clock, actually for 4 o'clock until 8 o'clock, so that the reservoir can always fill up. So that's how we're managing it, just to allow the reservoir to be full most of the time. Yes.
Okay, and when water restrictions are in place, how many kiloliters does a household receive?
That one is very difficult. I'm saying that one is very difficult because what I've experienced is that because the most affected area is Pella, when we look at the number of households in Pella as compared to the one in Pof Ader, you realize that Pof Ader has got a more number of people than Pella. However, the water consumption is higher in Pella than in Pof Ader. And then the other challenge that we have is that people of Pella, they refuse to pay water because they are CPA, and then they claim that actually the pipe is passing through their land. And then in actual fact, what they want us to do is for us also to pay them for servitude fees. I don't know what is servitude fees. Now, that is the discussion that we are having with them. You know, even yesterday we had a meeting where, you know, we had to discuss this thing to say, no, you know, allow us to assist you, because we are a municipality, we are obliged by law to give you services. You know, so we are in that discussion with them actually to make sure that we provide services. We try to put in the prepaid meters. They refuse. They say no, this is their land, they cannot take prepaid meters. But we're engaging with them. We have formed a task team, which is a combination of the municipality and the CPA committee, so that we can see how do we resolve these issues. So the discussions are ongoing with them. Yes.
No, thank you, MM. I'm glad to hear that there are discussions underway to engage the communal property associations. Just to clarify, are you buying water from Val Central?
Yes, only for 2 towns. That is for Pella and Pofadder.
So 2
And
out
then
of
on
the 5
Siepkans,
towns.
yes, on Siepkans, we draw water from the river, and then we clean the water, and then we supply them. Yes, actually all these other towns, that's what we do.
What is the rate at which you are buying water from Val Central?
I cannot tell, to be honest. I don't know if you have an answer.
CFO?
The rate in terms of the invoice or the billing from Val Central?
Either or?
Yeah, on a monthly base, it's about 800 to a million, with most of the consumption happening in Pella, as MMS indicated.
So is that 800,000 to R1,000,000 on a monthly basis?
On a monthly basis, the invoice that we get on a monthly from Val Central.
Is the municipality up to date with its payments? Are you in arrears at all?
We not up to date with our payments with Val Central. I think solely because of the low collection rates that we're experiencing, especially for water. If you would check, generally our collection rate in all these other towns, you're looking at about 4 to 6% or so with the services. It's only Pofadder where the collection is better at about 50 plus. And I think part of it is because with Pofadir you are able to have some sort of a collection tool that you can use in terms of electricity to enforce your credit control measures so you can collect. But with other towns like your Witbank, your Pelas, your ONCF guns, the collection is very low. Let me stick to Pella and Pofadir because that's where we get supply from Val Central.
Okay. What is the amount of arrears to Val Central and how are you mitigating the local collection rate, MM?
With Val, I think we owed them around about 16 million or so. But they've recently written off some debt, and then we went on.
How much have they written off?
About almost 12 million. And then about 3 million of that we went on a debt relief for it. So we only have to pay Val about 1 million. The 3 million will be written off as we meet the conditions of the debt relief.
What happens if you do not meet the conditions of the debt relief? What are the consequences?
Thank you, Chairperson. The consequences are two. The first one is that they will restrict water or just stop water, or they will take me, not the CFO, to court, actually, because I'm responsible for payment, whether he's the one who's paying or so forth, yes.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Is it possible that Val Central is throttling your water supply?
Because
Is it possible that Val Central is throttling your water supply?
I'm not sure, but I think they're giving us what we deserve. I don't know, CFO?
Commissioner,
But you should know,
I agree, Chairperson. You know, I don't like to put, what we call it, excuses. I'm only 1 month at the municipality, so I'm trying to understand a lot of things that are happening. However, I take full responsibility. I cannot say that because I'm new, but there are certain things that I'm still trying to get to understand. So I haven't gone that deep, actually, to get to understand this matter.
No, I do acknowledge, and I think there's no better way for you to kind of be baptized into the municipality than with this inquiry, Okay, let's move on to refuse collection. You indicated that was a bit of a challenge. What does that look like?
Yeah, it's a challenge, particularly in Pofadir. We have days that we're collecting. We're collecting once a week for households and then twice a week for businesses. But now the challenges that we have is that you know, we don't collect for garden refuse. We only collect kitchen refuse and so forth, or household refuse. Now the problem is that because we don't have a system of collecting garden refuse, people are just now dumping wherever, even though we try to conscientize them and so forth. But now we have engaged actually the mines to assist us to come up with a plan where we drafted a business plan, and then we are engaging them to assist us to collect, and then, you know, assist us also with the vehicles, because we've got only one truck that is collecting.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yes,
in
we've
terms
got
of
only
your
one
yellow
truck.
fleet.
So we want to increase the fleet. So it's part of our agreement with the mines to say they'll give us the fleet.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
are you currently outsourcing the yellow fleet?
No, no.
Okay. Now I'm covered. Could we move over to your blue drop status? Just 1 second. I've noted that the municipality has regressed from 2014. The municipality was sitting at 76.53%, and at 2023 the municipality is sitting at 15.19%. That's a major regression. What are some of the factors that have contributed to that regression,
Thank you, Chairperson. The issue of the blue drop is something that is very long. What they do when they assess the blue drop, they look at the water system from extraction to the final distribution to the people that are the consumers, let me put it that way. And then along the process, there are certain things that they're looking at, for example, the status of the infrastructure. They look at what we call the critical points, where they check whether we've got a proper maintenance plan with a budgeted maintenance plan. Actually, it's not just a maintenance plan. And then further to that, they are also looking at the personnel that you have. And then with regard to personnel, it's not only the number of people that you have, it's also the number of the skills that you have, the type of skills that you have. And then now, there, they're looking at, I think if you look at my presentation or my submission, I always mention that we are going to have a process controllers. Because remember now, they're looking at your plant, and they're looking at your system, and then they are also looking at how many people do you have actually to maintain that, but mainly they're looking at the process controllers. And then the process controller has to be according to the level of the level of the plant. So now we don't have any process control at the moment, and then our infrastructure is very old. As we speak now, we are busy with actually replacing the asbestos pipe with the PVC pipes. So that is one part that we're looking at actually where we can improve on our blue drop. And then also we're looking at also, the organogram that we have actually did not cater for all these other things. So we are planning to review the organogram actually to look at actually what are the critical skills that we require to attend to things like the blue drop as it is. So we are looking at actually to correcting that going to future. Thank you, Jabez.
Thank you, Just to clarify the green drop status then as well. At 2022, the municipality was 97% critical risk rating as per DWS, and your green drop score was at 1%. Can you please clarify why that may be?
Yes, thank you. I think because I think the process of the green drop and the blue drop are the same. The directive that we got actually was the fundamental to the core to say that you do not have proper wastewater treatment plant. So before, if you don't have that, they don't go further to check anything. And secondly is the number of qualified people that we need that we don't have. I think all those actually contributed to that status.
Thank you, Just to confirm, do you have corrective action plans in place to mitigate both your blue drop and green drop status?
Yes, Commissioner. With regard to the blue drop, like I said, that we are busy replacing the asbestos pipes with the PVC. It's one process that we're looking at. We are now in the process of appointing a panel of consultants to assist us with the design of the, not the sewage plant now, the sewage system, because now we're still having that sewage system of septic tank. There are places where we feel that we have to move away from the septic tank to the sewage system. So we're looking at that one. And then number two is that our wastewater treatment plants, we have submitted our business plans. So we're looking at those. And then also I spoke about the staff, where we're looking at actually getting proper skilled people for proper, wastewater treatment plant or water treatment plant that actually will assist us. Because also when you look at the quality of water, it goes to the point of saying we don't have that proper qualified person that is managing that, because the process control actually will be the people rightfully to be there actually to look at the dosage of whatever mechanism that we use. Usually we use chlorine to check whether the chlorine levels are okay and then all those kind of things. So that's what we're doing. And then also we've got in POF Adder, we have just increased the reservoirs. We've got about 3 reservoirs, if I'm not mistaken. No, in POF Adder alone. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we've got 3 reservoirs and 2 pressure pumps. Tanks, pressure tanks. We used to say elevated towers. Yeah, and then we have those. And then at the moment, actually, together with MISA and Department of Human Settlement, we have just sealed all those reservoirs now. We are at the testing stage to test whether actually they are operating correctly. And then at the yard where these reservoirs are at, we have put in now, we are working on the telemetric system, and then also the dosing station. We have a dosing station now. We want to automate it so that, automatically it can provide that. So in terms of water quality, that's what we're trying to do. And then in terms of water provision, as the community is growing of Adder, so we also increase the quantities in terms of the storage quantities, so that actually it can cater for the growth.
Thank you, MM. On page 14 of your submission, you indicate that the vacancy rate at the municipality stands at 32%.
Yes.
Can you provide the panel with a breakdown of those vacancies?
Sure. Do you have them there? Yeah. I wrote it somewhere, but I think Mr. Deep can help me.
I'd like to understand which of those posts are critical posts, critical skills posts.
Oh, okay.
Technical skilled posts.
Yeah.
Because it does seem that vacuum
Yes.
is contributing to
also
the persistent challenges.
The challenges on yes. Mainly, what is lacking from my view, looking at the organogram, and then, like I said, that we need to review the organogram. When we review the organogram, actually, is to look at those critical positions. I can mention that from the technical side, I like talking to technical side because those are the people that are providing services. Our organogram says that we've got the senior manager technical services, and then we've got the electrician, and then we've got a foreman. That gap tells you that there's a problem. So we are looking at actually trying to look at filling, when we review, to come up with, a structure that actually will talk to service delivery. Because now what we're saying is that everybody is reporting now. Everybody is reporting to the senior manager. And then now the question is that when will he have the time to do his strategic functions, as now actually he will be busy working on the ground. There's no one to supervise, there's no one to, all those kind of things. So we need to look into that, and both electrical, water, and sewer. So that's one thing. And then when we look at the issues of water quality and others, we look at the issues of process controllers that actually are not there in the organogram. When you look at finance, I think, how many are you? 12. We're struggling with finance also. We don't have, proper qualified people to deal with. For example, you're talking about revenue. A person who's dealing with revenue is also dealing with other functions and so forth. So what we want to implement, because we have, particularly in POF Adder, we have put in smart meters. We need to have people that are particularly in the revenue section who's going to be there monitoring the smart meters, because they need to be monitored from time to time, so that we can see also, the impact of this on our revenue and also on our water quality. We have put this, we have not yet activated as as smart meters, they're still prepaid, and then we have seen thus far the reduction in terms of water uses in Pofadder. It tells you that actually we're moving towards the right direction. So the next stage now is now to activate the smart metering now, so that we can do that. Yes.
Thank you, MM. Just a request, if you could please resubmit to the commission your income source and collection rates. It's quite blurry, so I really can't make out on the submission. But my final question then relates to the CFO. What, in terms of your budget, are you allocating? What percentage in your budget are you allocating for operations and maintenance of infrastructure?
Thank you, Commissioner. Where do I start?
Keep it short and crisp, please. We don't have the whole day.
It's below 80%. I think it's around 5 to 6% the last time when we discussed it with Provincial National Treasury, when they advised us that it needs to be at 8% at minimum, so that it is below that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for confirming.
All right, we just need you to provide us with the accurate information. We will read you a list of information that you need to provide to us, that you also need to provide to us. CFO, what was your audit outcome the last financial year, quickly? Crisp, short answers, because Commissioner Kwinana, I want to give her sufficient time to put her questions.
Qualified.
Qualified? And give us a historical overview of the opinions you've been receiving from the Auditor General over the last 5 years?
Qualified.
All of them. No improvement whatsoever in the municipality. Why didn't you raise that as a challenge, MM? That financial management is just not what it should be in your municipality.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that this financial management is general management. It's general management, not only financial management.
Okay,
so
no, that's fine. I'm not going. We don't have time to listen to the excuses.
Yes.
Listen, before you became, I see your name tag says you're the acting municipal manager.
I am acting municipal
Acting
manager,
municipal, but
yes.
you said you were only appointed a month ago.
Yes.
Okay, so what were you doing before this appointment? You are an employee of the municipality.
No, I'm
What?
seconded.
Seconded by
yes.
Coxter.
By Coxter, yes.
All right, because you are quite familiar with the operations of the municipality. I assume
Yes, I am.
you have worked there before, or you've been working there for a while.
Yes.
For how long have you been working at the municipality?
I was a municipal manager for 5 years in Kamakara local municipality.
Mhm.
And then I became an acting municipal manager at Karrieberg local municipality for 3 months.
Okay, but this one?
And this one, I only started last month.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, the longer we proceed with this inquiry, initially this very sanitized picture of the municipality was sketched. You only have these few challenges in the municipality. But you're a distressed municipality, MM. You're a distressed municipality. A municipality that has not improved on its audit opinions, it appears forever. You've had qualified audit opinions forever. Just for the last 5 years, the direct question that I put, qualified. According to the classification of DWS, you are not poor, you are critical. You're in a critical state, your municipality. And I honestly wonder, and I want to request you, whilst you will be responding to Commissioner Kwinana's questions, whether you want to reconsider the input that you made with regards to the challenges that this municipality is facing. It's a distressed municipality. It's in a critical state according to DWS. Qualified opinion after qualified opinion after qualified opinion after qualified opinion, and I think if we go back another 10 years, it will be qualified in disclaimers or whatever. It is not the picture that you initially sketched. That is what I want. That is what I'm putting to you. Let me go further. And I take serious exception for this, and the technical manager is here, and I assume he has been the technical manager for a long time, Mr. Christian. Earlier this year, we invited your municipality, you were not there, your municipality, to attend a meeting of the Human Rights Commission under my signature to have discussions with you on a project we call the Water Justice Tracker Project. I signed it. The letter was sent to the office of the municipal manager. There was confirmation that you received it. Your municipality did not attend that engagement of the Human Rights Commission. We requested either the MM or the technical manager to attend the engagement. And I want to put it to you. If it wasn't for the fact that this inquiry has received a lot of media coverage, if it wasn't for the fact that these proceedings are being live streamed, we probably would not have seen you here today. We probably would not have seen you today because there's a history of you just ignoring notices to attend my meetings. So I want you I'm going to give Commissioner Quinana now the opportunity to put her questions, but I want you to reconsider this very sanitized picture that you tried to sketch here earlier today. Everything's fine, we don't have these challenges, we don't have this, only this and only that and only that. It's not that. It cannot be only that if you are critical and if you are distressed. And if you don't attend my meetings under my signature. That's even worse. Even worse. It's not that one of the staff members in the Northern Cape office sent you an email. It comes from me, appointed by the President and Parliament. You ignore it. Your municipality, Mr. Christians. All right, Commissioner Quinana, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. You spoke about illegal dumping. There is a challenge. Is there a plan in place in order to address the challenge?
Yes, there's a plan, Commissioner.
So will you just, through you, Chair, make that available?
I will do so.
You also then have mentioned that there are challenges with regard to capacity. Is there a plan where that is also concerned in addressing the organogram, as you have described, that you'd find that the manager would end up doing the work of those that are far below him because he's trying to supervise, but at the same time, it disallows him or her to do the work.
There's a plan. We are in discussion as management.
So it's not a written plan.
No.
It's still a discussion.
Yes.
Then my next question would be, at what point, and I appreciate that you said you're just a month in the position, but at what point was this realized that there ought to be discussions, but there ought to be the filling of those positions?
Commissioner, when I got to the municipality last month, I had to assess what is available and then what needs to be done. And then some of those things was to look at each and every department and how does it stand in terms of service delivery, all of them. And then when I looked at them, I realized that there were gaps. And
No. You are talking about from the moment that you ascended. I'm talking about prior your coming in.
I don't know,
from the
maybe,
information that, you know, my take is this, is that when you are sent into a position, you are then informed as to what were the challenges. You know, somebody must be able to brief you
Yeah.
of what were the challenges and at what point did this exist. And of course, you must be privy to documentation that, you know, has been used in order to ensure that the municipality is run optimally. Is it something within your knowledge? And if it's not, you are welcome to give it over to one of the officials that has been there for some
yeah,
time.
maybe because I'm the one who proposed that we need to change. So that is what I'm saying. It came about when I actually has to look at how do we work, where, who's doing what and how. And then I realized the gap, and then I started discussing with them one-on-one to say,
Was
I see
there
here.
a municipal manager prior to you coming
Yes.
into the position?
Yes.
And is it any of the officials that are before us this afternoon?
Yeah, yeah.
Please, can you give over to the person who was acting prior to you?
No, there's no one who was acting prior to me.
Is not
Immediately
here.
when the other MM moved to another municipality, and then I started.
All right.
Yes.
Can then I find out from the CFO at what point did he join this municipality?
Just one point, Commissioner. I'm also a seconded official from Provincial Treasury. I joined municipality last year in March.
Last year in March.
It's 2024.
2024.
Yes, I think
All right.
2024 in March.
So the information that was availed to you with regard to capacitating the municipality, do you have that?
It's been continuous discussions, even the issue.
Discussions, acting CFO, discussions or a plan? There's a vast difference.
I'll come to that, Commissioner.
No. Remember, we press for time.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
4
just
other municipalities
10
that we
sec-
must still get to.
Then-
So if it's there, say so, because then my next one is going to be just please avail it. And of course, the request going to be made through the chair. But I don't want us to dilly-dally. If it is there, it is there. And if it's not and you have no knowledge thereof, you must be, please say so.
My knowledge, Commissioner, is that there was discussions because when
But that's not what I'm asking. The issue is the plan. Is it there? The discussions, you know, we can all discuss. It's like singing from where I'm sitting, a chair. You know, we cannot even all sing at the same time. But does it address the problem that we are having? Definitely not. So
But
is there a plan, acting CFO?
I want to get to a point of organogram because that's the plan that it addresses the gaps that identified.
Is there a plan, acting CFO?
There was a recent organogram that was
only
approved.
after the acting MM ascended?
No, before the acting MM came.
At
there
what
was,
point was this designed?
it's discussion that happened during this year. There was some, I think 1 or 2 positions that were discussed, and I think the organogram was updated on that.
All right.
Sorry, Commissioner. Please respond, acting CFO, to the questions of the Commissioner. And this, I think it was. You've been in this position now for more than a year. You cannot give testimony by saying, I think this is what happened and I think that is what happened. The Commissioner has requested you to respond to her questions directly and truthfully. If there is no plan, don't come with I think and we are discussing. If there's no plan, there's no plan. Just answer the questions truthfully and directly.
Apologies, Chairperson. There's no plan. However, as indicated, based on the gaps that identified by the previous management and us as management, we then tabled for the organogram to be corrected to fill those gaps that we had identified. But in terms of the plan, there is no plan. Thank you.
Now, if in that cap that you are wearing, you were to evaluate yourself, now would you say is it that you are doing that which you have been earmarked to do in terms of job prescripts?
I think no, Chairperson, Commissioner. You find yourself most of the time having to cover operations because of those gaps that are there. In over and above what you do as a CFO.
So in other words, you're saying you're doing other people's jobs other than that which you have been earmarked to do.
That's right, Commissioner.
So in other words, as for governance in this municipality, and this, let me direct to the in terms of governance, can we safely say that this municipality is failing in this regard? Or at least it was, maybe before you ascended, because it looks like you have come up with some changes.
Yes, Commissioner. Probably, I think the CFO did not give you the answer that you were supposed to.
No, but he's
I
under
just-
oath.
yes, I just-
MM,
no, I
MM,
want to
please,
help.
please, MM, don't interject. I'm still on the podium. You cannot answer for him. He has agreed, and this is what I said even to the previous MM the last week of was this now so Blackie, that when you take on a position, when you start wearing a cap, you must own that position. So the question was put to him, and you cannot by no means answer for him. He has answered, and he has said to the best of his ability he was going to answer. Is that not so? Now, if you are going to change what he said, it's not possible. Rather, answer for yourself, insofar as you know, because it is binding on your conscience. It does not extend to the acting CFO. Yes.
Yeah. What I wanted to say is that there were changes on the organogram, but now when I look at them, they were addressing his department, not other departments. So when you look at that, there are a lot of vacancies that actually have been identified that were not there in the organogram. Hence I'm saying that probably, but now that is my answer to that. In terms of
I
the
need to
question-
understand. Just pause.
Yes.
Just pause there for a moment. So, are you now saying there is a plan, except it is to address the office of the acting CFO?
Now, it is addressing everyone, but mainly most of the changes were done in his department, and then those positions that we're talking about that are in the new organogram. Actually, we are in the process of advertising. Actually, we are in the process of shortlisting. Hence, I'm saying that.
So the challenges,
Yes.
are they only in the office of the CFO, or are there challenges in other departments as well?
There are challenges in all the departments. However, in terms of critical positions that I see on the organogram that actually are vacant, and then you can see they are budgeted and vacant, are there in the organogram.
Yes.
But now, when I came in, I realized that some of the critical positions were not identified in the organogram, particularly when you look at the technical services. So hence I'm saying there were changes, but the changes were not addressing what I'm thinking that they should be addressing. What should be addressing, for me, technical department is the core of the municipality, where actually it is service orientated.
I would say that machine to be oiled, it's everything. There's
agree.
no way that you can talk about money and then you say, you know what, we don't even have to start there. For me, it's even more critical. How it is used sets apart your municipality insofar as performance is concerned.
I agree, Commissioner.
Mm.
But what I'm trying to get to is that the key department that makes money to be available, it's where you put the meters, where you make sure that water is running, where electricity is there, and then all these others will follow. As long as the reason we are here is mainly of service delivery. If ever we have a situation whereby your service delivery department is ailing, the entire municipality will ail. So I'm saying that.
That's why I don't understand you wanted to amplify the one over the other.
No, I'm not.
From where I'm sitting, it's all of them.
Oh,
For
okay,
this
it's fine.
machine to work properly, all
All of them, okay, it's fine.
departments must be working optimally.
Thank you.
Just one aspect that I know that my chair is going to allow me at least an opportunity to sneak it in there. Your unemployment rate, do you have your numbers?
Yes, it's 47.7, 47.4%.
And you're talking about young people or elder people?
I haven't gone actually into dissecting that, but I think I can do that and provide that information.
Provide that.
Yes,
Thank
because
you.
I got that from State South Africa. So
And have
it's
you looked
just
at their IDP, whether it was in place or whether it's not in place?
The IDP is in place.
It is there.
Yes.
Whilst it does not even, it's not able to mitigate that very challenge.
Yes, there are LD initiatives that I mentioned, and then there are also LED initiatives that actually we are undertaking with the mines and solar plants, they call it IPPs. And then there's a program actually that we have drafted that goes through training, that goes through SMME development and so forth. So that there is a program that actually that we're running with the mines. So that there is a plan there.
And this program, does it also talk to the mining companies that exist in this municipality?
Yes, actually, it's a development forum. Actually, is that all the stakeholders in the municipality that are taking.
Now we're making sure that all the voices are represented in your municipality. Whether you're talking about children, you're talking about persons with disabilities, or you're talking about older persons.
That is the plan.
It's a plan.
Yes, that is the intention to have everybody involved.
A plan that is still in the mind, or it's a plan that has already been developed?
Commissioner, what is happening is that there's a document that is written, and then you come and engage a document, and then you put your inputs. You come up with your inputs over and above what is there. So now I'm saying the plan is there, but now I'm also giving in my inputs to the document so that the document should also speak to my aspiration. My aspiration is that one of the community to check actually everybody is represented. To make sure.
You're not answering me. I was very specific. I said, this plan in your mind,
Yes.
which simply means that you're still thinking about it, or is this plan written?
We have a written plan.
There is a written
Yes.
plan. Will you please also just make sure that it's also provided?
I will do so.
Have you heard about forums for older persons?
I know about it, but as in time, I don't want to say that I've heard about it, but I think that is ran from the office of the mayor. I will engage the mayor with that.
No, he actually does, from the office of the municipality.
No, I understand, but now there's what we call a special program that is run from the mayor's office.
No, you got it all wrong. And that's very sad. How old did you say you are?
I'm 56.
56.
Yes.
Do you realize that 4 years down the line, you will also be regarded as an older person?
Yes.
And what does it say about you? Because it's an indictment to say you are not preparing for your old age because you think you're forever young. It's not true, OMM. You're definitely going there.
No, I think Commissioner does
But
not.
we are doing an injustice to our older persons. And it's wrong.
No, I
Because
think
we are all going to be old unless, of course, the Lord calls us, to the higher life.
No, I think, Commissioner, the municipality has got its own system that is working from. Hence, I'm saying that.
But this is one you haven't schooled yourself in.
No, let me finish so that you can understand. The office of the mayor.
No, I'm chairing this meeting. Don't tell the commissioner to allow you to finish when she's putting a question to you. Proceed with your question, Commissioner Quinana.
I'm saying you have not schooled yourself, and I want you to accept that. Once, yes, you could have been seconded, and I'm thinking to myself, you probably seconded because somebody thought that you were better placed. You understood the procedures more, the rules and the regulations and so forth. But that aspect, you have not schooled yourself.
I disagree with you, Commissioner. The reason why I disagree with you is that in local government, we have systems and how we operate. We have what we call special
So
programs.
according to you, there's no forums?
But I don't know how to answer you. Because now I
No,
want
you
to
must
talk.
answer what I'm asking you. It
Yes,
doesn't
I'm
help.
answering you.
No, listen, You can't just go on and on. You're not saying that which I'm asking of you. Forums, according to you, they're in the mayor's office only.
There are forums, Commissioner.
Chair, I'm going to end it at that. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much, Commissioner Quinana. I've already expressed my concerns, MM. You know, when you started, you were disagreeing with the systemic challenges that were read to you by Mr. Adams. You know, I asked the specific question, how's your political dynamics? And I think you said it's stable in the municipality. But how can it be stable if we have seen for many, many years that you've had qualified audit opinions, that you are classified as a distressed municipality, one of 9 in the province, classified by DWS as critical? What you can obviously not answer for your municipal council. You can only, as a responsible official, say, yes, we are stable because they are watching. I hope they are watching. I hope they are watching, because I disagree that you have a stable council. The alternative is that you don't have a knowledgeable council, if they allow this to happen. How can a responsible municipal council allow for a municipality to have a qualified audit for uninterruptedly for many years, being classified as distressed, classified as critical? It's very concerning. It's very concerning that the longer we probe, the more concerned we get, and we disagree with you. I think all those challenges, those systemic challenges that Mr. Adams presented to you, are prevalent in your municipality. It comes out every time we ask a question. It's clear that it's there. I'm, panelists, I'm also of the view that we must ask, because you have said that you were at Gamagara, you were also acting somewhere else, and now you are acting here. Is this recycling of municipal managers in the province really assisting? Because the one before you finished his or her term, then was taken to another municipality. There's no consistency in this province. We take here, there's a problem here, perhaps the mayor is not happy with the municipal manager. That person is removed, he's taken somewhere else, he goes and messes up somewhere else. I'm very concerned, panelists, and I think it's something we must include in our report. The recycling of MMs in this province is not assisting. It's definitely not assisting. You take one year, you put him there, then year there, then he's taken away, he's deployed somewhere else. It's not assisting at all. And from what we have heard today, I cannot, because you think you have a plan, and then you think you might have a plan, and because you think that you might have a plan, perhaps you don't have a plan, or do we have a plan? That is where we are at the moment with your municipality. Very concerning, very, very concerning testimony that we received from your municipality today. Thank you so much. You are released.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, just before. When I get passionate, I forget things, just like you, CFO. Before the 30, not later by the 31st of October, that's next week Friday, you need to provide us with the following information. Who can write information down fast? If you don't have the information, just ask Mr. Weingaard on your way out to also provide it to you. Provide a copy of the service level agreement with Vaal Central, SLA with Vaal Central. Provide report on arrears to Vaal Central and debt relief process. Now this one I did, the next one I'm very concerned about. I wanted to put that question, but we have time issues. Detailed information on how to address poor revenue collection in Pela in light of almost R1 million per month being paid to Vaal Central. You have to pay Vaal Central R1 million, but you're not collecting revenue in Pela. How are you going to address it? Submit a copy of the organogram and a copy of the detailed report on the vacancy rate and where those vacancies are and their impact on the ability of the municipality to deliver services. Because you are obviously, as a distressed municipality, as a critical municipality, not providing adequate services. That is obvious. Submit a time frame on when the municipality will develop a plan to address the skills deficit in the municipality. What Commissioner Kwinana asked you directly and you were hesitant to respond. Time frame on when this plan will be developed to address the skills deficit in the municipality. To submit a copy of the corrective action plan to address the green drop and blue drop scores and a business plan submitted to DWS on wastewater treatment plants. Submit the plan on measures to address illegal dumping. Submit service level agreements with mining companies. Submit a copy of the IDP and the LED for vulnerable groups. I hope you have that. That Commissioner Kwinana was quite direct and eloquent on this specific one. Submit a that one, and then lastly, resubmit the budget of the municipality. Those 9, please. If we could get, and then perhaps your annual report as well. I did not see it. Do you have it? You don't have the annual report as well, if you have it. Thank you, gentlemen. You are excused. Thank you. What's wrong? Complainant?
No,
Which municipality is this?
it's Karoo Hoogland.
Karoo Hoogland. Okay. Commissioner Kwinana, please handle the formalities.
Thank you. May I please have you stand, sir? If you can stand up. Thank you. Your full names, please. Your age?
51 years.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you have an objection taking the affirmation?
Nothing.
Do you regard it to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, say, I do. Raise your right hand and say, I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. May I take a seat? He has been affirmed, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinana. Mr. Weingart, do you want to provide some introductory remarks on the state of affairs in this municipality, Karoo Hoogland?
Yes, Chair, we have limited information, but the area that is covered is the towns of Williston, Loxton, and Fraserburg, to the west, to the south. Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity.
So the complaints that we received from the area of Williston, it was 2 years back, and it relates to sanitation services within one of the settlement where the form of toilets was pit toilets and pit latrines, and people were complaining about that not being cleaned regularly and resulting in an environmental and health issue. Then there was also the issue of housing projects that was incomplete.
Okay, earlier this morning, I think you were here when I explained the process, so I'm going to request, before I give you the opportunity to address us, I'm going to request the provincial manager just to read the systemic challenges that we've already identified in the province. If you agree, you say yes. If you don't agree, you say no, and you provide us with reasons. And if there are any peculiar or unique challenges, service delivery challenges in your municipality, please also bring that to our attention. Over to you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 to 3 million rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Right, you are the appointed MM. You are not acting. Appointed. Right. Just with regards to those challenges, Are you also experiencing those challenges in your municipality? If you could just address us on the challenges in particular. Just firstly on the systemic challenges, if I could just get a yes or no, and yeah, let's get a yes or no from you first.
Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity. I think some of these are relevant to our municipality and others are not.
Which ones are not?
Poor water. We also have a backlog of housing that is relevant. Financial constraints. We are a rural municipality. So we are depending on grants. Revenue collection is a challenge for us. We don't have water tankering. Corruption, inflated stuff is not relevant to us. Unnecessary legal costs, we are not in any mitigating at the moment cases in court. Operating challenges we do have, and political instability and technical skills is relevant to us.
Okay. Right, so political challenges you have and technical skills, there are challenges. And what was the one just before?
Operating challenges.
Okay, if you can address us on the operating challenges, what exactly are those?
Yeah, I can be honest to say, Commissioner, that we do have some operating challenges due to the fact that we, as a municipality, we do not have the correct technical skills. We do have a director, but the department for long there was huge vacancies. We managed to fill that. So each town from 1st of November will receive 5 general workers for each of the towns. But we received assistance from the district municipality till last month. That helped us a lot, but we do not have a building inspector in our facility. So there's a lot of our building plans that is currently not being addressed. And we wrote to Salga, and we wrote to the district municipality and the neighboring municipalities in that regard to ask, please assist us, because the plans are piling up. That has an effect on an income for us and also further development in our municipal area. Other than that, operating challenges, we managed to do refuge removal regularly. We managed to do clean water, electricity, and those things are not really something that we have huge challenges. We do have some upgrading that is currently taking place from INEP grant in Fraserburg, because Sutherland is a ESCOM town. Fraserburg we provide electricity, and then in Wollaston we divide between ESCOM and ourselves for electricity in that town. Politically, because we are a coalition government, you can just imagine, Commissioner, we have huge challenges in instability. We have some 7 mayors up from 2021 serving our municipality. So you can just imagine the challenge that we have as administration. Every time the council is changing, there's also a lot of things happening also on that side, and expectations that we as administration need to address. The housing served Erwin in Sutherland is a problem. Community is long waiting for this. We compiled a plan putting the cost of serving those Erwin, and we sent that to the district municipality and the province to ask for some funding. We don't have the capacity as a municipality to pay for the providing of services on those Erwin. But the community is anxiously waiting for that. Then in Wollaston, people is long waiting for housing. There's 50 houses that were supposed to be built. These houses, only 4 of them was halfway completed. And we believe the department, Coxta is running that there's problems with the contractors. So on 2 occasions, the contractors, after appointment,
cancel the contract or cancel the commitments with the department. So that is challenging for us. We are understaffed, and we're currently on a recruitment drive to make sure that we employ skilled people with the correct qualifications in positions, because also our municipality also suffering from people in positions that do not have the qualifications to do the job. And also because of the vacancies, people doing 2 and 3 people's work. That was also pointed out by the AG that there's a conflict of interest. And with the staff establishment, we're trying to correct that, Commissioner, to make sure that we move people around and to make sure that people can focus on one job they are paid for. Revenue collection, we do suffer. We have some challenges, but we have ever since making sure that we trying and we are busy to follow our collection policy very closely. Where there's also instances and the basis of your collection that was not right in our municipality. People has died, people have changed ownership, and those things are challenges that we need to correct to make sure the base is correct. For this reason, Commissioner, we received a qualified audit. We ever since unqualified audits, but due to the classification of properties the last year, we were very disappointed to receive a qualified audit opinion that we are not used to, and we have addressed this with the AG. The classification of properties was ever since corrected on the evaluation role, and we are billing people that was underbilled, and we credit people on their accounts that were overcharged. In our effort to make sure that we take the qualification away. According to the AG, that was more than 1 million, but when we do our calculations, Commissioner, we realized it was some 500 and something thousand, which doesn't justify a qualification actually, when we went into to clarify that.
Are you done?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. All right. No, thank you, MM. Thank you for the inputs. Just on service delivery from my side, and before I hand over to Mr. Adams to put his question, you indicated that there are no water provision challenges in the municipality. If you can just address us on that, why are you saying that? And then secondly, with regards to your sewer network or networks, any challenges that you are experiencing, specifically your wastewater treatment works in the municipality, and also any sewage spillages in the municipality? Just shortly, you don't have to elaborate for a long time.
Commissioner, on the sewage spillages, we, as a town in Sutherland, due to the renewable energy wind farms, we were challenged by the influx of a lot of people. And with only one sewage truck, we have huge problems in servicing that, and we had to, on many occasions, bring trucks from from Wollaston and Fraserburg to assist us in that regard, because we are too proud to have sewage in the streets. But I think this week we managed to procure another truck for Sutherland. The truck will be delivered within the next week. We were able to do that, but it was because of the influx of people, and we didn't budget it for that to take place. I can also just
Sorry,
say
that is only in
Sutherland.
Sutherland.
Yeah.
Okay, not in the other towns.
Other towns where
Okay.
the volumes of residents is not that high. The mayor initiated a process where we want to meet the wind farms. This is taking place the 28th of the next week. We want to sit down with them to illustrate to them that you must assist us in making sure that they also bear the cost of services to these people, that we share the responsibility of that and the accountability. So we will have a meeting with them to in an effort to bring them to the table as far as their responsibility is also concerned. The other one was the water. I can say that all the residents in our area has water, running water to clean running water to their households. There are some informal settlements. I can just say there's 46 in Willis, 46 plus 15 plus 30 that has risen in 3 of the streets, but they have we created a area of not more than 100 meters away from their households so that they can also have some running water. Otherwise, the water is tested monthly. The water is clean. There was never any problems with the water. And annually, the chemical tests are also done.
Thank you, MM. Mr. Adams, your questions?
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. I just wanted you to clarify. You are under oath. It can't be true that 100% of your residents have access to reliable water supply.
Yeah.
And you testify that that is the case. So I don't think it is as bad as many other municipalities, but I don't believe 100% of your residents have access to a reliable water supply. According to submissions the Commission has received from DWS, it is 23% of households within Karwa, Waggaland, 28% apologies, who do not have access to reliable water supply. So I just wanted to bring your attention to that and to remind you that you are under oath. Moving on then, you had testified that there are challenges relating to pit toilets. Apologies, not you, but our evidence leader had indicated that the Commission had received complaints relating to pit toilets and incomplete housing projects. Can you tell the panel a little more about what the number of pit toilets look like within your municipality, how often are they serviced, and then also progress with the incomplete housing projects?
I can say that we managed to eradicate those toilets through projects in Williston and Fraserburg. Fraserburg was the last one, but the only one that is still outstanding is Sutherland. I think some 434 of those toilets are still outstanding. The reason for that was there was huge problems with water for Sutherland. These water SAHRC projects was initiated. We managed to have some 12 strong boreholes. 6 of them is currently developed. The project will be finished, I think, in June 2026. And we appointed the civil services on those boreholes. They are currently busy to develop those the pumps and things that can pump the water. As soon as this is sorted out, we will then will be able to have running water throughout Sutherland for the eradication of the pit toilets in Sutherland. Other towns we managed to
Just for purposes of the record, because remember we, as I've indicated, we're going to finalize a report and so on, which, with regards to the water challenges in your municipality, the question that the provincial manager put to you, and he based his question on information that we had received from DWS. Which is the correct state of affairs? Is it your version, or is it the version of DWS? Do you just want to address us on that?
I think, for Commissioner, for purpose of this inquiry,
I will go with what the provincial manager is saying, and I will then send information back if there's a difference in what is happening.
Thank you, Chairperson. Right, you addressed us on the toilets. Can you tell us about the incomplete housing projects, please?
Commissioner, housing is not a competency of the municipalities, but however we work closely with Koksta. As I also mentioned previously to you, there was problems with service providers as far as that is concerned. I think it is when what we heard was that there was not enough funding available, and there was a mismatch of the kind of civil with more construction materials needed to develop the foundations of these houses. And that's the reason why the two contractors withdrew from the project. That's what we heard.
Okay, I will let the housing project go for now, Commissioner. I have noted that you submitted a service level agreement with the district municipality.
Yeah.
And you earlier testified that you had requested for support from SAHRC relating to the development of building plans. Is that correct?
Now, a building for the services of a building inspector.
Building inspector,
Yeah.
apologies. I'm interested to know how much are you paying SAHRC in terms of membership fees, and are you paying any fees over to the district municipality? If so, how much?
I need to be corrected on this. Sorry for that, Commissioner. But I think we are invoiced by the district municipality regularly, and we are paying for the services, the traveling, and the services rendered. We also have a service level, a shared service agreement with the municipality as far as internal auditing is concerned, and that is assisting us greatly. The other services that we also received from the municipality was technical services, and that also was of great assistance to us in the Karoo-Wagla municipality. But I'm not too sure about maybe the district municipality is here. I see the MM is looking. But I think now we have good relationships with the district municipality. As far as SAHRC is concerned,
I think that, sorry, MM, I think that information is crucial for our report, so I will not take your word for it because you are not sure. When the district municipality appears before us, we will ask that question. But if it is the case that they are invoicing you, I would be very concerned. Please proceed.
Chair, if I may, before you proceed, did you say that you were invoiced for traveling? Because I don't understand why you would be invoiced for traveling.
I think it is about the officials. They is traveling to us. I think the agreement is that we carry those costs and do not put it on the district municipality. Okay,
and then can you elaborate on the technical support that you're being provided?
Yeah, our technical director currently is a situation where he needs to go to for treatment ongoing for long periods, and the district municipality with the technical assistance from an official that they have were able to assist us. On a strategic level with a lot of our projects, with our business plans, and that assists us very, very, very much.
Okay, thank you. So just to confirm, you don't know how much you are spending in membership fees to either SAHRC or the district municipality?
The district municipality is not membership.
It's invoicing.
No, it's for the services, not for services. This is for the cost they incurred for sending someone to us. That is just for correction.
Okay.
SAHRC, we do have membership fees that we pay annually, but we also have I think there was also an arrears account that is there. There is an agreement with SAHRC to paying that off.
What is the arrears amount?
I think it's about 800,000 rand. at the
And
moment.
the payment plan arrangement, what does
The
it look
payment
like?
plan arrangement, when I got the municipality was 18,000. So to me that was a bit
Per month.
yeah on the back on the arrears. But we ever since are in contact with Salga, and we trying to revisit the agreement to make sure that we paid it down. We as a municipality we don't have any loans or something, just one from DBSA. And we proud ourselves as a municipality to don't have these things. And to us, to have a Salga that we're paying 18,000 for 800, it means it would never get to be paid down. So that is something that we want to sort out. And then there's a DBSA account that we finish, I think it's in 2027.
Okay, that sounds positive. With coming back to Salga, have they responded favorably regarding your request with the support for building inspectors or not?
Yeah, no, we have also good relationships with Salga, and the letters was only sent, I think, last week, so we are still waiting on the response from the commissioners.
Okay, noted, thank you. I'm then going to refer you again to the Green Drop Progress Report from 2022. This is included in the submission the Commission has received from DWS. Karoo Hoogland is identified as 100% critical risk rating and has a green drop score of 11%, with a blue drop score having regressed from 49.28% in 2014 to 21.62% in 2023. Can you elaborate on those ratings for the panel, please?
Commissioner, that in all honesty, we as a municipality, we are far behind with a blue drop and the green drop. I know that we need to, as a blue drop, to have those status, we need to have process controllers. And the municipality are currently busy to have critical positions filled at the municipality. So these will definitely have our attention to make sure, and we are also busy with the wastewater treatment plant for Williston at the moment. The contractor is on site. We are not satisfied with this, and this is not something that we want to put under the table. This is not right, but there's other critical things that we are at the moment addressing, but this must be addressed.
Thank you, MM. I'm hearing you acknowledging that the situation is dire and that it doesn't sit well with you, which I appreciate. Can you then confirm that there are in fact human rights violations experienced by communities on the ground?
As I mentioned also earlier, commissioners, is that there's nothing wrong with our water. The quality of our water, there was never problems. The water is tested monthly, sent away to labs, coming back. There's no violations. The water is clean.
Just to clarify, much more than just water, basic services in general?
No, I don't agree. Basic, we do.
You did acknowledge sewage spillages in Sutherland, so that is a human rights violation.
Yeah. Yeah, Commissioner, that was one or two occasions, and that's why we addressed it with the acquiring of the truck. The influx of the people caught us, and we didn't plan to have these people, and the wind farms expand in such a way that they put such strain on our services. And that's why I also said early on, that's why we're calling them to book. We're calling them to sit with us around the table. But the truck will be delivered, and it's something that did not happen. The spillage was not, it was in one or two businesses in Sutherland where people have tourists, and then one of the businesses in town. That's why we act speedily to make sure that there is another truck delivered.
No, thank you. Just to clarify on the human rights violations, should you had been one of those 400 and odd households who were required to use a pit toilet, would you believe that that was your right to dignity being upheld, or would your right to dignity have been violated?
Now, I agree with you that it's not dignified.
Dignified, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just found it important to reframe it because there will, of course, be human rights violations taking place. Maybe not to as a great extent as we've seen in other municipalities, but I don't believe that there are zero human rights violations taking place. That's all for now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, and thank you, for providing those responses. I'm going to request Commissioner Kwinana to put her questions.
Thank you, Chair. 2023, 2024, you regressed insofar as your audit is concerned. But coming from 2019, there was the only time, in fact, when you still had unqualified report. And I'm looking at the challenges. There seem to be a number of them. Issues such as the revenue from exchange transaction, revenue from non-exchange transaction. Are these being addressed?
Yes, Commissioner, that is being addressed. And also with the assistance of the AG, we asked also the AG with meetings prior to the audit started to assist us and help us, and are they comfortable with what we are putting on the table to assist the municipality to rectify these the mistakes that was made in the past. I can also say it was the first time for us also that the AG went for classification of properties, and it assists the municipality and it assists us also going forward to have the correct billing and the correct income for the municipality. So in actual fact, we regress to also go forward on that one, Commissioner.
There's also issues around the information that is being provided with regard to performance not being reliable. So is there a plan also in place, that has been developed, and is it also being used?
Yeah, definitely, Commissioner. We, some year back, we didn't have a system, and by law we are obliged to have a system in place, a performance system. So that was acquired as a first step to correct this. And the culture of performance and accountability was not vested in the municipality, on the officials. But we ever since give training, and the system was introduced, and last year was the first time that we were able to be scored and assessed on performance on a system. You can remember there was some 2 years back, someone a previous was sent to jail for performance not on a system, because the performance was done on Excel sheets, and it was not really legal. So that is being addressed. We do have a system at the moment, and we're also busy to cascade performance management to the lowest levels in our municipality to make sure that everyone is accountable, from under subordinates, from managers. Everyone will be held accountable for performance in our municipality.
I'm only seeing you being flagged for performance, but I'm not seeing issues around capacity. Has that been a challenge, or that's not a challenge?
Commissioner, I can a lot of stories about capacity in our municipality. Because according to me, senior managers, for instance, I just believe that the selective adherence is taking place as far as regulations is concerned. And some, there's strict measures put in place, others there's no strict measures put in place. And there's people that there's been acting that doesn't have the qualifications. Other people that is acting, there was strict measures put in place for those people to leave the acting, and then other instances it continues. And a lot of the problems that we encounter is problems from when these situations have occurred in our municipality.
So there is a plan to address that, and through you, Chair, can that also be made available?
Yeah, at the moment we are in the process to make sure that municipal staff regulations is being addressed and then and adhered to. And we appointed a human human resource management. They have started the 1st of September, and it's expecting from those managers to draw up a strategic human resource management plan for our municipality going forward, and to make sure that the skills gaps that exist in our municipality are addressed.
Yes. How long have you been there, ma'am?
I've been there, 1st of November, it will be 2 years, Commissioner.
And when you got there, you've only found out that you need to capacitate from then, or this is something that you got to know along the way?
It was from there, but it was also the institution of consequence management that has to take place when I entered the municipality, Commissioner.
Has it taken place?
It has been taken place.
So there's probably a list of all those consequence management that took place. If you can also just make that available as well. There's a finding also by the AG around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as irregular and unauthorized, and this would have been around the period of 2023-2024 of 172.11 million, unauthorized, fruitless 3.04 million, and irregular 51.20. Have these been addressed, and what are the usual challenges that leads to this?
This is also due to a shortage of skills, Commissioner. We as a municipality are in the process to expand electronic system at the moment for SEM to go paperless. Training has been taking place and it's already been instituted. The system actually has a dashboard that will show invoices that is outstanding for more than 30 days to make sure that we don't pay these penalties for invoice. A lot of times that was also the situation in our municipality. And then overspending because some of the posts was used continuously, and now the system will make sure that there's validations, there's no overspending, and then invoices are paying timelessly. So there is a system that we are busy using to make sure that these kind of things are addressed, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe just as the last question, the IDP, do you have that in place?
The IDP is in place, Commissioner, and the IDP is approved.
And it does address the most marginalized of our society?
They were also, through our public participation processes, there was input from our communities. Some of the things that they was pointing out is in the IDP to be addressed, Commissioner. Not all, but some of them, as budgets allowed us, are in the. It is this meeting that we're having with also with the wind farms coming, that we also want to point them out to say, assist us in these strategic plans that we have for our communities.
With the funds that are available vis-a-vis your population, which is 11.691, as of at the date that it was, the statistics were done, I think around 2023, 2024. Would you say the funds that are being availed to you are enough?
It will never be enough, Commissioner. There was always, will always be.
So is there a plan that has been developed to address that?
We do have some plans and also these engagements with our stakeholders in our area to make sure that there's more money coming in. You know, Commissioner, also these wind farms that is operating in our areas, that is coming there, they do not pay the taxes that they are supposed to be paying. And that's why we will call them to order to make sure that they put. I think from that, I think there is a lot of funding that must come forward to make sure that they assist us in addressing some of the things where we fall short, to address that to our communities. It is the responsibility also for operating in our area. But they come in, they talk to one or two officials, Commissioner, and then they leave after 10 years, 20 years, with the community still. They keep funding schools with books and all those duplications all over and over again, and it's time for us to call them to order also. That's why we are engaging.
So which means your IDP is not working optimally, because that's the engagement that should be, you should be involved in, so that you can address those challenges, but to ensure that they contribute meaningfully to the communities. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana, and allow me also to thank you, It's never easy sitting there, that side of the table. It's never easy, and I think you did well today. You did do your best to respond to the questions, although here and there we disagreed with the responses, but I do think you did very well. I am interested in this wind farm challenge. May I request that you just provide us with additional information from our side? I think we also need to refer to that in our report. We cannot only write negative things about you, but we also need to, not you, but your municipality. We also need to look at ways to assist the municipality as well. And if we have to involve the relevant department to liaise with these people to also pay the municipality what they're supposed to, we will definitely do that. So please provide us with more information. I also want to say, for an who has had 7 mayors in one term, you are actually doing well. It must be said.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are actually doing well.
Thank you so much.
Right. Lastly, I hope you have a piece of paper and a pen. We just require the following information from you, not later than Friday the 31st of October. You have a pen? Can I? You have a pen, all right. You can. Oh, there's one. Righto. Mr. Weingart will also provide you with these questions when you leave. But for the record, I just want to read it, that you submit a copy of the costed plan on housing provision. Submit information on how the district is supporting your municipality. You refer to them driving to the municipality, and they was assisting with technical services and so on. You if you can just provide us with that information, what exactly, how are they supporting you? Submit information on how much the municipality is paying to SAHRC for membership fees. I think you said there's an agreement of 80,000 a month. 1818. Oh, okay, sorry. But if we can just get written confirmation. Submit a plan to address the skills deficit in your municipality. Submit information on the vacancy rate. Submit a copy of the IDP. And submit a plan on business, e.g. wind farm businesses, to contribute meaningfully to the municipality financially. If, or if it's not a plan, just additional information on these wind farm businesses, so that we just also liaise with the relevant national department. Thank you, MM. You have 400 kilometers. I did check, I think 396 kilometers to drive back to Williston. So drive safely. Thanks for honoring this inquiry. And thank you for being here on time. I think you were the first one sitting here this morning. We appreciate the respect that you have shown for the Commission. Thank you so much. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Right, a body break for everyone. We will reconvene at exactly 4 o'clock. Which is the next municipality? Hantam. Are we ready? Are you guys live stream? Is everything fine? All right, cool. Right, good afternoon to you and welcome back to everyone, to the panel in particular. I'm going to start with, we have the municipal manager of Hantam local municipality appearing before the commission. I'm going to request the evidence leader, Mr. Weingart, if he has anything that he would like to bring to the attention of the panel with regards to the state of service delivery in this municipality.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the municipality of Hantam covers the towns of Calvinia, Lourisfontein, and Nieuwoudtville. It's on the border with the Western Cape. Nieuwoudtville is probably the closest to the Western Cape. So we had received complaints, but it dates back to 3-4 years, where the municipality had challenges with water, and especially Lourisfontein and Calvinia. Calvinia experienced a dry season, and Lourisfontein had problems with boreholes drying up. But those were attended to. I think they got funding through Department of Water and Sanitation, and where they had good boreholes in Lourisfontein, and that was addressed. So that is the extent of the complaints that we received from Hantam municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Weingart. Commissioner Quinana, time for the formalities.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Fortuin, may I request that you stand for the oath or the affirmation? Which one will it be? Thank you so much. May I please have your full names?
Use the mic.
The mic, please.
Good afternoon. I will take the oath, Commissioner and panelists, but good afternoon first.
Thank you so much. Please state your full names for the record.
I am Jan Johannes Fortuin.
Your age?
I'm 62 years of age.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, no objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, definitely.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat. Sonny in chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Yeah, Mr. Fortuin, good afternoon and welcome to the inquiry. I see that you attended your municipality attended the water justice tracker engagement. You are also not classified as a distressed municipality. You are not classified, although you are classified as a poor municipality in terms of the classification of DWS, you are not classified as critical. So I'm not sure if you will be driving back home this afternoon or whether you will be staying over, but just on the information in front of me, and it all depends on you, Mr. Fortuin, on the quality of the testimony you will be providing today. It appears that things are not as bad as they are in other municipalities in the province. But Mr. Adams, the provincial manager, remember earlier this morning I explained the process. He's going to read the systemic challenges that we have identified in the province as a whole. From you, we just require to indicate which of those challenges are prevalent in your municipality. You know, if it's water challenges and sewage spillages and so on, you can just indicate, yes, all of them are prevalent in my municipality, or these ones are not, and these are the reasons for them not really being challenges in the municipality. So I'm going to start with Mr. Adams, just to read those challenges, and if you could then just address the panel on challenges. And please respond truthfully so that we don't keep you here for for a long time disagreeing with you on your responses. Mr. Adams?
Mr. Fortuin, municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 to 3 million rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do you agree with those challenges, or would you like to address us on the ones that you are not in agreement with?
Commissioner Chairperson, yes, thank you once again. I want to address the Commission about those ones that I agree with. The deteriorating of the roads, like the potholes in the streets, the backlog in housing, although housing is a core function of the province. I think small towns like us, in local economic development, unemployment, and the tasks, the difficult tasks to collect within the ESCOM area. But I can also inform the Commission that we are in current engagement with ESCOM to take over the Calvinia West site. Historically, you have Calvinia West is there in location and east in town. Now, in town is the municipalities area. In location is ESCOM. We are engaging with ESCOM as we have already take over the Lourisfontein area of ESCOM. So vandalism, dumping, illegal dumping. When I was in the Karoo Hoogland municipality, I proposed to council that we must take the children to educate them because it seems the parents won't listen to us. Yes, and then the debt collection is also something that we are also grappling with. Thank you, Commission and panelists.
Thank you, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, you have just indicated that you were a municipal manager at Karoo Hoogland. When was that?
Yes, Commissioner Chairperson, it was 2018 till 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were also appointed as municipal manager there?
I was appointed then, and then I was seconded to the Nosterberg municipality.
Which municipality?
Nosterberg.
Nosterberg. Oh, my
and then I
goodness.
was seconded to Calvinia, and then I was appointed this year.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were seconded, were you an employee of the provincial government, of the department?
I was an employee of Costa, yes.
Of Costa?
Yes.
All right. And you have now been appointed as an appointed appointed by council, or have you been appointed by Costa again?
Commissioner, I was appointed by council.
By council. All right. Right, and I'm just trying, you know, I've made this statement this morning that I'm a bit concerned about the recycling of municipal managers in the province. What would be the reason? And I'm not pointing fingers. I'm trying to understand the principle. What would be what was the reason for you leaving Karoo Hoogland after finishing your one term, your 1 5-year term?
Yes, Commissioner, some historical background. I was 5 years there. The month before the 5 year, there was political instability. Another political party take over.
Oh.
And this party don't want to work with me. And then I was 4 days at home, and then I get a call from the office of the Premier. There's some challenges in Renosterberg. Can I go there and assist?
I understand. Okay. All right. No. Thank you for that information. With regards to human rights violations in your municipality, especially the provision or access to water, do all residents, all community members in your municipality have access to water? That is the first. Well, the first question is actually, are there human rights violations occurring in your municipality? Second one, do everyone have access to water? And thirdly, are there sewage spillages occurring in your municipality? That would be in any of the towns.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chairperson. According to the best of my knowledge, we have all access to water, drinking potable water. There's no sewer spillages, but in Brandvlei, we have got the pit latrines. You know the pit latrines. But there's work in progress. Costa had already appointed a consultant for the dedication of the pit latrines. And then we are busy with the town establishing in Middelpost, Ward 7 in the Antam. As we speak now, the MEC is there to give an indication or to explain the people of Middelpost how this town establishment work. Okay. Thank you.
All right, and your audit opinion for the last financial year, what was it? Audit outcome?
We regress. We got a qualified audit opinion.
Why? Why did you regress?
Because the instability in senior management. The municipal manager, Mr. Jan Swartz, who got the only clean audit of local governments in the Northern Cape, get a position at Namako municipality. And there was a seconded municipal manager, and then another seconded municipal manager, and the CFO left also for a place like a municipality like Overstrand. It's in the environment of the sea, so one
Yes.
can understand. He left also, and then the budget and treasury officer was doing his own work and the work of the CFO. So this is a regression. Then the other thing I think was they appoint lately, too late, they appoint the consultants to do the AFS. Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fortuin. Mr. Adams, would you like to put your questions?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Fortuin, I just wanted to remind you, I'm not entirely sure that I heard your response to Commissioner Boshoff's questions. He asked whether or not there are any human rights violations occurring in the municipality. You may answer.
Yes, I answer now. Thank you so much. It's the second time in my whole life that I appear before a commission. So you must bear with me.
No problem.
But I'm very calm, I can tell you. According to me, there's no human rights violation except the one of the pit latrines there in Brandvlei. It's for me a human right, and therefore we push. I've also write a letter to the HOD and to the Namakwa district manager regarding this process.
Okay, so you are taking action within the scope of what you can take action with.
If you want me to send you the proof, I can easily send you the
Yes,
proof.
please. We'd
Yes.
appreciate that because I have noted that you did, in fact, even in your introduction, you indicated that eradicating the bucket system in Brandvlei is a persistent challenge, but that is being addressed by Kochster. Can you perhaps provide the panel with an idea of progress as far as that bucket eradication program is concerned?
Commissioner, Chairperson, panelist, yes. It's only the consultant that is appointed yet. It's only but it's appointed by Costa.
Okay,
So, yes.
when was the consultant appointed?
Yes, it was about 4 months back. I think.
Okay. Do you know if there's a possible timeline around implementation or finalization of implementation of the eradication program?
No, Mr. Adams, therefore I write this communication to them, which I will
Okay.
provide with you if I can get your email address also.
No problem. Have you received the response? I'm interested to know if you received
No, I
any
haven't
response.
received any response yet.
Okay. No, but I think it would be great to share that correspondence with the Commissioner, and then perhaps from our side we can put it to Kocht as well. You also indicated that there are challenges with critical operational and security issues at landfill sites. Can you elaborate on that for the panel, please?
Thank you once again, Mr. Adams. Yes, the school children on the landfill site when they must be in school. We've got problems with adults that is roaming around there, and when we are confronting them, they want to fight with us. But now we have put some EPWP workers there to check for us, and then we have also a meeting with the sector departments. I think 2 meetings, the one before my arrival there, and the second one in my time. But it's only the police that was working with us. The other ones didn't come to the meetings. Maybe they have acting programs.
Okay, no problem. And then the other challenge I wanted you to elaborate on was the impact on road maintenance. You indicated that this was tied to resource constraints.
Yes, Mr. Adams, we have in the smaller municipalities where it was a lack of funding or financial constraints, but from our own pockets we have now a team who will work at a targeted approach to work this street this week, the other street, so we can see there's something happening
So
there.
there's
Yes.
improvement. I do want to also note that you have indicated an own-funded paving project in Lande Street, Calvinia West. That is
Correct, and it
notable.
is completed.
That's positive to hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Fortuin. I did just want to refer you to the Green Drop Progress Report of 2022. It is part of the submission we've received from DWS, where Hantam is rated at 72% critical risk rating with a Green Drop score of 36%. Can you elaborate on those ratings for the panel, please?
Yes. In due respect, can you repeat it, Mr. Adams, please?
Sure. 72% critical risk rating with a 36% Green Drop score.
In the years,
2022.
2022. Okay, I haven't got 2022 here with me. I've got 2023 with me, but
Oh yes, please share with the panel
yes.
what your
But
ratings
we
are
have,
at 2023.
in this regard, we have appointed the process, I think 2 or 3 process controllers to assist us. We have also now, as tomorrow, Provincial Treasury will be there to share best practices with the rest of the province or the country regarding our water plant, and I think we will move with the, how do we call it, we will sewerage. We have now, have not the stanks, we have direct connections. We connect the people through a government program. So we are moving in this direction. Yes, thank you.
I do want to acknowledge that out of all of the municipalities thus far, Chair and Commissioner, this is the first that's actually testified that they've appointed process controllers. All other respondents indicated that part of the challenge has been that they lack process controllers. So I do want to acknowledge that that is positive progress. If we can then just reflect a bit on your blue drop status. In 2014, it seems that you've regressed. So in 2014, the municipality was sitting at 85%, essentially 84.60%. And in 2023, it's sitting at 47.64%. Can you elaborate on that scoring for us, please?
Yes, I must be quite honest with the Commission. I can't elaborate quite correctly on this one. I don't want to lie here, so I want to be quite honest. But I can send you proof in writing something that was happening, if it will please the Honourable Panel.
No, that is in order. I do see that the chairperson of the panel is nodding, so that would be in order. It may very well be that the situation has improved since this outcomes of 2022 and 2023. And so if you've got updated data, please share that with us.
I think so, therefore I want to send it to you in writing.
No, that's perfect. Just 1 second. That's all for me for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Queenana, can I hand over to you?
Thank you so much, Chair. I also do not really have a lot of questions, but there was just something that you mentioned that got me seriously interested when you said the other intervention that you suggested was maybe educating children with regard to illegal dumping. Will you elaborate?
Thank you, Commissioner. I was a school teacher for a long time, a very, very long time. You see, I look very strict. No, but we want to let them write, the high schools write some essays for us. How can we better, ward by ward, the cleanliness of our town? The other one which I observe in the primary schools, when the kids go to their home with letters, the parents are reacting. Or they are giving the letters to the parents. In high school, that is not so much. So one of the things we want them to have a competition, essay writing, and maybe distributing flyers via the small kids from our primary schools.
So this discussion that you had, is it in written form or it was just a verbal discussion?
Commissioner, there was a verbal one.
Mm.
Yes.
And you appreciate that, some things that are said verbally, they are likely to be things that are even said in jest and can be forgotten easily. So what plan do you have going forward? Is it something that you're going to develop, at least to also have in writing?
Okay, Commissioner, thank you. Yes, I will also have an agenda point on the ward committees, and then to council, and then for our newsletter, quarterly newsletters, we can put in there. And requesting the school principals, if they can let us distribute, the children distribute this to us. And also on our website and our Facebook. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm really interested in this, and for me, it actually sort of speaks to the IDP. If you have a look at it, on a broader spectrum, that those are some of the interventions that you can factor in there. Now, using the children, which is in fact a project that was done in the Eastern Cape with regard to teaching our older persons about social media, and just the use of technology. But I like where you're coming from with your thinking. And I think you should definitely, develop it further so that it can assist. So what I'm hearing is there's a bit of integration there as well, which is informed by participation insofar as the Constitution is concerned, because you're also talking committees. So is this also being done? Are you amplifying those voices? Because if you look at children, you look at the youth, but the elderly and ultimately the older persons. So everybody can definitely be represented. Do you perhaps have a forum where everybody is represented, or committees, or a forum for older persons?
No, Commissioner, we haven't got currently a form for older persons, but it's a bright idea. We work closely with a center for older persons, but it's in one town in Calvinia. But we consist of 7 wards, so we can take it to the other wards also.
Yes. And I actually also like the fact that you're saying you want to work through the wards, because in the Municipality Act, that has been the idea, to work from the wards, because the ward councillors would know the members of their community. So they can also keep stock of who is the members in terms of young people, in terms of your children, in terms of persons with disabilities, and of course in terms of older persons. That way people can take care of each other. So you're saying this is something that you definitely look into. And I'm worried, because it looks like you have been at it for some time, but from what you're saying is does not look like you were aware that in fact the Act empowers you to work in that format and from there.
Yes, yes, you are quite correct, Commissioner. I'm sitting a long time on it, informal discussions, but I will formalize it from now on.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner Queen Nana. The provincial manager, just said to me that he was quite impressed with the fact that you are, as an solution driven, and we can see that. Just from my side, because remember we also have to have a comprehensive report. Firstly, in terms of the report that we've received from DWS, the total or the percentage of households not having reliable services in your municipality is 22%. That is according to the DWS report, 22%. Which services and to which communities is DWS referring to?
Yes, Commissioner, I don't know to which department they're referring to, but can I send you our correspondence that to verify that we are correct? Yes.
Okay, so you don't have, you disagree with DWS
Yes,
with
I
regards to
disagree
the
with them, yes.
22%?
Yes, because yesterday we have a recap. Before I coming, I have a recap with all my senior managers. And this was one. There's one of the questions that I asked them. So that we can, if they lie to me, they must verify and they must bear the brunt. Thank you.
All right.
If I may,
Yeah, of course.
Chairperson, have you taken that up with DWS at all?
Not yet, but tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, I will tomorrow, it will late be ending our houses, but before the weekend I will do it, and I can send you my correspondence to them also. But I must get your
Yes,
email
no, I
address.
think that would be in order.
Yeah. But is your testimony, that every individual in your municipality has access to reliable services, including the ones using the pit latrines?
Yes, everyone, but except this. That's not for my humanly correct, the spit latrines. But the others at all the services, refugees removing once a week, and all the other things, the water and sanitation. Yes, we have that all.
Okay. And you have a plan in place to improve on your audit opinion?
Definitely.
What is the plan?
The plan is we have already drawn up most the audit action plan.
Right.
We have already appointed the consultant for the AFS in time, and we are lucky to appoint an CFO that can compile his own financial statements. So you see, in our reduction strategy, we will phase out this one of the AFS and the other one of the performance development system. So this is those two factors we have. So weekly we meet. We have no comments yet. We have received no comments yet.
Is your municipal council stable?
Yes, stable. There's no unstable stability.
They are not complicating your life.
No, I'm lucky in the sense that I'm from there, from home. And I'm lucky in the sense that I'm also referred to them that I compile a research proposal for the interface between administration and politics. Now, some ways must human beings, but I haven't got great problems. Yes.
Okay. And with regards to maladministration in the municipality, even before, I mean, you were appointed recently. Before you were there, any incidents of maladministration, and was consequence management implemented at the municipality?
Let's be very honest with you, Commissioner. I was out of time for 8 years about. So when I came home, I didn't bother with municipality issues. But now in our time, we have an agreement with each other. Any funny thing that we will do, let's correct each other. No funny things. Me and my senior management, we begin our meetings with this one. No funny things.
And then lastly, remember MM, and I also said it to the other municipalities, we are not here to criticize you. We want to find solutions. And if it's necessary for us to use the report to convince national and provincial government to support local municipalities even more and even better, we need information from the municipalities. Financial stability in your municipality, the revenue that you generate from your communities. Where do we stand? Do you have a financial stable municipality? Is there a need for additional support from wherever, national, provincial government? Where do we stand with regards to your financial stability?
Yes, Commissioner, we want to be better. We stand now, we budget for 85%. We are now on 75%. Yes, 75. We have this one there's now a debt collection committee, steering committee in the province. Because some of our departments are not paying, and therefore the chief director, acting chief director, I think she's now at Solplaiki, established a debt collection steering committee in the province so the departments can pay. The other one is that we have most these big programs of the WSIG in the Arabic, and we got the increase of the renter. We get this also, and now we haven't got this big programs, but we have a plan to increase our revenue with the prepaid meters. We're also in partnership. It's a grant. Luckily, it's a grant from DBSA to assist us with the water meters and all the things.
And that is a council-approved plan, the plan that you are referring to?
Definitely,
All
yes.
right. Can we also get a copy of that plan? Remember,
Yes.
we want to include it in our, or at least refer to it in our report.
It's a DBSA plan, yes.
Well,
Yes.
the plan that you have to improve the revenue
Yes.
of
Yeah.
your municipality.
Okay, I will do it, Commissioner.
All righty. one more question from Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Fortuin, my questions are going to. I just want to take you back to the landfill site security and maintenance. So on page 20, I think it's under paragraph 14 of your submission, you indicate that the municipality's landfill sites are severely compromised by pervasive theft and vandalism of municipal assets. Can you clarify SAPS's involvement in these theft and vandalism cases?
If I hear you correctly, the South African Police Service.
That's correct.
Yes. We lay charges, but nothing is actually happening. Yes.
So no progress with any of those criminal matters that have been instituted?
No. They try, but I see there's no progress. We want now to install cameras there on the landfill side. We have the securities there, and then they said to us, we are not SAHRC register.
And that was my next question, because I do see that you've also indicated that there's an inability to appoint dedicated security personnel due to the lack of SAHRC registration and crippling financial constraints. So how do you propose turning around the situation?
See, we are grant dependent municipality. So it's for us not easy to appoint securities there, because they must have the clothes, they must have everything they must have. But I think we must, at some point, we must appoint, and we must sit as a collective. I think we must take it to our next strategic meeting in February, March, when we have our strategic meeting, so that we, with all the stuff, so that we discuss this also. Okay,
thank you, Mr. Fortuin. Last question then. You've confirmed that the absence of necessary yellow fleet machinery hampers the technical team's ability to conduct proper maintenance of landfill cells. And then in addition, you've indicated that this poses a safety risk to municipal staff, particularly when dumping refuse at the Calvinia landfill due to these unauthorized intrusions. So my question is, do you have a risk register in place? And how regularly is it updated?
Yes, we have one in place. I don't want to lie. I have proposed meeting with the internal auditor for every 3 months now. We do it last week, because I want to meet with her on a regular basis.
And are these risks reflected in your register?
No, it's not reflected there.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. When you were busy with your testimony, Mr. Fortuin, I was asking Commissioner Quinana a question, just for assistance. Commissioner Quinana, for those of you who don't know, is also an admitted attorney, and she acted as a judge recently, just before her appointment as a commissioner. So I asked her, if you lay a criminal charge and there's no progress, what should the municipality do? And although Commissioner Quinana and myself, if we could assist each and every municipality, all 257 of them, to assist them in dealing with the challenges, we would really do that. And we are really doing a lot, I think, for 4 municipalities, but it's not always possible for the 2 of us to be involved everywhere. Commissioner Quinana is advising that you escalate the matter, and that you document the escalation. Even if you have to meet with the provincial commissioner of SAPS, don't just leave it there. We cannot allow our municipal infrastructure to be sabotaged and vandalized. Escalate it so that we bring an end to the vandalism and the sabotage. We have also issued a policy brief. One of the authors is online, The other author is in the room. And we've given clear direction in the policy brief. We can even make it available to you on how these matters should be prosecuted. So don't just leave it there, escalate it, and let's see if that will assist. Right. In conclusion, Mr. Fortuin, you are kindly requested to provide us with the following information not later than next week, Friday, the 31st of October. Mr. Weingart will also provide you with the information. He'll WhatsApp it to you, but for the record, I'm just reading it to you. Submit a copy of the correspondence on the bucket system on Brandvlei. The bucket system on Brandvlei. I'm not sure if it's a bucket system or the VIP or the pit latrines. Submit a report on measures in place to improve the blue drop score and information on water supply reliability. Submit brief information on how to address challenges or the challenge of landfall sites, for example, escalating to the Provincial Commissioner of Subs to follow up on criminal charges. That's landfall sites. Submit information on how ideas around illegal dumping will be formalized. Illegal dumping, your ideas. Remember, Mr. Adams complimented you on being progressive in dealing with challenges. Submit your audit action plan to improve the audit opinion. Submit a plan to improve revenue enhancement to move from 75% to get to the desired 85%. And then also submit a copy of the risk register. I assume, evidence leader, that we have the annual report, we have the IDP, do we have those documents, and the water service development plan? We don't. Then the water services development plan, annual report? We don't have. Annual report as well for the previous financial year. Also your budget for the current and previous financial year. IDP, do we have it? Your integrated development plan. Yeah, you have the water services development plan there. Okay, on that note, we have complimented you too much, Mr. Fortuin. I'm not going to compliment you even more. Only thing is, drive safely. It's quite a distance to drive back home. Thank you for honoring this invitation. Thank you for testifying truthfully. We appreciate that. We can immediately sense when people are not truthful. Thank you for being truthful. And if you have any challenges, if you want the Commission to get involved, to assist you with your challenges, don't hesitate. We are there for you. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you so much.
Right, I'm told the district municipality is next. Yeah, that's going to be a nice one. There's no need for Mr. Weingart to brief us on our assessment of service delivery. We have listened to the testimonies of the locals. So I'm just going to request Commissioner Quinana then to deal with the formalities. Commissioner Quinana?
Thank you, Chair. May I request Mr. Adams to please stand for the oath or the affirmation.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Commissioners. My name is Sidney Adams. I'm the Municipal Manager for Namakwa District Municipality.
May I please
And
have
I'm-
your full names for the record?
Sidney Charles Adams.
Your age?
I'm 56 years old.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath is fine.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed
No
oath?
objections, Commissioner.
Do you say, okay, it's been a long day. Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
If there is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You can pass over the mic to the next person. Please
Good
state,
good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Please state your full names for the record.
Gareth Edward Kluter, 51 years old.
Thank you so much. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath?
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your full names, please.
Gerda Joanne Besuidenhout.
Yeah. Your age?
50 years.
Any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
It is the oath, right?
Yes.
Apologies for that. Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If there is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone.
Good, yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Your full names, please.
Crystal Maud Arendse,
Your age?
32.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If there is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. All witnesses sworn in, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Right, good afternoon, and to the delegation, good afternoon. You've been here, I think, the whole day, and you've listened to the testimonies. You were part of Mr. Adams' reading, following the process that I outlined this morning, reading the systemic challenges that we've identified in the province. For consistency purposes, I'm going to request him again, and for the record, to read those challenges again to yourselves. And then we would just like you, to truthfully respond to those challenges, whether those challenges are indeed a true reflection of the service delivery challenges that municipalities face in your district in particular, but in the province in general. All right. So, Mr. Adams, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams, from fellow Mr. Adams. Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage spillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, the reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 rand to 3 million rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chairperson.
Right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, the other Mr. Adams, yeah, it's your turn just to respond to those systemic challenges. Let me just indicate, I've been wanting to raise that. I also used to be in your position, Mr. Adams. Many years ago, I also was an MM of a district municipality about 14 years ago. I don't know how that aspect of the membership fees payable to district municipalities ended up among those systemic challenges, but during my time, there were no membership fees payable to district municipalities. If you can just specifically address us on that. We did hear testimony today that you have invoiced a specific municipality, I forgot the municipality now, with regards to specific services or assistance that you provided to that municipality as far as travel expenditure is concerned. But if you could address us on, because we also don't want to make mistakes in our report. I have put a question mark behind the membership fees payable to district municipalities. I don't think any is payable. And then secondly, do you agree with the challenges that we've identified? If not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. First and foremost is that we as a district municipality, we agree with the systematic challenges that are faced within municipalities all over the country. What I can just allude to is the fact that most of the municipalities this morning acknowledge the systematic challenges that they are faced with. Then secondly, I think also in terms of the membership, there's no membership that you are paying to the Namakwa district municipality. For all of the 6 municipalities with the other 5 municipalities within the district locals, they are not being paying a membership. And I just need to clarify the commission pertaining to the invoices that have been submitted and delivered to Karoo Hoogland. During the the last quarter of our financial year as a municipality, during March 2024, they requested us to assist them in terms of technical skills on the basis that their technical manager was actually got ill and his difficulty in terms of being present at work. We then took the matter to council, in which we then resolved that council will actually, their request was actually to second one of the technical managers to Karoo Hoogland. Now, Karoo Hoogland is that it's very far from Springbok, where our head office has actually been located. So in that fashion, we then agreed that they will only be paying for when the gentleman or the technical support has been provided on various occasions. And that is the reason why they are basically paying. We're still paying the technical manager, the technical person, his salary. The only thing that they are paying is basically the subsistence and accommodation that they provided. So on that basis, then we charge them we gave them the required amount that must be paid, and we're not doing it on a monthly basis, but rather than quarterly, so that at least we can see the progress in terms of the assistance that have been provided to the local municipality of Karoo-Hoogland. But then for the rest of the other municipalities, is basically, and we have included in terms of our municipal support unit, the support that we provided to all of the municipalities, and in even the invite. Some of them are not taking part in it, specifically Hanta municipality as well as Namakwa, but the rest, they are taking part in that. So we assist them, and wherever we are assisting them, we then charge them on the basis of what it costs the municipality to actually do that. So that is why I need to help to get the understanding to the Commission that it's not money that we just want to chase them because of the fact that they need to pay us. It's just a matter of the service they provided, and on that basis we then charge them for delivering that services. Thank you.
Mr. Adams, do you have the amount that amount per month that you invoice the local municipality, Karoo-Hoogland?
Thank you, Commissioner. Karoo-Hoogland, I can only, as what I've said is that we only charge them per quarter. So for the financial year that has ended by June 2025, we have charged them over 283,000 rand.
283,000 rand.
83,000. Yeah. But we can supply the Commissioner with a breakdown of that amount if needs be.
Yeah. What is the total budget of the municipality?
The current municipal budget that we made provision for supporting the municipality is sitting around 7.6 million rand. There I can also provide
No, the total budget of the municipality.
The total budget of the Namakwa District
Yes.
Municipality is 7.7 million rand, 77.7 million
Yes.
rand, of which basically more than just 10% of that amount we are using for municipal support services.
All right. Now, what is the percentage that you, of that amount, the 77 million, that you pay for salaries of your staff members and municipal councillors?
Including the municipal councillors, we're paying roughly over 60% of the total budget.
60.
Yeah, 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60% of the total budget that we are getting.
And your operational expenditure, more or less, is this a CFO sitting next to you?
No, this is the Senior Manager, Corporate and Community Services.
Corporate, and the lady sitting next to you?
This is my manager, responsible for planning and LED.
Planning, and the lady next to her?
And the lady next to me is one of our senior accountants. She is driving the process in terms of the team that are supporting the municipal support unit.
Right. Your total expenditure, for your total operational expenditure per annum?
Per annum is basically, it's 56 million rand. That is basically what it is. So that excludes then all the grants that we are receiving for others in terms of RMs and MFMG, FMG and those kind of grants.
We heard testimony this morning that you are not providing any financial support to municipalities to improve service delivery. It's merely support to assist them with compliance issues. Can't remember all the technical support, yes, technical support, etc. But there's no financial contribution with regards to service delivery.
Commissioner, I must correct, that is not all true, because what we do is on the basis of request, we then respond to them. As I've earlier on alluded, that our budget for municipal support within the whole of the district is sitting over 7 million rand.
Okay, address us on that, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
What do you spend the 7 million on?
We spend it on capacity building, specifically in terms of technical support, what you just mentioned, where we drive processes in terms of project management, in terms of Kaima, for instance, in instance of Kamisberg, as well as Karoo-Hoogland. They don't have the technical skills, but also I think to a large extent in Kaima, they've got a technical director there, or senior manager, but we still support them. On the rest, it actually has a broader scope in terms of the internal audit, risk management, annual financial statements that might be compilated, LED spatial planning, the joint municipal tribunal that has been established. So on all of those, we are assisting them, and that is where we make provision for it. But as the any of the municipalities asking for assistance, we have gladly assisted them through the process of council.
Yeah, but with regards to infrastructure improvement, for example, especially with regards, to improve on service delivery, you've listed all these technical services, and I cannot dispute the fact that you are probably doing a good job in the district. But with regards to infrastructure improvement, to ensure that quality services are provided to municipalities, I've not heard you referring to that. And I'll just mention an example. After the first leg of the inquiry, we met with the mayor of Mtangeni, who's also the provincial chairperson of SAHRC. And he indicated that, they would love some financial support from the district, and I assume Mtangeni does not fall within your district, but they would just like some financial support from a district municipality to erect a high mast light, for example, because the crime rate after hours is extremely high. And I need to understand why your district municipality would not consider that kind of support. For example, to roll out a project to say, in the next financial year, we will prioritize high mast lights for all the township areas that fall within our district municipality, and not merely on these technical support services. What can be done to address that concern that the provincial chairperson of SAHRC, for example, raised with us?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think ours is different in terms of approach, because I can attest to it that we have supported local municipalities in terms of infrastructure development within Namakwa district. As I said, it depends on the request that has been made and directed to the district, so that we've been able then to prioritize on the basis of the community needs. This is how we are doing it. It's not that we have a bag of money sitting and waiting, but it's on the basis of the LED public participation processes, where the IDP representative forum meeting has been conducted through Ms. Poseidon, and then she facilitates then the IDP priorities and the needs of all the communities, of all the local municipalities within the Namakwa district. So on that basis, we then assist in terms of the request for assistance wherever that is required.
So if a municipality does not approach you for assistance, especially with regards to infrastructure improvement, there would be no initiative from the municipality to consider that kind of support.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. No, we really do that. That is why I can attest to it that we have supported municipalities during the past financial year in terms of infrastructure, for instance, like stormwater, drainage, road paving, and assistance that we have done to infrastructure where we're able to do it. Even to the extent where we even bought some of the, for instance, IT material that has been requested from the local municipalities, and some of the requests that came as ad hoc
But there must be a request. There's no initiative from this on the side of the municipality to say, in the next financial year, we're going to change our approach, and we're going to budget for the installation of just an
High mast,
example,
yeah.
high mast lights in all the township areas in the district. If you are interested, please apply or submit your needs to us.
Yeah.
You're not considering that approach.
No, we consider that as well, Commissioner. What I was saying on the basis of if like for instance, if you have started with a financial year, and there's a request, for instance, in terms of any municipality that wants assistance financially, then we have to reprioritize, and on that basis, it comes as part of a request from them. But during the process of the public participation, they all come together under one roof, where they then say, but this is the challenges that we are faced with, and we then take it from that meeting and then say, let's then prioritize in terms of community development, where it actually can assist municipalities, local municipalities, to the extent where we'll then make available the financial contributions.
Okay, I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned because we've had testimony this morning that, especially with regards to infrastructure improvement and financial support to ensure infrastructure development, that there was not sufficient support from the municipality. Another concern that I have, and I've made this statement during the first leg of the inquiry, I get the sense that district municipalities have become nothing more, nothing less than a job creation institution. I mean, you've just mentioned that of your 77 million rand total budget, approximately 7 million goes towards support for local municipalities. And surely that was not the intention in the Constitution. As a Category C municipality, you are supposed to support local municipalities. But local municipalities basically get 10% of your total budget. That is what is actually happening in the province. Not only in your district, we've also seen it in other districts in the province. Don't you think that is do you agree with my statement that that was not the intention specified in the Constitution?
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree and acknowledge that there are shortcomings from our side in terms of the approach that we should follow. But due to financial constraints, it's sometimes difficult because we are also grant dependent, which I don't think it's an excuse, but just to acknowledge the fact that I think the advice from you as a Commissioner and the Commission will definitely help us taking a new approach in terms of assisting the locals.
No, thank you for that. We have also made inputs to influence the the legislative processes, but I think it would be the responsible thing to do. You know, not to wait for legislation to be amended, but to really be serious about the state of local municipalities in the district, and not to merely focus on filling positions. Because I want to make the statement, I'm sure that you probably have no vacancies in your staff establishment, that everyone is happy there, and when there are vacancies, you fill those positions immediately. And local municipalities suffer, but the communities they serve suffer even more because of the lack of financial support to local municipalities. And we have criticized the approach in the province in particular, and I would like you to ponder on that, and after Mr. Adams has made or put his questions to you, just to respond to the panel. How do you think you can address that? Mr. Adams, would you like to come in? Mr. Adams, the panelist.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. How many employees are employed at the district municipality?
Thank you, Commissioner. They are currently 91 positions that have been approved by council through the structure, and we only got 2 vacancies, which means that it's recent retirements that are, not retirements, actually people that has actually taken new opportunities.
But no vacancies in critical posts.
The only one is now just for a month. That is very critical in terms of the technical services. One of the technical services that are not available. Yes, yeah.
Perhaps to the accounting official, how much are you spending on salaries?
I provide policy support to the B municipalities.
Can you repeat that? I didn't get that.
I provide the support for the B municipalities. So I assist them with recently the compilation of the AFS. We've also trained some of the officials to compile the AFS and then just have a reviewer. I'm not certain what the amount for our salary amount is for NDM. That one would be
MM?
Thank you, Commissioner. The amount that we actually spent on that is 56 million rand. That's what I said.
56 million
Yeah,
rand. And
yeah.
so how much percentage does that
It's
of your
almost
budget?
it's roughly over 60% of the total cost.
Okay. And now I understand why the chairperson of the panel is saying that it's our communities on the ground that's suffering, because not even 10% is allocated to provide support to local municipalities.
Commissioner, it is just over 10% that we actually allocated for purpose of assisting. And I took what was been said earlier on and acknowledged the fact that we need to change our approach in terms of assisting local municipalities. I think one positive is the fact that for the past 2 years, the Makwa District Municipality has got a State of the District address in which the Executive Mayor actually explained to the state of service delivery in municipalities and also address it to the extent that what he said is that, for instance, clean audit must relate to improve service delivery, if I may. So this is part of what we need and take from here in this session, to take the advice and make sure that we actually then improve on make sure that it's tangible and it's actually then making a meaningful difference in terms of the life of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I just wanted to check, do you provide any services?
We provide a lot of services to our locals, if that is the question, and I've understood you correctly,
No, in
Commissioner.
terms of like basic services?
We do not do direct basic services to our communities.
None, so
No.
that is within the scope of the local municipalities.
Yeah, that is in the scope of that. It is only support services that we provided from the level of the district.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Adams. Can you tell me how you exercise oversight of local municipalities for their rendering of services?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have established a lot of, and I'm saying a lot of structures, not a lot to mean that it's too much. In terms of the disciplines, the various disciplines within the municipalities, we have established structures that can assist us. For instance, and as an example, is the District Infrastructure Forum, where on a quarterly basis, municipalities have come together, facilitated through the district, in order for us to ensure that programs that have been meant for making improved service delivery, that those are being monitored, but also been in terms of grant funding, the spending of grant funding also been looked at. And what I can see is that that is really something that is working. Same to what I can say in terms of the HR forum that has been established, but also other structures, social society structure, the HIV and AIDS, the technical IGR, the Namakwa District Infrastructure Forum meeting, where most of the leadership, political leadership, as well as the administration are getting together, and actually then with the sector departments, actually to come and discuss the issue in terms of service delivery and the issues affecting our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Can you tell the panel which of your local municipalities in the district is highest risk?
The highest risk, in my view, from my observation, Commissioner, is definitely Richtersveld municipality, and not because of I just single them out, but on the basis of the fact that they are prone for and actually being sort of selected for mega developments. So if the locals are not able to actually address the current challenges faced with, how will it be assisted in terms of, or will it be look like in terms of the future growth of that specific area? So for me, the biggest risk is Richtersveld, and then coupled with that is then the other Kamiesberg, because of the various towns and the vast distances that we have to travel, because the whole of the district is actually roughly over 24,000 kilometers far, and it, huge. So it makes it, as I think the MM of Kamiesberg has said, is that very difficult in terms of service delivery. But I take it as part of the municipalities from the order from behind, and then it will follow by Kaima, and then Antam and Karochland, which is more stable in the sense in terms of financial, but also otherwise in terms of administration.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do you coordinate pooled resources at all, for instance, bulk water engineering support across local municipalities?
We definitely coordinate this, and that is why I said is that we have even established the district infrastructure forum meeting, so that we've been able then through that process can assist them in order to make sure that we can monitor them and assist them, provide best practices or advice in terms of the projects that have been required for purpose of making sure that we meet the needs of the communities.
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Just one question that I would like to put to you is actually a statement also, before I hand over to Commissioner Quinana. The 220,000 that you have invoiced that specific local municipality for the support that you are providing to them, seeing that it is your constitutional responsibility to provide services, or to provide support rather, to local municipalities, don't you think it would be the right thing to do to not charge them for the services that you provide to them, seeing that you receive a grant of 77 million to actually support municipalities, but over and above the grant, you now also charge a local municipality for the traveling and subsistence and accommodation of your staff members to actually travel to the local municipality. Don't you think there's a need for your municipality to reconsider that approach?
Thank you, Commissioner. That is exactly what we have done, to reconsider the position on the basis that we got support grant now from Treasury, which means that it will come to an end. We have just invoiced, or they asked us last week to actually send them the first invoice for the municipal support that will be paid by Provincial Treasury. So I can just concur with what you've said and agree that that is basically the turnaround that we will see. Thank you.
All right, we're going to include that commitment in our report, Mr. Adams, and
You're more than welcome,
and the
Commissioner.
whole of the Northern Cape has seen and listened to that commitment. We are live streaming, so thank you for that commitment. Commissioner Quinana, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at your vision as well as your mission. But what is just interesting in your vision is where you say integrated support and capacitating local municipalities for sustainability, transparent and accountable processes, and providing strategic leadership. That is your vision as this municipality. But when you recall in the morning of the number of municipalities that have testified, there's a challenge in capacitating them. Once you have this vision, what do you think is the challenge?
Thank you, Commissioner. First and foremost is that the strategic objectives of the IDP is actually translated in terms of the mission and the vision of the Namakwa District Municipality. To the extent that, and we have spoken over lunch about that in terms of, for instance, the process controllers. As a Namakwa District Municipality to capacitate, we have, in conjunction with Namakwa local municipality, trained process controllers, which are sitting at home without any job. And that came historically because process controllers were an issue within all of our locals. So we've went to the extent that we have trained these people. These people are now sitting at home and they're not getting an opportunity from the locals. As we are saying that we not, from the district municipality side, driving direct service delivery, and that is where these people are available. So we build capacity right through even to what Ms. President was saying, that she support the municipalities right through. Support doesn't mean that we go and just look at what you're doing, but support is to build capacity within so that the accountants at the local level can actually then learn from there, and they can actually be able then to do exactly what they are currently doing.
So in other words, you're saying you've got limitations. Whilst this is your mission and it's also your vision, but it does not look like it's possible for you to implement.
Commissioner, no, thank you. We acknowledge there's shortcomings. Even firstly, if we can start with, and it's not always an issue of monies, but the little that we are receiving and the grant dependency that we have as a district municipality, we try almost our utmost best to ensure that we assist them with the little that we are receiving. So I'm not making excuses. All I can say is that there are, as you said, limitations on the basis of providing a full service to them, of a full support to them, to take it to the level as part of what we then suggest, reshaping the Namakwa district for future generations.
What doesn't make sense is when you say there has been those that have been capacitated with training, but they are sitting at home with the very skills that they have been given in order to assist, whilst your vision says that this is the integrated support and the capacitating of these municipalities so that they can be able to be sustainable. I don't know if you were listening, but earlier on, I think one of the municipalities, I even said, why shouldn't we make a recommendation that they must all be removed from their positions because governance is just not existing where they are concerned.
No, we also perceive it as a very serious concern, Commissioner, in terms of making sure that we are there to do our level best. The process that we are drive as the Namakwa District Municipality is performance driven on the basis that we must make sure that we do what we actually supposed to do, and secondly is to make sure that in terms of what we promise, that we keep our promises. This is the basis on which we are doing it. That's why I can also then allude to the fact that every quarter from the municipality side, the district municipality side, we make sure that we actually then make council aware in terms of the performances of senior managers, people in the directorate, to actually say that this is how we performed. So for that reason is that where we think is that if there's some shortages or any inefficiencies, we need to address it through the process of saying that how best can we resolve on that one.
From where I'm sitting, it's as though you're a toothless organization So whilst, yes, you have that mission and vision, but it means absolutely nothing. Because whilst you would have taken money that has been provided to yourselves to ensure that you capacitate municipalities, then you still have people that sit at home and they don't do any of the work.
That is why, Commissioner, we commit ourselves to say that processes can we can rectify the situation, and this is exactly what we have done. We, in a process last week, we have concluded, and I think it's critical to just mention this to the Commission in terms of partnership. Partnership with local municipalities, partnership with other mining towns or mining houses. Last week we've concluded in terms of Vedanta, where we've actually also trained now electricians in the Namako region, and actually on the basis of our partnership.
Is
now
there a plan?
There is a plan.
Is there a plan
Yeah.
to integrate them into the municipality? You know, it's well good enough to say we are training, but is there a plan to then ensure that these very people that have now been trained are then integrated into a particular municipality? And I just want to mention the number of municipalities that you are responsible for. So it's Namakwa, it is Richtersveld, it is Kaima, and fortunately all of them almost testified. Hantam, Karoo, Hoogland, and Kamisberg, and Northern Cape. Okay, not that. Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, Commissioner, there is a plan to make sure that we integrate them. That's
Can
why
we
I said
please
is
have
that
the plan?
we will
Can we submit the plan?
we will definitely make sure that we submit the plan in terms of
Right.
the plan for the
You said
integration.
that is the plan. Is there a plan?
Yes, Commissioner, that's what I said, is there is a plan.
What in your head, or is it a council-approved plan? That is Commissioner Quinana's question. Is there a council-approved plan?
There is a council-approved plan in terms of the structure, but even in terms of the establishment, so that we can improve service delivery, what I've earlier on alluded to, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. There's also another aspect around legal issues. And if you recall, in the morning, one of the municipalities was challenged about, and I cannot remember the name of that municipality, Chair, but the lady CFO, she says that she can't find the SLA. She just cannot find it. She has asked about it. But again, when I look at some of the work that you're supposed to do, you are supposed to ensure that there is compliance in terms of legal requirements. And again, even there, as this municipality, district municipality, you are failing where that is concerned. Is it because you don't have somebody in the legal fraternity who is in the municipality, or what's your challenge where that is concerned?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have appointed recently a legal advisor or legal person that assisting not the district municipality, but it was on the basis of what we have seen over the years now in terms of legal assistance that has been required. And I've had a chat with the CFO of Richtersveld this morning to actually say that, but you can just come in contact with our legal advisor for assistance in terms of the contract management. But this is what we have done from the Namakwa district side.
So which municipality you said?
I've said this, that after the session with Richtersveld, yeah.
Oh, Richtersveld.
Richtersveld,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
It was they were actually raising this issue. But we have appointed in the Namakwa district municipality a legal advisor. Then in terms of maybe the presentation will be available to all of the members of the commission. And in there you will see that we have made provision for legal services to assist local municipalities as well.
Yeah. So MM, I would want to also know, Chair, through you, when did you realize this? Because as I said previously, for me it's as though Northern Cape just came alive because of this engagement. You know, that's when you started realizing that, oh, this is what we need to do, and this and that and so forth. But if you're able to prove that the plans have been in place, especially because the question that I had asked before about is it now in mind or this is, which was just articulated by the chairperson just now. It is as a result of this that it seems as though you were caught with your pants down and then you're trying very hard to propel forward in order to ensure that these municipalities, they continue to work. But truth be told, as for sustainability, that word does not exist in your vocabulary.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, we have actually wake up more than a year ago. That's why we have appointed a legal person since the beginning of the financial year, the previous financial year.
Okay.
Then secondly,
So
also,
hopefully we can have a plan, maybe just as a parting shot. I've been told my time is out twice now. So let me say to you, let's please have that plan just to show that what were these mitigatory, measures that you came about with in order to address all the challenges. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. We are almost done. There's just a few questions Mr. Adams would like to ask. It's just for clarity purpose, for purposes of the report, and then I will make the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the panel. Mr. Adams, tell me, do you, on the district level, assist with feasibility studies or environmental impact assessments, any of those other kind of studies and reports by any chance?
thank you, Commissioner. We are assisting the local municipalities in terms of the EIAs or any other requests that they are make to us as an Namakwa district through the technical support that we have, and also that we work hand in glove with MISA for purpose of independent review on the work that has been done.
And then the local municipalities are charged for your assistance on the EIAs?
No, they are not being charged. They are not being charged.
No. It may assist if you could provide the Commission with a list of services that you charge the local municipalities and those that you don't charge municipalities.
No,
I think that distinction would be important for both us and yourselves.
No, agree, Commissioner, we will definitely do so. And I believe that is what we want to do, is to make sure that we drive the process of change. And we haven't just wake up now. We are consistently busy for the last 3 years in terms of drive the sustainability of municipalities in our district. And we are proud of saying that, even to the extent that we from the Namakwa District Municipality have in the province engage the MECs of Cockstar and of Treasury on the basis of the high audit fees that have been charged by the AGSA to local municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Just another question. Do the district municipalities help local municipalities determine the cost of delivering services?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have done it with Hunter municipality. That's why, with the assistance from the University of Stellenbosch, without any fees, that is part of our partnership, which I referred to earlier on. And on that basis, we could have, even in terms of the ESCOM debt relief program, that we could have assisted them. Same to the Richtersveld municipality, where they actually in the process to take over the town of Alexander Bay from Elixir Mine, to also show them what it will cost for them to actually then provide the service. And that is what we have done.
So it helps them determine the tariffs?
It helps them to determine that, but also to make informed decisions pertaining to taking over the town of Alexander Bay.
Was that kind of support only provided to Hantam, or is it provided across the board?
No, it's across the whole of the Namakwa district. That's why I said is that the partnerships are very crucial for us in terms of making sure that they've been able to actually render the services that they need for the community.
Thank you, MM. Last question. Just wanted to clarify whether or not you've got consultants.
Sorry, come again?
Consultants.
consultants, we making use of consultants for only for independent review on, for instance, our annual financial statements. What you must remember, sorry, not with out of disrespect, but just saying, Commissioner, is that the assistance that we provide through the municipal support unit, they are helping and assisting municipalities to compile these, but they need to be an independent review on the basis of credibility of those annual financial statements for the Auditor General to actually do their work.
Noted. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you so much. Just a few concluding remarks. Firstly, we've listened to your testimony, MM, and at one stage you were telling us, trying to convince us about your senior staff members who were being held accountable to improve on their performance, etc. And you were trying to motivate your existence and the kind of support that you are providing to locals. The reality, MM, is that nothing you do as a district municipality has any effect on the lives of the ordinary people in your district. Nothing. That for me is very, very serious. You provide these technical support services, and in some cases the municipality must even pay for the support service, but you're not having any effect on the lives of the ordinary people in your district. You've listened to testimony this morning, how there's a unemployment rate of over 50% in Kamiesberg, the challenges in that municipality. And in your municipality, you sit with almost 100% occupancy rate on your organogram. All the positions are filled. You are enjoying the milk and honey, and the ordinary people are suffering. It is time that you reconsider that approach. Honestly, it's time that you reconsider that approach. I will, when we meet as the panel, I will also ask the commissioners to the panel to consider that our report should recommend to the MEC to re-look the allocation of functions in terms of Section 85 of the Municipal Structures Act. It obviously is how you are approaching this thing. And you know, many of these district municipalities are so proud. We have 2 district municipalities in this province with clean audits. But you can have a clean, how do you justify a clean audit when people don't have food on the table? You know, it's just poverty in this province. It's very, for me, it's very concerning. Lastly, MM, it's very important when you attend an inquiry session of the Human Rights Commission to ensure that the people you bring to accompany you actually make a valuable input or make some valuable contribution to the proceedings. The gentleman sitting next to you has been typing messages, and there he's doing it again. He's been typing messages for the majority of this engagement, without making any valuable input. It has been a distraction. I just got the impression he does not want to participate. And we have felt the disrespect from your delegation. All right, so those are the concluding remarks. And again, MM, at the end of the day, it is just a sad state of affairs. If you listen to the testimonies of the locals, how they are struggling to make ends meet. And here you have 100% occupied organizational structure, and locals are not benefiting. It's very, very sad. We're going to request you to provide us with the following reports not later than the 31st of October. A detailed breakdown of the municipality support initiative offered by Namakwa to local municipalities through the municipal support unit, indicating services paid for and not paid for by local municipalities. I repeat, a detailed breakdown of the municipal support initiative offered by your municipality to local municipalities through the municipal support unit, indicating services paid for and not paid for by local municipalities. 2, a costed breakdown with regards to the 7 million amount forwarded to the local municipalities through the municipal support unit. How is this actually, how are you actually spending the 7 million in the so-called support to local municipalities? 3, report on the municipality's total budget for the past 3 years with a breakdown on the amount for personnel and amount for capital projects for the district. Yeah, that is the most important one, and I don't know how you're going to respond to this one because you are spending this on your staff. That 77 million does not go to the communities. So sad. Provide a written commitment to eliminate the amount paid, the travel cost by Karoo Hoogland to access the support provided by the district. Written commitment to eliminate the amount paid. We need that from you as well. Submit a copy of the council-approved plan on the support to be provided to local municipalities. To submit a copy of the council-approved plan on the support to be provided to local municipalities. Those 5 plans, there was another one that you referred to, PM, or are these the ones? Okay, these are the 5. These are the 5. If you have not written or typed it down, I will request Mr. Weingaard just to provide you after the meeting with a list of all these documents and information and so on that we require. Right, thank you to you and your team. Please prioritize the communities. Please prioritize the livelihoods of the communities. What you are doing is simply not correct. Thank you. You are excused. All right, is this the Ubuntu local municipality delegation? All four of you. Is the municipal manager in attendance? Who is?
Yes, Chair, I am.
Are you the MM? All right, thank you. Mr. Weingart, do you want to brief us on complaints and so on that we've received, your overview on the state of service delivery in Ubuntu?
Yes, Chair.
Just keep it very short, please.
So the area of Ubuntu, the main town is Victoria West, also on the border of the Western Cape. The area has got water challenges. It sources water from boreholes. It doesn't have natural streams that, unlike the Orange River, that supply water. And also the municipality experienced challenges with sanitation and wastewater treatment, and then also access to housing, incomplete housing projects. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weingart. Commissioner Quinana, I'm going to request you just to handle the formalities. I see that you've brought a big delegation, MM. Please don't be like the previous delegation where they did not really add any value. I hope that people you have brought will make inputs that we can use. Thank you. Commissioner Quinana.
Thank you, Chair. May I request that you stand? May I please have your full names for the record? Good day. Your age? Is it the oath or the affirmation? Oh, yes. Apologies. Okay, you want to state your names or on the mic?
My name is Mrs. Lavona Cynthia Itumeleng. I'm 44 years of age, and I will be taking the oath.
Okay, maybe just put it closer to you. Yes.
Hi.
Yes,
Okay.
that's better.
My name is Lavona Itumeleng. I'm 44 years of age, and I'll be taking the oath.
Thank you so much. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, Commissioner.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please hand over to the next person. Please state your position as well, once you state your full names and your age.
My name is Nongceba Miriam Mkontwana. I'm the Director for Corporate Services, and I'm 43 years old.
Thank you. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's the oath, Commissioner.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You can pass over the mic. Good afternoon. Your full names, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Tembingosi Headman Zingange.
Your
I'm
age?
43 years, 9 months.
And your position?
My position, I'm the technical manager reporting to the director, technical services.
Thank you. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's the oath, Commissioner.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Aradile Shuping. I am 39 years old. I am the CFO of Ubuntu Municipality.
Thank you so much. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's the oath, Commissioner.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Chair. All witnesses sworn in.
Right, thank you, Commissioner. You were supposed to appear before the Commission 2 weeks ago when we convened in Kimberley. You were absent, you did not appear before this panel, and we had to reschedule your appearance. It is almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, almost evening, and we could have finalized your testimony 2 weeks ago. Why did you decide not to appear before the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioner. It was not a deliberate decision not to appear in front of the Commission. I think Mr. Anthony would remember when he called me, I was even driving. So he informed me of the date. Without me having a look at my calendar, I had already a pre-scheduled audit steering committee that I had to attend. So I then requested the corporate service to attend on my behalf, since I've already confirmed, but it was not a deliberate attempt not to appear in front of the Commissioner.
Yeah, but at the inquiry, firstly, why did you decide on sending the corporate services director to the inquiry to appear before us? We want to discuss service delivery, infrastructure, financial challenges. But you decided to send the corporate services director to appear before the Commission. What was the reason for your decision?
Thank you, Chair. I, at the last minute, did not want to cancel, since I've already committed the municipality. The corporate service director is a very seasoned official. She's been with the municipality for 19 years. She has been acting in this position before, so I knew I would be delegating an official that would be able to speak to the matters. We are a very small municipality. We convene our SM meetings very regularly, so anybody in the SM team can speak to matters pertaining to basic service delivery, to finance, to corporate services. I think that is the advantage to have a small municipality.
But the notice was addressed to you. You were supposed to appear before the panel, not any of your staff members. In fact, when you did not appear, I refused to proceed with the inquiry, and I said to the corporate services manager, you must come the next day, otherwise we're going to subpoena you. You still decided not to come. Was there an audit steering committee meeting the next day as well?
No, sir, I was informed of the 21st.
Who informed you?
The corporate service director. That's
No.
why we've been here at 9 o'clock this morning, but please do accept my apologies for that day.
But you made the statement now that you had already committed that you would attend, and it's not, it's not for you to think that you are doing us a favor to commit that you would attend. This is a Chapter 9 constitutional body. You are obliged. If we issue notices, you are obliged to appear before us. An audit steering committee can never take precedence over a formal inquiry of the Human Rights Commission. Why did you prioritize that one and not the inquiry?
I take note of your...
No. I'm asking you a question and I want you to respond to it.
Because I had previously already confirmed with them before this invitation came.
Why didn't you submit your apology? You just decided not to attend ours. Without even informing us. Without informing us. Did you inform us, MM?
Through the corporate service director.
No. If I sign a notice to you to appear before me, what must you do? And if you cannot attend, you need to inform me in writing. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
It was not a deliberate
Why
attempt
not?
to. My apologies.
Why didn't you do that?
Because I had sent a delegation.
No. It's not about the delegation.
My
Why did you not
apologies, Chair.
apologize in writing?
I should have done that.
Why didn't you do it? Did you just feel it's not important enough? This,
Not at
this
all.
inquiry was just not important enough?
Not at all, Commissioner.
You've been sworn in Corporate Services Director. We gave you a clear message to inform the MM that she had to appear the next day. Did you inform her?
I did, Commissioner.
You did?
Yeah.
That she should appear the next day before us?
By the time we were outside, we also spoke to Mr. Anthony, where he also indicated that the MM must come either the 21 to the 23rd.
No. You're misunderstanding me now. You were sitting there. You were sitting there. I asked you questions about the whereabouts of the MM. No. We refused to continue with the hearing, with the inquiry, because MMs must appear before us. They are partly responsible for the state, the poor state of local government, and they must account. We gave you instructions, and the record is there. We gave you instructions to inform the MM to appear before us the next day. Did you give her that information?
I did, Commissioner.
You did. Why, MM, why did you not honor the message that the Corporate Services Director and she's testifying under oath now, MM. She's testifying under oath that she gave you the message to appear before us the next day. Why did you not attend the inquiry? Because we, just like today, we had to extend the program again, just to accommodate you. We have 31 municipalities to deal with. And every day we have to extend the program to accommodate you, because you decided not to appear on the first day. Even worse, you also decided not to come. You decided not to come the second day, after having been informed by the Corporate Services Director. And I don't appreciate the smirking. I don't appreciate it, MM. It's not a funny matter. If it's funny, for us it's not. The lives of the people out there who are suffering, who are complaining, who are writing complaints to us every day, who go to the office and complain about service delivery, human rights violations. It's not a laughing matter. It's not a laughing matter. But you, in your wisdom, decide. I'll give you an opportunity. This is my meeting. This is an inquiry of the Human Rights Commission, and I'll give you an opportunity to address us. Every day we try to accommodate you. And now we hear that all kinds of different stories here. The lady she's testifying under oath. Why did you not come the second day? Can I get a response on that one?
Chair, I was not informed to be attending the next day. As the Corporate Service Director was trying to explain to you, she called me in the presence of Mr. Anthony to tell me that I must appear on the 21st.
No. You cannot tell me what the Director Corporate Services was trying to tell me. She told me. She told me that she told you. That's her testimony. Why did you not appear before us the next day?
The only date I got, Chair, was the 21st of October.
All right, we're not going to make progress. MM, I see your conduct in a very serious light. Very serious light. And we will refer to it in our report that will be tabled in the legislature, that we will refer to the MEC and the Premier and to all the other committees in the different legislatures. I really see your conduct in a very serious light. 2 different testimonies. I don't know what the truth is. I really don't know. All right. Let's start with the formal proceedings. I'm going to request Mr. Adams just to to read the systemic challenges that we've identified in the province, and I want you to respond to those systemic challenges. Are you in agreement that those systemic challenges are also pertinent in your municipality? You will refer to specific human rights violations. You must indicate whether those challenges are occurring in your municipality. And then if you disagree with any of the challenges, just indicate the challenges and explain why you don't agree with this list of systemic challenges, specifically applicable to the province as a whole, but we also think that it's applicable to your municipality, and immediately after that I will give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Municipalities across the province continue to face severe service delivery challenges. Core issues include inadequate refuse removal, poor water quality, deteriorating roads, frequent sewage pillages, and large backlogs in both housing and infrastructure maintenance. These failures directly affect community health, environmental quality, and local economic growth. Several underlying causes contribute to this decline. Financial constraints remain the most significant, with many municipalities struggling due to poor revenue collection rates, high unemployment, and inefficiencies in spending. In some cases, reliance on temporary and costly service mechanisms such as water tankering has become the norm, with costs ranging from 300,000 Rand to 3 million Rand per month. Corruption, internal sabotage, and inflated staff and councillor costs, particularly within district municipalities, further strain limited budgets. Other inefficiencies include unnecessary legal expenses, high debt service costs, and limited tangible returns from membership fees paid to organizations such as SAHRC and district municipalities. Revenue collection is particularly difficult in Eskom-supplied areas where municipalities lack control over electricity disconnections. Operational challenges such as illegal dumping, vandalism, theft of infrastructure, and shortages of technical skills compound the problem. High staff turnover, political instability, historic underinvestment, and the absence of reliable data for planning have collectively undermined the capacity to deliver essential services. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. Do you agree with that list of systemic challenges? Are they also present in your municipality? If no, which ones are not present in your municipality and why?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think as you said, most of these are on a global scale. However, it can also relate to my municipality. Indeed, we can relate to most of the challenges raised by the provincial manager, Mr. Adams. To start with, as the issue of financial constraints. We have a population of 15,336, of which 46% of those households, the population is 18,000, the household is 4,332. Of that, about 48% are indigent households. Of those indigent households, of their households that can pay, about 18% of them have arrangements in place, meaning they're already showing an inability to pay for services. So as a highly grant-dependent municipality, financial constraints are probably at the pinnacle of the challenges that we have within the municipality, because it also comes with a lot of things that we need to do that we can't do, like your normal operation and maintenance that comes from your operations budget. So indeed, we have the challenge, Chair. Also the issue of fit for purpose and HR staff. The municipality has been without an since 2017, without a CFO since 2022, without a technical director, without 2017. We have recently appointed, like the full staff complement council has appointed that by the technical director. Obviously, not obviously resigned because he got a job closer to home and because we have this constraint of salaries within the space which we operate. So skills does become a problem to do some of the very basic things that you would require to keep some of your infrastructure in place. So we have been challenged with a lot of those, Chair, but what we believe in our municipality, we believe in functions. We don't necessarily believe in departments. So you would find that you have the technical manager performing functions of water, sanitation, and all of those. In finance, they perform functions for supply chain, assets, revenue. So that's how we diversify our staff to get to all of the job that we have to do on a normal basis. With regards to water, Chair, the municipality, as the evidence leader had said, we are 100% dependent on underground sources, which is boreholes, but we have registered for augmentation project to the tune of 37 million, where we've already started and completed phases 1 and 2, where we've dealt with the bulk installation of water. We've also done the reticulation part to the community of Victoria West. We are currently busy replicating the same project in Richmond. After that, we will be doing reticulation, but we are faced with water shortages, Chair. In that case, what we would do is that we would have sessions where we close this area and then open another area. We have 2 weeks ago bought 6 JoJo tanks to the tune of 24,000 because we don't believe in water tankers. Since I started in 2023, we've never rented a single water tank. So that has brought a lot of relief for the community in times like that. But we do believe that the whole augmentation project approved by MEC really assisted the municipality. With regards to sanitation, Chair, we had the same problem. Let me deal with the one in Richmond, where sewer were going into the Onkers River. The Department of Water Affairs came in, they allocated a project to us where we have fixed those pumps. That problem has been resolved, and we would really like to thank the department for that. We have fenced it because most of the problems came from people vandalizing the actual pumps. We've also replicated the very same project in Victoria West, where we've refurbished 7 pumps. 7 pumps. In the oxidation pond, we've also fenced it. We are now going into phase 2 of the oxidation pond, where we not just refurbish it, but we also enhance the pond to actually try to get revenue out of the pond. For instance, you would find that people used to just come and dump into the pond without paying the municipality. Now we'll be having like boom gates where we're going to regulate who's coming in. There will be a dedicated official responsible for that. They will be going for training in the next 2 weeks where they would be able to manage the issue of sanitation. On the revenue side, Chair, like I said, we are mainly grant dependent. But what we've done now, we are resuscitating the N1 and the N12 speed cameras. In my former years as a CFO at the same municipality, that used to be one of the primary sources of revenue for the municipality. So we really think it's going to bring a lot of relief for the municipality so that we can invest in infrastructure. Fleet is a challenge for the municipality, Chair. At this point in time, I can tell you that we do not have one yellow fleet. So basically, workers need to work with a shovel and a hark to clean the streets and whatever. But we've also applied to MEC. They've approved the business plan for us for funding, where we will be buying a TLB and a tipper truck to help us to clean the refuse around, or the hockeys, we call it hockeys. Don't know what is the correct name for it, to clean that on a weekly basis. As for regards to refuse removal, Chair, we do it on a weekly basis. At this point, we only have one compactor that we use between Victoria West and Richmond. On Wednesdays, we go to Richmond to assist there with the refuse removal. During the week, we use the normal tractors to clean. And then we come to Victoria West and we replicate the same thing. So in terms of refuse removal and trying to keep the town clean, I really believe we've been making strides. We've also gone into a partnership agreement with the local farmers where they've committed to assist us to fence the landfill site. They've also committed to assist us with a grader to help grade the roads that actually goes to the landfill site. So for that, we are also very appreciative as the municipality. On the side of electricity, Chair, we've been making great strides. We're finalizing the, what is that called? The substation, sorry, Chair. We are finalizing the substation because we do have an area. It's formalized, but we've got a lot of informal structures there. So if you look at the report that we've given to you, there's a lot of backlogs on that report. So once we've completed it, the DMRE said we want you to complete the substation before we fund you for connections. So in the next year, definitely, Chair, we will be seeing that 816 households connected to the electricity grid. Unnecessary legal fees, Chair, we make use of the state attorney. We have not used a single legal firm for any legal matter that arose in the municipality simply because we do not have the financial muscle for that. But what I must also highlight to the committee, Chair, is to say that we have been innovative in terms of how we look at funding within the municipality. To an extent where we've actually, there's a town called Loxton, they never had a single light for probably more than 4 to 5 years. And we literally on a monthly basis save the money that we got from Public Works, which we also want to thank because they've paid up their account. We use the interest that we get from grants, and we've erected 8 high-mast lights in Loxton. We are replicating the very same project in Gauteng and Modderpool, where we will be erecting 22 high-mast lights. So in terms of the electricity side, Chair, I think the municipality has been doing fairly well on the electricity side. I think I've touched on all 4 services. If there's something that I've left out, you can maybe just alert me of that.
Okay, thank you, MM. That was quite comprehensive. What was your audit outcome the previous financial year?
Okay, we've also prepared thank you, Chair, for the presentation. We've given you a view of the last 3 years. In 2019-20, we had a qualified audit opinion with 17 paragraphs. In 2020-21, we remained unqualified, but we decreased it to 7 paragraphs. The last one, we've decreased it to only 3 paragraphs. In fact, we are one of the municipalities that the Auditor General has flagged to move from qualified to unqualified opinion. And there's a whole range of stakeholders that we obviously need to thank for the assistance they have given the municipality.
What is the revenue that you more or less, fortunately the CFO is here and you are the former sorry, have you now been appointed formally as the MM?
Yes.
When did this happen?
I was appointed in May 2023.
Okay, quite a while back. All right. What is the revenue that you generate through rates and taxes and the payment for services by the community?
Okay. Chair, we are coming from a culture where there was non-payment and it was made okay not to pay. So I think really also through the assistance with council, we resuscitate making people to pay, especially businesses. Currently, we only have 5 businesses that are on arrangements. So businesses are really paying their accounts. From the 4,352 households that we have, only 110 households are on arrangements. So it gets to show you that people are now paying the little that they have. We started in 2022 2 with a payment level of 29%. We've then increased it to 54%. We are currently sitting on 68%, Chair. Those are audited figures. So we have been making great strides with the little that people are paying.
And the amount, more or less, what is the amount? 68% equates more or less what, in rands, how much?
Can CFO
Yes,
please
yes, of
please
course.
submit?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of rand amounts for rates and taxes, we were standing at 29 million.
Uh-huh.
For services, we were around 56 million.
56 million. In total then? It's
86.
86. All right. And your expenditure, operational expenditure, that includes salaries and all other kinds of expenditure, what are we looking at?
For the entire financial year, Chair, we're standing at about 170 million.
117. Why would that be? Why would you exceed the income?
Thank you, Chair. We are also busy with National Treasury to assist us because like I've said, Chair, and if you look at our audit report, there was really a very different culture in the municipality. For instance, we've got about 32 people appointed out of the organogram. Those does not even include your vacancies. So you find that you are feeding a salary bill that has not necessarily been budgeted for. There was also no expenditure management that was happening. So the figures that we are giving you is actually a trend of where we're coming from with the AG. If you look at our figures, Chair, you will look at in the year 2023, 2024, we did not incur a single amount of irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as because we had to put stringent controls in place to curb unnecessary expenditure. Just on a lighter note, Chair, we were even thinking now, so what are we going to do if we have to sleep? Who's going to pay? Because it was going to be an expenditure, but we were going to appropriate that to the mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Help us to understand, you are saying that you come from a specific era where, you know, these irregular expenditures were basically the norm of the day, and it's probably during your time as a CFO as well. But what were the causes for this reckless behavior in the municipality?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I should say fortunately, it was not during my time. I left the municipality in 2013 and I left it with an unqualified audit.
Okay.
That was the last time we had an unqualified audit.
After you?
After me, there's been people seconded to the municipality. There was not really an appointment. The last appointment was in 2017.
But who caused this reckless behavior? Who authorized the irregular expenditure?
It must be the administration, Chair. And because there was no control environment, like I said, if you go and read the AG's report, there was a total collapse in the control environment of the municipality. You would find that due processes are not followed. So administratively, it should have happened. It could not have happened any other way, Chair.
So this was happening between 2013 and 2023. For 10 years, there was this reckless behavior at the municipality. How many municipal managers did you have during those 10 years?
7.
7. See, that is the information we require. 7. Yeah, it explains the dysfunctional status of your municipality at some stage, and you now have to correct. You sit with employees that have been appointed, they're not even on the staff establishment. It's a very sad state of affairs, and I'm not pointing figures, and the executive management. It's a sad state of affairs that even your political leadership, because, you know, councillors must not absolve themselves. The approval of a budget is the reserved responsibility of a municipal council. They know that we're going to approve an unfunded budget. That is the unfortunate reality in your municipality. And although we are blaming those 7 municipal managers, the municipal council must also take responsibility for approving an unfunded budget. An income of, what did you say, 80 something million, but your expenditure far exceeds that. And again, you now, you now have to deal with those challenges. Water provision, any challenges with regards to water provision in the municipality? Does each and every citizen in your, or resident in your municipality have access to water?
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the backlogs that we having for water, in the area that I mentioned is Gauteng. They don't have, initially they put in stand pipes in each yard, but it was vandalized. So now they've put in communal pipes within a distance of 20 meters. There's also an area called Plakkerskamp in Loxton. They also have that. But our biggest challenge, Chair, is the aging infrastructure in water. Like as we speak right now, we're having an issue where they actually have to cut the pipes and try to clean it because it's clogging up, and it's a real challenge. So if we can deal with the infrastructure portion of that,
Okay, no, I understand and I agree with you fully. I mean, many of the municipalities in the country have this challenge of aging infrastructure. But with regards, our business is human rights, and I want to understand whether citizens, residents have access to water, all of them.
Indeed, Chair, they do have.
Albeit by providing it through standpipes and so on.
They do have, Chair.
And there is a plan in place, or you are contemplating a plan to improve the quality of services to the communities.
Yes, Chair. I think one thing that we also wanted to mention, Chair, is that in 2013, we were the best performing municipality in the Northern Cape in terms of blue drop status. We then dropped in 2022 to 13%. However, the quality of water is not affected because we send our water on a weekly basis to the lab. We do have one challenge though, Chair, at the hospitals. They have their own elevated tanks. So what we do on the outlet pipes, we test the water that goes out, and we always test that it's compliant. But the moment it gets to their tank, we have now put in, Mrs. Ngangi, what is it called, in front of their tank where we test their water. So there's a lot of contamination that's happening there. So we are in conversation with the department to say that, because when they do the test, it shows like it's coming from us, but on our side, we've tested that. Yes, Chair.
Okay. I'm sure Mr. Adams will probe that testimony, because he likes asking questions around the blue drop and the green drop status and so on. On sewage spillages, and this is my last question for now, is it only the area that you've identified that sewage spillages occurred, that river that you mentioned? What is the name of the river again? Ongers. That river. There are no sewage spillages taking place into that river. No sewage is discharged into that river as we speak.
Thank you, Chair. No, there is no spillage into that river after we fixed it. We had an incident this morning while we were sitting here, actually, of pictures that we got. And we've already started to say that since the Corporate Service Director is here, because it was one of our employees that got lazy and he went to go and dump the water somewhere close to the pond. But his explanation was that it was just clean water. But we said, but you know how it should be disposed of. So now, as what we have, we had an incident on the N12 in Victoria West, but that has also been remedied with a project from WSIG where we've refurbished all of those pumps.
Okay, so no other sewage spillages?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Jay.
All right. Thank you, MM. PM, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. MM, I refer you to slide 5 of your presentation, where you reflecting census data regarding access to piped water in dwellings, currently sitting at 65.2% as at 2022. Can you elaborate on that for the panel, please?
This is from the census 2022 data, 2011-2022 data. So basically what we said in 2011, sir, we only had 49.2% of households in Ubuntu that had access. However, we've increased that status to 65. In fact, in the morning, my team and I were saying, should we bring in our data? But there was an issue of it's not been validated. So we do have also stats that we do through our field workers. So this figure has definitely increased, Mr. Adams, as at 2025.
Sure, thank you. I'd also like to know how it is that the municipality had dropped, regressed so considerably from 82% to 14% in your Blue Drop report.
Okay, thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, can I allow Mrs. Ngange to respond to that one?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, MM, again. I think for the better part of giving the necessary clarity, from the financial year of 2013-2014, the municipality got the blue drop status around 81%, due to the fact that back then, we actually, as the municipality, had actually a full staff component, and we actually had a full staff component with actually trained process controllers. Most of those staff component has actually through the process. If ever, Master Chair, you'll remember the timeline between 2013 and 2022, it's in the difference is 9 years or whatever the case might be. And then in all of those years, we actually lost some members due to pensioning. Others, they actually resigned. At this point in time, also another detrimental effect on us getting that particular, what you call, downgraded percentage was due to the fact that when they introduced the audit on 2022-2023 financial year, we were submitting our, what you call, evidence back then, physical. And then when we were submitting at this point in time, that particular financial year, our evidence based on the requirements that they were looking for, we had to submit it on a certain portal. And then most of those, our, what you call, evidence was not actually recognized. That was one of the issues. Even if, Master Chair, you can go and interrogate, most of the results that we've submitted were there. Most of other things that they were required, they could not be actually been seen. And also I think on other technical matters, we actually lose some points on us not having the necessary, what you call, trained process controllers, because also the classification has actually changed. At this point in time, I think the MM is also going to allude to the fact that we went into our correctional action plan by saying that we are going to go and recruit what you call youth, which are process controllers, which were identified by the same, what you call, a corporate services director under the NARSEC. At this point in time, out of that 30, the municipality has actually absorbed and recruited 5 of them, and they are under the EPWP, what you call, program.
Thank you. Can you tell the panel how far you are with, or what the implementation status is of your corrective action plans?
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. Last week we were in Kimberley, and I actually asked Mrs. Ngange to get us the the feedback on the plan, because we've submitted the corrective action plan. We've invited the official to site where she was happy with most of the stuff, especially now that we are dealing with this whole water issue. So I actually said to get so that we can see what is their scoring.
But you haven't received it
We
yet?
haven't received it, sir.
Okay, no, then that's fine, thank you. We can move on to your green drop your report. It is stated that Ubuntu was at 98% critical risk rating with a green drop score of 23%. Can you please elaborate?
Thank you, Chair. This is also the score as at 2022, but most of the indicators within there was the fact that the ponds they were not fenced. The access to the ponds, it was not very accessible in terms of the roads. The sampling of what is in the ponds was a problem. So we've actually redesigned the ponds now, sir. Like I've said, in phase 1, we've already fenced the ponds. All of the pump stations are fenced. We are now operating with 2 pumps per pump station, so you will never have downtime within the pumps. So that also contributes to that. We've actually now, in the new design for the oxidation pond, we've now have designed anaerobic ponds, where we are first dealing with the raw sewer as it comes in, because that was also a problem, that we are not testing the kind of effluent that's going out into the primary ponds. So with that design, we are really hoping that when they come, the score will increase, because we've tried. There was also a directive that obviously impacted on the score. So we have tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone with that, Mr. Adams. So we are hoping on a much better score.
Thank you very much. On slide 10, you reflect that water losses are sitting at 30.5%. That's quite high. Can you elaborate on that for the panel, please?
Yes, Chair, Mr. Adams, my apologies. We have, especially in the areas of Hutchison where there's Transnet housing, we have a lot of leaks on the infrastructure and in households.
What are you doing about addressing those leaks?
We have now gone on to, we are building a new pipeline, Mr. Adams, between Hutchison and Victoria West. The project has been approved. However, we are sitting with servitudes that we have to sort out with Transnet. So what we are doing now, we are just running parallel to the dam that's currently running, where we're getting our water from, so that we make sure we conserve the water. The conservation plan that we're also making reference in is also dealing with it, and Council will be embarking on a warned leaks starting of January 2026 to deal with that. So the infrastructure is the major part where we're losing a lot of water, and it's difficult, Mr. Adam, because like I said, that line is not our line.
What line is that?
It's the line that runs between, we are currently buying water from Mr. A.M. Conroy. So it's the line between Hutchison and Victoria West. So that is the line that we want to build now for the municipality, so that we have our own line to feed into the system of the municipality.
Does the municipality have any bucket or pit toilets? And if so, how many? And what is your eradication plan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. I will just get the number from him, but in principle, yes, we do have. The municipality also benefited from the eradication program that was there. All buckets were eradicated within the area of Gautro and Modderpool. But what happened is that we had 897 stands. So with the program, they went to go and build houses on each empty stand, and then they give people confirmation letters. So those toilets were vandalized. Now, we were sitting with, we already having a waterborne system. So we couldn't dig into the system again to have maybe like your pit toilets or whatever, hence the issue of the buckets game, Mr. Adams.
I also see on slide 12 that you had been issued directives from DWS. You indicated that these directives had been addressed in relation to the operation of your sewer pump station and oxidation ponds. What's the current status on that?
We are done with phase one, that is the oxidation pond in Victoria West. We've got 2 directives from the department. On the last slide, you will see the second one. We are now with phase 2. We've already done the design with the consultants, is the design I spoke to, so we are going out. We've got a panel of contractors, so it will shorten the procurement process. So we will be appointing a service provider soon to deal with that.
How many phases do you have left?
That's the last phase.
Phase 2.
Phase 2, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Time frame for finalization?
Can I just, I have it here. Can I just quickly check if you,
Sure.
with your indulgence? 8 months. Yeah, it's about 8 months, Mr. Adams.
So before the end of next year, you should be complete.
Yes, yes, sir.
On slide 13, you indicate that heavy rains contribute to the manifestation of potholes, and then you've got poor workmanship reflected as a challenge, followed by 3 question marks. Can you please clarify?
Thank you very much, sir. The technicalities of how potholes are formed, can I allow Mr. Zingange to speak to that? However, on the issue of poor workmanship, is that we had found that when we send out the teams, they will fill the pothole a week later or whenever, you know, you sit with a pothole again. So we had actually collaborated with Sanral in one of our local service providers that's doing roads in the area to give our workforce training. So that is going to be an intensive training for about 2 weeks. Mrs. Ngange has already requested for the material so that we can take them to the test. So we're hoping to be able to sustainably fix potholes, sir. Thank you very much. You want to respond to the potholes? Okay, all right.
I think we have an idea how potholes are formed. Yeah. There's no need to brief us.
Okay, Chair.
You also indicated that you've got 30 vacancies under your technical department. That's quite technical services, apologies. That's quite high. What are you doing about that?
Okay, I can tell you, Mr. Adams, that only one is skilled position, which is the technical director. That position is closing on the 22nd tomorrow. So we're hoping to have a technical director soon, the 29th.
When was it advertised?
Which newspaper was it advertised?
When?
When? Sometime, we normally advertise for 30 days, sir, so I can't tell you the exact date, 21 September.
Okay.
Yes. On the 29 they are all general workers that are vacant, but like I say, within the unit they always try to put somebody with a function to make sure that we don't fall short on some of the work that needs to be done. But it is definitely a priority to have those positions filled, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. I wanted to confirm, does the municipality have process controllers employed?
Yes, sir, we do have, as Mr. Zingange said, through the NARISEC program, we have trained 30 youth, and we've employed 5 of them as process controllers.
Okay. Do you have a water service development plan in place?
Yes. Yes, sir, we do have one in place.
Okay, thank you. Can you please provide that to the Commission?
Yes, yes,
With
yes.
an indication of progress with implementation of the plan?
Okay. No,
It's
no.
one thing to have a plan in place and it's another thing to actually action it. You also alluded to aging infrastructure in your submission. I'd like to know what percentage you are setting aside for operations and maintenance, noting National Treasury's norm of 8%.
Yes, it's very difficult to get to that 8%, like I said, Mr. Adams, based on the financial constraints that we're having. But with the new revenue enhancements initiatives that we are putting in place, For this year, CFO, I think we were sitting at 6%, so we gradually want to get to the point where we can set aside about 6% of the budget for R&M.
Where are you currently?
6%.
6%.
Yes, 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 Mr. Adams.
Thank you. I want to wrap up with reflecting on your water supply reliability index according to DWS. Earlier you testified that there's no one that doesn't have access to water in your municipality. However, according to DWS, there is 40% of households in your municipality that have an unreliable water supply. Can you elaborate on that for the panel, please?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. When we set to dissect the issue of water supply, we were looking at what are we talking about? Are we having excess, or are we talking about quality, or what are we talking about? The index, Mr. Adams, when they say unreliable, I need to be honest with you to say that we need to go back and go check what are the indicators why they came to that assertion. I don't know if you would like to add something, Mrs. Ngange, with the indulgence of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Adams, I understand the documentation that you're speaking about. I think the documentation that you're talking about was compiled 2023. It's the 5-year reliable plan of the municipality. As you can see in our presentation, there are certain projects that we as the municipality, we've actually implemented in order for us to augment our bulk supply. So maybe the issue of unreliability in terms of the supplying, it's coming from the point of view of the bulk. But in terms of the reticulation and a household, standpipe and all of that stuff, as our presentation was trying to allude to the fact that most of the household in Victoria West, that they are currently having the household standpipes, as the MMS also alluded to the fact that we are still having water that we still need to transport from Hutchison to Victoria West. So, and I think the municipality is still working tirelessly in order for us to develop more water sources in order to meet the current demand that we as the municipality we are having. But in terms of that plan, we are trying our level best to be on par with it.
How many towns do you have in your municipality? You are only talking about Victoria West.
We are having 5 towns.
5 towns.
Victoria West is the main.
You're talking about access to water in Victoria West in particular. What about the other 4 towns?
Okay. I think I've already covered the issue of Victoria West. Loxton, bulk supply was actually covered by the WSIG in 2021. And then the Richmond, was already alluded to the fact that at this point in time, we've already appointed a contractor whereby he is going to refurbish the existing 5 boreholes and is also going to develop new 4 boreholes in order for us to meet the demand.
That's fine, but address us on access to water. I understand that there's a plan now to refurbish and upgrade and what. But at the moment, as it stands, in those other 4 towns, do people have access to water on a regular and reliable basis?
Mr. Chair, in Loxton, the project which was completed 2021, it actually covered the issue of us to have the necessary access to the people. And then in Richmond, as we are speaking, the fact that people are actually having a low pressure coming out of their taps in their household. And also alluded to the fact that we are having at this point in time, we are turning a certain pump to direct water to a certain reservoir, and another time or interval, we are directed it to another reservoir in order for us to achieve that reliability to supply water to the household. Hence, we actually.
Do they have access to water in Richmond? Everyone, on a daily basis?
Not everyone is having access to water.
But that was our question. If we talk about a municipality, we're not talking about a specific town. And you said everyone has access to water. Now you're saying Richmond does not have access to water.
I was answering, Chair, the one of Victoria West.
Yeah, but I was asking a municipality, in your municipality. And the other 2 towns, the remaining 2 towns?
The remaining 2 towns is what you call the Transnet towns, which is your Merriman and Hutchison.
Okay.
So those towns were actually, they do not actually have any issues pertaining water.
Okay. So it's only Richmond where the people don't have access to water?
Our main challenge at this point in time is Richmond.
All right. Please proceed to PM.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You have minus 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll wrap up with this one then, Chair. You testified earlier that your problem with sanitation is mostly due to vandalism of pumps. Have you registered any criminal cases with the South African Police Service?
No, Chairperson. So, no, Mr. Adams.
Why not?
We can never find the culprits. We've even worked with subs. At some stage we had pictures where we thought it was one of our employees, but because there was no concrete evidence to pinpoint it to somebody, hence when you go to our pump stations now, we've put clear view around all of our pump stations, and I think it can assist us to a great deal, Mr. Adams.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for that very short session, Mr. Adams. Over to you, Commissioner Quinana.
Thank you, Chair. With the numbers that you have submitted, I see this was 2022, where you were sitting at 15,836 of the population. So how many are unemployed, whether in terms of percentage or the numbers?
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. 29%.
29%?
Yes, yes.
And do you know whether those are the youth or the...
Yes, Commissioner. Of the 29%, 34.1% is youth.
24?
Of the 29, the total unemployment within Ubuntu is at 29% as per the latest stats. So of the 29%, 34.1% is youth.
It's a lot, isn't it?
It is.
So what is the plan, to ensure that they are also brought into this space of employment? I've heard you talking about 30 trained and only 5 is employed.
Yes, thank you very much, Commission. I think the approach that we normally take is we also want to create an enabling environment for the citizens living within Ubuntu, and that include the youth. Hence, we went to NARISEC. We have also, through SAFDA Chair, requested them to give us a full-time resource to be within the municipality, to come and assist our youth with training to do business and so forth. Through our projects...
So it is a request that has been done?
Yes, what they have said...
When was that?
Maybe 2 months ago, but they said to us they are in the SEM process. They're the final stage of awarding the person that will go there, will go to the municipality to start with the training.
So the unemployment rate only increased now in 2025?
No, Chair.
So it has been existed for some time?
Yes, Chair.
So what does it mean for the municipality? Is it that there hasn't really been a plan before until the one that you have now come up with 2 months ago, as you say?
The NARISEC was one of the key programs that the municipality introduced for that, because they were trained for different things, Chair, not just process controllers. We've trained traffic officers, we've trained firefighters.
So there's a list?
There's a list, yes, Chair, and
so
most of
this... of the 84% that you've alluded to, so how much of that has been trained?
In terms of the numbers, Chair, can I maybe ask the corporate services,
Yes,
because
please.
she was responsible for the project.
Thank you, Chair. From the 32%, we cannot confirm the exact amount.
What does that even mean?
So,
So what you're basically saying is that when the auditor says that, again, here's this municipality is claiming to have achieved, but there's no record keeping. So that's basically what you're saying. Is that
no,
the
I'm
case?
not saying that, Commissioner.
So what happened?
Commissioner, as the MM has alluded, we are in partnership with NARISEC, where we trained a number of young
The
people.
communities, they are your people. They do not belong to NARISEC. They belong to you as the municipality. And you don't keep a proper record of the people within your community. So when you then say we do have an IDP, which is addressing or mitigating the challenge of unemployment, and you can't talk to numbers, what does that even mean?
Commissioner, it's not only the element of training the youth. We've got certain projects that are coming in through our community, like your
No.
solars
Now
and
we're
stuff.
talking, Madam Manager, please. It's very late. It's almost 6 o'clock now. I'm talking about the training. You are the one who mentioned the training with your MMM there to say this is one of the projects that has been done to mitigate unemployment. I'm saying you can't speak to the numbers and you want to put it at the doorstep of another institution. Whilst you as the municipality, in terms of Section 153, that's your responsibility.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is a misunderstanding. Can I have her please respond?
No, I understand your question, Commissioner, but we haven't prepared that state.
So you do have that
Yes,
statistics.
we can provide it to you.
Can it then be made available?
Yes.
So you are saying it not only will it talk about training, there's other issues as well.
Initiatives, yes.
What else?
Job creation through, we've got...
In what way?
In Richmond, we've got solar energy, and as well as in Victoria West, where we employ. The process
I think
is
you're
run
saying it in semantics, the same thing that you
where
mentioned.
it is run through the office of the mayor.
No. You must wait when I interject.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
not for you to come in, because that's very disrespectful. I'm saying you are saying something that you've already mentioned. Is there anything else other than what you have just mentioned?
No, ma'am.
So this is within your mandate. Is that correct? As the corporate
Yes.
service manager or
Yes, ma'am.
director? Is it
Yes.
director? Or what's your
Director,
position?
yes.
Director, right. But with the same tone as the custodian of this information, you don't seem to have that information. Is it something that you'll be able to provide
I will provide it, yes.
within the 31 days?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, can you go back to the MM? MM, there is projects that are supposed to be done with regard to children as well. Identifying land that can be made available for children so that children can have activities. Has that been done in Ubuntu?
Yes, Chair. We have recently, last year, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has erected a park for us in Loxton. We have submitted the business plans to replicate that in the other towns, because if we had gone, there's no...
So there is a plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it also be then submitted?
Yes.
Can we talk about older persons? What are you doing in that regard?
The issue of older persons, Chairperson, is a special program in the office of the mayor. So
you're saying in your office you're doing absolutely nothing?
from the administrative side, we are not dealing with that, Chair.
It's a missed opportunity, or it's misunderstanding? Which one is it? Is that you don't understand? What is it that you're supposed to be doing in that regard? Do you have forums?
Yes, we do have forums.
And where are they located?
In the office of the mayor.
So in your office, there's nothing?
As when it comes to communities, our councillors deal with communities directly. So if there's anything that needs to happen with the community, we normally deal with it through the office of the mayor,
Public participation?
through the office of the speaker, Chair, sorry, Commissioner.
And every marginalized group is represented?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Persons with disabilities?
In Richmond, we've got one.
Can I tell you something? Of all the municipalities that has appeared before us, there's not even one of the employees have represented persons with disabilities. Are there persons with disabilities in your municipality?
No, Commissioner.
What does that even mean?
What we do, Commissioner, every year in October we submit a WSP, work skills plan, where we also do the gap analysis. So in there we will identify that we need disabled people and so forth. So when we advertise, I think if we can get the advert of the technical director out, ma'am, we will see that we've clearly stated there that, you know, they will be given preference when they apply, but more than often.
When was this?
On the 21st of September. That was the
Which
last advert.
year?
2025.
Again, I must just put it out there, Chair, to say it looks like had it not been, you know, sine qua non, had it not been for this engagement by the provincial manager and Commissioner Boshoff, our chairperson in this session, it does not look like we'd be talking about any of these things. Did you catch a wake-up call, MM?
Yes, Chair, definitely.
So you've been sleeping throughout. And for me, that's a human rights violation. These are rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, MM. It's not a favor to the communities of Ubuntu, local municipality. You're not doing them a favor. Chapter 2 is very clear. You need to be alive to those provisions so that you can do your work and do it properly. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Quinana, to ensure that I don't miss anything when I address the municipality, can you just indicate for the record which plans do you require from the municipality?
Well, the IDP.
Right, the IDP.
For me, the IDP, Chair, must just be all inclusive. You must look at persons with disabilities, the children, issues around the land. Fortunately, MM says that they have identified the land wherein children will have activities. Persons with disabilities, where do we locate them? In the very IDP, but also even in the employment of the municipalities. Does not look like that is also something that is being addressed. Over and above that, it is issues around the older persons. What she says is being done by the mayor, which I beg to differ. And she can also provide that so that we can see what is being done.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Now,
Chair.
that information, MM, needs to be provided to us by no later than Friday the 31st of October. It's next week Friday. You have a lot of time. Then secondly, the following the following information is also required, and it needs to be submitted to the Commission again also before the 31st, not later than the 31st of October. A copy of the corrective plan to address the blue drop score. Did you get that?
Yes.
Copy of the corrective plan to address the blue drop score. Submit information on the vacancy rate and plan to deal with the high rate at the technical department. Submit, and it's, you know, you have a bloated structure and a lot of people on your staff establishment, but then you have challenges of filling positions in the technical department, which is probably one of your most important departments. So you need to tell us how you're going to address that. Submit a copy of the IDP as per Commissioner Quinana's input, also of the Water Service Development Plan. Mr. Adams has said, are you implementing your Water Services Development Plan? Submit information on water projects and timeframes to complete all your water projects and timeframes. Please submit that information to us. Submit a plan to address water losses, which are at 30.5%. How are you going to address the water losses? I know you've spoken about aging infrastructure, but for a municipality with a low income like yours, surely you cannot afford to lose water at a rate of 30.5%. And then submit more information on the bucket toilets and plans to address the bucket toilets. You did indicate, that through the bucket eradication program you did benefit. I need more information because I'm in dispute with the Department of Water and Sanitation on how they've actually rolled out that program, because the minister in her 24-25 budget speech did roll out the bucket eradication project in the Free State Province, Northwest Province and Northern Cape provinces. And when I interrogated the matter and dealt with senior staff members of the department, they said, no, but it was not about making funds available. So I need to understand what do you mean that you benefited from the bucket eradication program? Obviously, money must have been made available. I want to know by whom. Was it the provincial department? Was it the national department? We need more information on the bucket eradication project. Lastly, it is so unfortunate that you did not appear before the Commission 2 weeks ago. Now, and you are actually a knowledgeable person. I've listened to your testimony. You speak with confidence about your municipality. You are actually a knowledgeable person. It's just so unfortunate that you did not appear before us. So, I have to comply with our legislation, unfortunately. I have to comply with the South African Human Rights Commission Act, specifically Section 22 of that Act. I'm going to request you, to provide the Commission with an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, on why you did not appear before the panel, and then the panel will decide whether it should lay criminal charges for violating Section 22B of the South African Human Rights Commission Act. So we require an affidavit from you. The three of us will then decide whether we accept your reasons, or whether we should lay criminal charges for violating Section 22B of the South African Human Rights Commission Act. And those MMs who are watching and who are thinking that they're not going to appear before this inquiry, please take note. We will implement the provisions of Section 22 of the South African Human Rights Commission if you don't appear before this inquiry. On that note, allow me to thank the Ubuntu local municipality and the delegation for providing us with the testimony. I always forget to thank and appreciate the work of our technical people, our sound and our live stream service providers. I have only received positive comments about the quality of the live stream. Even our report writer because of other commitments at the university, cannot be here. She's connecting using the live stream. She has not complained about the quality. You are doing an excellent job. Really an excellent job. And I really wish municipalities can, after this engagement, talk to you guys and just discuss the principle of providing quality services to people who actually pay for it. And being proud of your work and so on. From my side, we really appreciate the work, and you must, PM, please provide their names to supply chain management at the national office so that we don't experience challenges when we when we have other engagements. Really, a job well done, well done. Thank you also to the Northern Cape office for arranging this session. It has been running smoothly. There have been no hiccups, not caused by ourselves. We will continue with the last 2 days tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you also to Mr. Mukhodi and yourselves, Mr. Ndu and Anthony and everyone, the support staff. And then most importantly, Commissioner Quinana, Mr. Adams for concentrating, staying wide awake when testimony was provided by our respondents, asking relevant questions, really taking this process seriously and showing that you care for the communities out there, because that is why we are there. I don't care about these municipalities, to be honest. I care about the communities that they serve. Those are the people I care about. And obviously Commissioner Quinana's persons with disabilities, the older people, the unemployed and the youth, and and thank you also to the interpreters. I was looking at you earlier today and thought, are your hands not getting tired? You're doing a good job. Well done, well done. On that note, tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everything. This session is then adjourned.
I think frustration just got to me. I think frustration just really killed me.